those dogs on the train as well. I got off. They searched me. I had nothing on me, but they half an hour they took. Basically strip searching me. Ridiculous.
Guys, is this Australia?
Yeah, Australia.
This was 10 years ago too, like for me. Actually more, 15 years ago maybe.
Me too.
What if
But meanwhile, on the mainstream news here, now they're advertising you can buy CBD oil, get it delivered to your door. But if you go down the street smoking a joint, the cop will arrest you. But you can literally order CBD, potent CBD oil straight to your door legally. So,
what if a dog sniffed me and I kicked the dog in the throat?
You'll go to jail for assaulting a police officer.
What if he assaults me? What if he's attacking my balls?
Yeah. The dog will win in court.
Yeah, just hope a camera catches it.
Balls.
Footage is worth something.
Is it the same as a real human police officer?
Probably legally in regards to if you assault a police dog or a police horse or anything like that, it's basically the same crime as assaulting a human police officer. Yeah.
So you can go to jail for 5 years.
I don't know. I'm not sure if the sentence.
Look at what happened with that poor bastard that got accused of hitting the horse at that rally.
Yeah. He just pushed it away a little bit, and they just took a photo that made it look like he was punching the horse. And, yeah.
What happened to him?
What happened in Australia? It's
man, it's actually not as bad as what it seems on the mainstream media. My everyday life, it's normal. It's really, really nice. It's not that bad. I can go, I haven't had the experimental thingamajig, and I can go anywhere. I can do anything pretty much.
Hey, where are you, bro?
New South Wales, northern New South Wales.
Yeah,
and
well, that's good for you. You're lucky you're not in Victoria.
Oh yeah, Victoria is North Korea of Australia.
Yeah. I can't go anywhere. I can't work. I can't do anything.
Really?
Yeah, bro.
In LA, they just stopped the masks recently in LA, so I don't know if that's happening over there too.
In Victoria, they stopped the masks, and about 50% of people are still wearing them for some reason.
Yeah, it's optional, right?
Hypnotism.
Yeah.
Well, I noticed that when the COVID went away, the mask went away, the Russian invasion began, synchronous.
Yeah.
If you want to make some money, study sinus infections and become a specialist in sinus infections, because the whole country's, half the country's going to have a sinus infection.
Because of the mask, right?
Yeah, bro.
Cool.
Here in Victoria, I'm hearing 10 to 15 ambulance sirens a day. I know probably 10 people that have had heart attacks.
Yeah, it's a post-pandemic stress disorder, they say,
Yeah, they're saying that COVID causes everything now, right? Because so many people have had the jab, or so many people have had COVID and the jab, so you can just change the statistics to make sure the jab never does any harm to anybody, and COVID does everything.
Try to say Miley Cyrus instead of saying the actual word. Try to say Miley Cyrus so that the censors don't fuck with it.
My bad. I usually do that. I just lost my mind.
Miley Cyrus is bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Miley Cyrus is the cause of everything now, not the. I don't know what's a nice word for the jab. Are we allowed to say the jab?
Yeah, you can probably say that.
Juice.
Or injectable.
This is crazy. I was just listening to you guys. I was outspoken. There's a new disorder. It's called PPSD instead of PTSD.
Yeah, bro.
Post-pandemic stress disorder.
Yeah.
It's not funny, but because it's so bad what they did to us, the psychological fucking programming and shit that they did to us, it's insane. Post-pandemic stress disorder.
We've had 4 famous sporting heroes here in Australia. Our most famous cricket player of all time, Shane Warne, died at 52. He was in Thailand. He'd just done a health retreat. He did a 10-day juice fast. And he died at 52 of a heart attack, perfectly healthy. And you know what? They on the news they said it was because he did the juice fast, extreme health measures. That's what caused it.
And the last tweet.
Well, you all know, that's bullshit. But anyway.
The last tweet that he made was condolences to one of Australia's greatest cricketers, greatest wicketkeepers. He also had a heart attack.
You know the best way to have peace in your mind and spirit is to not believe any of their bullshit. Don't buy
that's the Miley Cyrus
goddamn thing they say on the news. Yeah, that's the Miley Cyrus. Don't believe it.
When he gave him his condolences, he spread the Miley Cyrus to him.
Well, that's the PPSD.
That's right, Hilly. I'm thinking that like 90%, as much as like 90% of the news is faked, and I think maybe like 10%, like when they go rescue the cat in the tree, that's real. But otherwise, no.
Oh man.
Yeah, as far as we know, the cat's real. But yeah, if you look into it, maybe you'll be wrong about.
Hey, wait. We're talking about thought. Wait, Australia's not real, so you motherfuckers don't exist. You're faking it. You're faking being Australian. So.
No, really, we're in New Zealand, bro.
No.
But how do you know you're really in Australia?
Oh shit! Now you're fucking with me.
How do you guys know you're really in Australia? Because have you really seen the form of the continent?
Yeah, are you guys really upside down?
I am. I don't know about Anthony. Could be doing a handstand.
I mean, for all I know, they can be in a location.
I'm in Victoria. I'm more upside down than everybody.
When you pee, does it fly up and hit your face?
Shit. Well, hey, wait. Hold on. You guys forgot about gravity, though. Gravity knows what to do. I mean, gravity fixes all that shit.
Man, if I tried to take a shit here in Australia without gravity, can you imagine?
Yeah. That would be...
Thank God for gravity. Your shit would just fly upwards.
You wouldn't.
No, it would flush down the toilet the American way. Even worse.
Even worse, it would come out your mouth. That would be really horrible.
It would be like a poop bidet.
So I just delivered a pizza to somebody, and I knocked on the door, and they said, you can just leave it at the front door because we've got COVID, and we are isolating.
Hey, we're trying to avoid
Sorry, Miley Cyrus. My bad.
Oh, man.
You should tell them not to believe the bullshit.
Yeah, so I think
that's what we're doing. Don't believe the hype. This is nonsense.
I think I heard the gravity there for a second, Helio. You're talking about gravity. I heard a discussion about that with a Glober the other night, and a lot of the flat earthers were saying that gravity doesn't exist, right? So I was doing like a little bit of research, and I come to the conclusion that gravity does exist. There's specific gravity. Have you ever heard of specific gravity?
Sure, yeah. It's relative density. Yes.
Relative density. That sounds like that exists. So we do have a gravity that exists, right?
It needs to be relative density, and also the volume of the dense matter also seems to come into play, because I've heard a lot of Globers say, if you have a scale and you have 2 liters of water in one bucket on one side and 1 liter of water in a bucket on the other side, they're the same density, but one's going to go down, one's going to go up. So I think volume plays a big role in that as well. If it's the same density, then volume is very important of that density. So
that's not reality, though.
We believe in volume, though. We believe in volume, but just read it over the gravity.
You don't have to listen. You don't have to believe any of this.
Yeah,
this is what we observe.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's just it. It's all observations at this point, because it's observing effects. But as far as establishing causes of these effects, we're kind of still in it. Causes. It's that gravity doesn't exist. It's just that nobody's proven it to exist.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
Cause cannot be proven. It's what we observe.
Even with the specific gravity, like that's just another way of pointing out the that's just another way of pointing out the effect and giving a label for it. But even in that, nobody's really pointed out what the cause of specific gravity is. We still don't know what that is.
Right, sure. And I was looking into specific gravity as well, and it's really more like a term used in chemistry. But their idea of gravity, ball spinning around the universe, and you guys in Australia being upside down, but there is no upside down on Earth because it's the weirdest fucking thing, They really have no evidence for their idea about what they call gravity. Specific gravity is a thing, and it can be applied, and it can also be termed relative density. But as far as gravity itself pulling anything to anything based on mass and all that kind of shit, that's bullshit.
Yeah. And Helio, I just need to point out something else about this. So again, it's hard to point out the cause of this. I guess it's another thing. So it would be an upward vector and a downward vector. So rocks in the medium of air go down. That's the downward vector. And helium balloons and hydrogen balloons go up in the medium of air. So yeah, I agree with you when you say, changing the medium, manipulating the medium makes some things go up and down. Obviously that's true. But that's what I'm saying is that still doesn't establish the cause of why there's an upward vector for some things and a downward vector for other things. Because you could just as logically say that there's some kind of sky attractor pulling light things up, just as logically as you can say there's some kind of ground attractor pulling heavy things down. But again, it's establishing
go ahead. Sorry.
The reason for up and down. It's not about the cause for up and down. The cause is density.
Yeah, I was going to say the reason with relative density. Hold on. With relative density, you don't have to necessarily define the cause because it's inherently defined in that understanding.
And they acknowledge that the acceleration is what they're calling gravity. That's the pseudo force.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're talking about anything other than relative density, if you think gravity causes balls to spin around the universe, then you have something else to talk about. But as far as relative density, which is called specific gravity, that's something we all observe here on Earth, and it has nothing to do with the weight of an object or anything like that. That's the relationship between the medium and the density of the object that's in the medium.
Could I kick in on that for 1 second as well, Helio? That was awesome what you just said. But this is something I'm not 100% sure about, and I wanted to ask your guys' opinion. So if I could give an example, if you get a tennis ball and you push it down in a bucket of water, and just say there's a little ledge at the bottom of the bucket, and you wedge that tennis ball under that ledge, you've created potential energy within that tennis ball in the medium. So as long as that tennis ball stays under that ledge, it's going to hold on to that potential energy that was created from your energy. You are the cause of the potential energy that's holding that down.
But I'm talking about.
Let him
listen,
ask his question.
Hold on. He just did. Go ahead.
Django's not done. Django's not done.
No, just halfway through the point. So so I've used my energy. So I'm the cause of that tennis ball sitting under the ledge, okay? And that tennis ball holds potential energy. So just say another force pushed that tennis ball back out, and it rose back up into its state of equilibrium at the top of that medium, which it would have rested at unless I used my energy as the cause to push that tennis ball under. Does that not work in reverse? For example, just say I have a rock. The rock will never move off the ground unless an outside force acts on that rock, such as myself picking up the rock. So any object, any matter will always sit and never move out of its place of equilibrium within that medium unless it's manipulated by an outside force. So just like I was talking about with the bucket of water, Would it work in reverse? Just say I've now picked up the rock, so have I given that rock potential energy? Just say I sit that rock on a ledge in reverse of what I was talking about with the bucket of water. Does that rock still hold that potential energy that I had to use I'm the cause of now the rock falling? If something else pushes that, like just say an outside force, wind, or another person pushes that off the ledge and it falls back down to the ground, is that not the exact same thing as pushing the tennis ball under the ledge? And is the energy used by the person that lifted the rock out of its natural state of equilibrium, is that not the cause?
Well, I
think he was asking me.
That's a question, and I don't know.
Okay, I got a good point on this real quick though. You could almost say that everything has that potential energy without you even moving it, because if the ground below the rock moved, it would still fall.
Yeah, so the energy that created that ground to move would be the cause, and in that situation, just say I lifted up the rock and I put it on top of a cliff.
Damn, I can't fucking say a word.
I'm sorry, Helio.
Go ahead, Helio.
I thought you asked me. I
just want to add that.
All of you guys. I'm asking.
He wasn't even done saying what he wanted to say.
I'm confused about this myself. So
there is no confusion here. Listen, the rock, if nobody touched it, it would just sit there, right?
Right.
Now, when you pick it up, you're not giving it potential energy.
I'm taking it out.
If you pick it up and drop it, it just drops.
Because
you guys are conflating two different things. The problem is you're conflating two different things.
Right.
So there's two different causes that we're talking about here. So the first cause is you picking up the rock and setting it on top of something or holding the tennis ball in it. That's one cause that we're talking about here. And then there's another kind of cause that we're talking about here, which is just a rock in your hand in the medium of air. You let go and it falls down. Now, that other potential cause we're talking about is what actually causes it to fall down in the medium of air, which is obviously, it's not you picking up the rock. It's just, what I mean is just it being in the medium of air, or the tennis ball being in the medium of water, it floating up. So it's like, I think there's two different causes we're talking about here. I think we need to be clear on this.
It's the same thing no matter what. It's still the density, no matter what. It's still the density, whether you picked it up or not. It's going down, and it's effectively going down still, even when it's resting on the ground. It just can't go any further down.
Oh shit! See, I used to argue that same exact point, and I'm not sure I moved away from that.
Well, there's pressure
because
right?
me and who Sleeping Warrior is, right. I argued this same exact point with him for like 2 hours one day.
And I think there's also a difference between putting the tennis ball underneath the if it's in a pool and you're pushing it down and putting under a ledge, then it has like a resistance, like there's a buoyant force constantly pushing up on it. And then that release, you can maybe say that the buoyant force would be the cause there.
How could density be a cause?
An equal opposite if you're lifting it up in a medium. Basically, all you're doing, every object is going to sit in a certain place within a medium. It will always sit in that certain place unless an outside force acts on it, and that outside force that acts on it is the cause. And then the object, once released, is just going to go back to try to find its place of equilibrium with the medium.
Sure, and that's absolutely true. Yeah, I agree with that.
But how can density be a cause?
No, it can't. It can't.
The cause is the person picking it up. It would never have moved unless the person picked it up, or the wind blew it, or an outside force, some other source of energy, not gravity, not freaking electrostatics or anything like.
Holy shit! I got 4 people. See, like I said, I was arguing with Anthony about this for fucking 2 hours, and 4 people here agree with me on this. This is weird.
Electrostatics is something that's
something also something we can't prove. We can't prove that.
We can prove it with a bit of dust, but that's about it.
Some dust.
Okay, let me make a point. Okay, the Globers get confused about this. They always try to say stuff falls down, right? But that's not really true. No, the true thing is some things fall down and some things fall up. So it has to do with the density And the medium, it's medium dependent, whether it falls down or up, not gravity dependent. So we don't need gravity at all. As long as we have density and mediums, we can determine whether it's going to go up or down, not by gravity.
Right.
Am I right?
Most matter is more dense than air, and that's why it seems if you release it.
But I gotta point out, it really does seem like with all the sentences you guys just said recently, it just seems like this is just another way of pointing out over and over again, several different ways, the effect, but not the cause, not establishing the cause. Let's be clear on that. I mean, none of us have said anything that has pointed out the cause or proven the cause. None of us have come up with a scientific experiment, that makes a rock levitate by taking whatever caused the rock to fall down out of the picture and then putting it back into the picture and watching the rock fall down. That would be a scientific experiment that would validate whatever that is that makes the rock fall down. We still haven't done that.
I heard Hank the other day say it was the lack of buoyant force that allowed it to fall, right? So if with the egg in the saltwater solution, you could change the saltwater content and it moves, right? Well, with the lack of salt, you could say what's causing it to go down because it's lacking the buoyant force to hold it up.
That's not correct.
Well, but that's just even when you say those words, lack of buoyant force, that's another way again of pointing out the effect, but not the cause.
Right. Exactly. Right.
It's like trying to prove a negative. You can't.
Right.
Yeah, I mean the cause when the egg you put it in there and then it falls to the bottom, and then when you add salt, the cause is you adding the salt.
Right.
Well, you can create an environment where a rock doesn't fall in a container of air.
Beg your pardon?
No. You can create an environment where you have a container with air in it that you can stand in and you can let go of a rock and it doesn't fall down. So the relationship isn't the rock and the air. There's something else happening. You can create that environment.
Why would it not fall in the air?
When would that happen?
Let him explain. How does the rock not fall? Go.
You're on a specially customized jet aircraft that can go to high altitude and then plummet out of the sky at the speed that representative of 9.8 meters per second squared, so that you get weightlessness in the plane.
It's still falling.
You've still got the rock. You've still got the air. You've still got the rock in the air. The rock doesn't fall down through the air. So
it just falls with you.
What? Are you falling with the rock? Are you falling with the rock?
You're still just finding another way to talk about the effect, not the cause. So you're just demonstrating the effect in another way again, but you haven't demonstrated the cause. That's the problem.
Exactly.
Well, but his point was that the rock's not falling, but it actually is falling with you and everything else.
Exactly, but there is the relationship between the rock and the air is not the cause of the rock either falling or staying there, is evidently because the two scenarios.
If you go high in the atmosphere, if you go high in the atmosphere, take a rock with you, and then you fall and you let the rock go and it's falling with you, you're both falling.
Yeah, the aircraft and the rock are all falling at the same time. So this is just another pointing out the effect, not the cause.
Exactly.
Sir, are you a Glober?
Well, yes, exactly. Yes. We still don't know what the cause is. So, again, gravity, ? Nobody knows.
Well, wouldn't the cause of the plane getting up there be the energy created from the petrol and all that sort of thing that the plane used to get up there? I mean, isn't the cause of a rock falling is my personal energy?
Sure, exactly. If you carry a rock with you in the plane,
Isn't it the same thing if I throw a rock like the Helio, he throws it back? Isn't it the same thing? Because we're using forces for the rock to fly across instead of down.
Hey,
right?
The rock was fine before you picked it up. It was just sitting there.
Well, it was resting. It was still pressing on the ground, though. If it has weight, all gravity.
Don't you have weight? Yeah, everything has weight here on Earth.
Right. So we're pressing on the ground.
But that's not gravity.
We would go down. But that.
Hey, weight is not gravity. Weight is not gravity, though.
Well, it just means weight. I'm not talking about gravity weight. I'm talking about just the density of things. They added the G in. When I say weight, I don't mean.
No, I
don't mean
know
the
what
weight.
you
What if you
dude.
were-
I'm just pointing that I think you and me agree on that new perspective.
Yeah, so the same object wouldn't have pressure on the ground if the medium was more dense. Do you know what I mean? Like salt water,
No,
if you were in
no, it
salt
still
water,
has-
you wouldn't have any pressure on the ground. You would start to float up just because the medium's different.
Oh,
Well,
Rise or
I
fall
could put a big ass rock on top of my desk. Now my desk is less dense than that rock, but if I can set it on top of my desk and it won't move. It's not going to push my desk down, even though it's really heavy.
Well, this is what think about. This is why it's so important. It was so important for them to give us the idea and the illusion that once you get outside the atmosphere, you float or whatever it is they're doing, that you fall or whatever. But because that is like anti-gravity. So if they have the anti-gravity, then they could claim that gravity is the cause, right?
Don't you mean zero gravity?
Or zero or microgravity?
There's no
or
fucking
whatever.
such thing as zero gravity. Get that out of your mind.
It's almost like saying zero unicorns at this point.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Which I guess is true as far as I know. There are zero
Well,
unicorns.
and on that point, there's no such thing as gravity either. So
Well, there is gravity, though. That's what he came in to say. Is gravity is just things falling, and then actually, the gravity is the rate at which things fall. If you want to get specific about the way they're using it in a formula, it's just the rate.
But formula, but it's an agreed upon constant. I mean, if they call it, how things fall, what?
Yeah, it's not a science question.
Yeah, it's not even scientific at all. I mean, you can call it gravity, a rate of fall. They say 9.8 meters per second squared, but that's just a generally agreed upon rate of fall for objects in a vacuum, basically, because doesn't you can drop a rock and some feathers. You've seen the test in the largest vacuum chamber or whatever. They don't actually fall at the same rate, but you've evacuated the atmosphere, for the most part.
They didn't even measure 9.8 in that experiment either.
No, yeah, because you can't measure that. It's an agreed upon measurement. You can't measure it in any test that you might try to do. You can't measure 9.8 meters per second squared ever. Nobody's ever done it. It's just an agreed upon average, and they say 9.8 so they can put it in their calculations.
They've measured things falling in vacuum chambers.
But that doesn't even work in water.
Yeah, it doesn't work in water. It doesn't work in air either.
Well, no, but the 9.8
liquid mercury.
The 9.8 meters per second squared is the figure that they quote for things falling in a vacuum.
Yeah, it's a number that they have a number so they can plug it into their calculations.
But they can consistently measure that in a vacuum chamber. They can time something falling in the vacuum chamber.
Where we would have to go from here.
What
Bill,
vacuum chamber? Where?
Hang on. If I blow cigar smoke in the vacuum, it's gonna fall at 9 meters per second.
So what we're saying, Bill, is basically there's no actual physical
So let him answer.
demonstrations.
If we insert cigar smoke in the vacuum chamber, is it going to fall 9 meters per second?
The particulates would, yeah.
Can you demonstrate that?
I haven't got a vacuum chamber in my house, no.
Can you show us 2 or 3 experiments that measure things falling at 9.81 miles per second squared in a vacuum chamber? You cannot, because those experiments do not exist. Those demonstrations do not exist. And you can say they do exist, but you will not be able to link us any citations to what you're claiming right now. And that's a fact, because we've been over this year after.
Okay. Well, it's kind of obvious because there's no such thing as a vacuum chamber that big that does exist. That would be ridiculously big. You have to have one the size of a skyscraper, for God's sake. But hey, I got a question for Bill. Do you know of any time when anyone's ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container due to gravity?
Why do you need to get a vacuum chamber height of a skyscraper to measure 9.8 meters per second squared?
Because it would have to have a long time and distance to fall to get to that speed. That's why. But who gives a shit anyway?
It's
I don't
just
even
like
care
a
about that.
fantasy idea. That's all. It's someone said that, but nobody can confirm it. That's all.
Bill, are you aware of one? Are you aware of one demonstration that proved what you're claiming right now, without having to provide it? Are you aware of one, just in general?
I've seen videos of experiments done.
With the 9.81 proven in the experiment with a measurement?
Yeah.
Can you provide us with the link to that by any chance? That would...
Yeah, I've been looking for it for 5 years and I can't find it. So yeah, it'd be great if you could show it to me.
Let me see if I can dig it up for you. Hang on.
While you dig that up, has anybody
Thanks, man.
seen how
Bill.
fast skydivers fall from a plane? Has anybody measured that?
Hey, Bill, please don't feel like anyone's attacking you or anything like that. We can have a super civil conversation here as well, and it's totally cool that you believe what you believe. We can just have a chat about this and not end up arguing, you know.
Yeah, nobody...
the way it goes at
Dude, we actually have some of these type of arguments amongst each other. So yeah, we're just... But if this is something new to you about this, how they came up with the 9.8 meters per second squared, if this is something new to you, then if you have some relevant, pertinent evidence that they actually measured this, or what I'm saying is it's convention based on an extrapolation from short measurements in certain tests. Nobody in real life has ever measured this happening.
Well, I wouldn't quite say that, get that far, Helio. I think at least the way I remember learning about this 9.8 meters per second squared thing in school is that this is how fast a human being falls when they jump out of an airplane, then they slow down and come to an actual full speed of just under 200 miles per hour or something like that.
That's called terminal velocity. That's different than what we're talking about.
Yeah, no. It's one and the same. What I'm saying is that 9.8 meters per second squared is what happens before you get to the terminal velocity, is what I'm saying. At least to the best of my memory.
Yeah.
Hang on. When I blow the smoke from my cigar, it goes up. So where's the 9.8 meters per second on that?
Come on, man. All right, but we're talking about specific terms that, if people want to really get into the deep shit. So terminal velocity, let's look up the definition here. Let's see, terminal velocity.
Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And we need to see the evidence of the 9.81. That's all. That's simple as that.
Yeah, but 9.81 is not terminal velocity. That's different.
No. It's a bullshit number. That's what it is.
Well, I'm just saying, terminal. Let's look up the definition of terminal.
I have a question about terminal velocity. So if you're on ISS and you threw a nail out the window, wouldn't it because there's no atmosphere? Wouldn't it just fly faster and faster until it hits the speed of light? Because there's nothing to slow it down. What am I saying?
In the vacuum of space.
All right, here's the definition of terminal velocity. Let's lighten this up a little bit. Here's from this is from Britannica. It says terminal velocity, steady speed achieved by an object freely falling through a gas or liquid. A typical terminal velocity for a parachutist who delays opening the chute is about 150 miles per hour. Raindrops fall at much lower terminal. See, that's like I was saying. Terminal velocity has nothing to do with this 9.8 meters per second squared. They don't even mention this in this this definition of terminal velocity. Terminal velocity really has more to do with air resistance.
I wasn't saying they're the same thing, Helio. I was just saying I think that's where I learned in school that 9.8 meters per second squared thing That's where I learned that. Was just them telling me that's how fast you go and jump out of an airplane.
I agree with you. I thought the same thing until I actually looked into it. So terminal velocity is it has something to do with air resistance. So it's not your terminal velocity really has to do whether you're a raindrop or you're fucking guy jumping out of an airplane or if use a parachute or whatever, all kinds of shit. But this 9.8 meters per second squared thing is
an acceleration rate.
Acceleration rate. What? There's another term for it, and I can't remember the fucking name of it right now. Terminal velocity is not the average. Shit, I can't freaking remember the name for it. Some of you smart motherfuckers should be able to give me a hint here. Hold on.
Not like the rate of acceleration.
Rate. Well, let me look that up. Let's see what it says when I type in rate of gravitational acceleration. Let me just type that in. I'll get the term.
Don't listen to me.
No, that was a good hint. Gravitational acceleration. Rate of gravitational acceleration. And of course, on Google it says 9.8 meters per second squared. Gravitational acceleration. The first, of course, is Wikipedia. In physics, gravitational acceleration of an object in free fall within a vacuum and thus without experiencing drag. This is the steady gain in speed caused exclusively by the force of gravitational attraction. All bodies accelerate in a vacuum at the same rate, regardless of the masses or compositions of the bodies. The measurement and analysis of these rates is known as gravimetry. Hey, and I'll tell you what, you heard me read what they just said, and every single physicist will say, yeah, they're right, but they don't have a test that proves this. This is their they come to this because they have to plug that 9.8 meters per second squared into their mathematics to make it real. That nobody's ever experienced that. You want me to read it again? In physics, gravitational acceleration is the acceleration of an object in free fall within a vacuum and thus without experiencing drag. This is the steady gain in speed caused exclusively by the force of gravitational attraction. All bodies accelerate in a vacuum at the same rate, regardless of the masses or the composition of the bodies. Come on, nobody's ever experienced that. It's just a mathematical freaking calculation. Nobody's ever tested this to happen on Earth. It's just fucking math on a chalkboard. Drop the mic.
That's it. Sums it up pretty well. I don't even believe there's a downward bias. Does anyone here think there's a downward bias? Electro.
No, I live on Earth. I experience Earth as it presents itself to me, and I accept my experience here on Earth. I don't make presumptions about it. I do have some ideas. I mean, I can believe something. I believe that this Earth was created by someone. I don't know who that person is. There have been stories written about, in different cultures about creation, and I've definitely considered it in multiple ways. But we exist here on Earth, and it appears to be a level stationary plane to me. I do see the sun, moon, and stars moving above my head, and it appears there is a sign. There's a sign and seasons. There's stories written in the heavens for us by the Creator. That's something to consider. But if you want to pretend you're the third rock from the sun living on a ball, then you're gonna have to fucking come in here and prove that shit.
Hey, Helio, can I ask you a question?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm getting a little excited.
No, you're right, man.
No, I mean, I really can go on a rant, but anyway.
No, I just wanted to ask your opinion on something. You know how sometimes when you can see the moon on the horizon, and it's absolutely freaking giant. What's your opinion on why it looks so big sometimes on the horizon?
I think it's just atmospheric conditions to make it look larger.
You think?
Yeah.
It's like perspective because everything gets smaller as it moves away, and the moon.
No, it's just. Well, I mean, it's just everything toward. Everything you see when you're looking at something that's near the horizon, it's distorted, and so it could make something look smaller or larger, because you're looking across hundreds of miles. You know what I mean?
Well, shouldn't it only be 3 miles approximately due to perspective?
Not on a flat Earth, bro.
You know what? You know what doesn't
on a flat Earth.
You know what doesn't get smaller as you walk away is a rainbow. It stays the same size.
Really?
Yeah. So maybe the moon's like a rainbow. It just kind of once you get there, it's not there. It'll
see the picture.
But hey, see, that's what I was wondering. Django, you said, well, shouldn't the horizon be 3 miles? No, the horizon is where it is. It's as far as I can see. The horizon changes depending on the atmospheric conditions. I don't presume that the Earth is a ball, so the horizon to me is where it is. Now, if I look at the moon in relation to the horizon can be almost anywhere. So can the moon. I don't know where the fucking moon is.
Yeah, I got you. The horizon changes constantly.
All right, so if I'm looking looking potentially through hundreds of miles of atmosphere, and the moon seems magnified and looks large on the horizon or right above the horizon.
So usually
I would attribute that to magnification due to reflection and atmosphere.
I just had my own theory. That's why I wanted to ask on that, because usually if you look over the ocean, there's no objects that are getting smaller in the distance. Generally, like there's not trees.
I'll tell you what.
Hold on a sec. One sec. Let me finish that. That's okay, man. So when you're looking out onto the ocean, you generally don't see this big moon illusion. But when you're looking, just to say it's a day and it's still daytime when the moon's setting, and you're looking out into the mountains, and it looks like the moon's absolutely giant. I was just thinking, and the picture that I just posted in the live stream text kind of displays it. So all of the objects, including the mountains and the buildings or whatever that are in the distance, they've all shrunk due to perspective, but the moon itself hasn't shrunk due to perspective. So it's like an optical illusion. It looks big, and apparently, if you hold your arm out at full length and put your thumb up in the air, for most people, it generally will cover the moon. So when you see that giant moon that looks ridiculously massive on the horizon, the exact same thing works. You put your thumb out, it basically covers the majority of the moon, and then you can follow that same moon that looks so giant on the horizon right up into the top of the sky, and you put your thumb out at arm's length again, and it's still the exact same angular size.
Yeah. See, yeah. Thanks for pointing that out. That's good.
Like
that's good.
Really weird.
I agree with you, man. It is.
Some optical illusions that happen in the sky that,
Yep. Exactly. Yeah. You're pretty much saying the same thing I was saying, but just
I put a PDF in the live stream regarding using a vacuum chamber to measure the force of the acceleration G.
Thank you, mate.
What?
I've also, I mean, most science students learn to measure G in the lab in just the normal atmosphere.
All right. Well, tell us about how they learn this.
You need a piece of usually you need piece of equipment with two optical switches, and you drop something between two one switch and the other, and you measure the shape.
What do you do? Have a slow motion camera or something?
No, you don't need a slow motion camera. You can have what's called optical switch mechanisms, whereby you have a gate which anything drops through it and includes it. It triggers a electric signal. And if you've got two of them together, you can get a digital stopwatch to measure the time between object forming between the two gates.
All right, cool. So if it comes up with 9.8, which for the most part, you're going to say it will, right, Bill?
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. So what does that prove about gravity?
We were talking earlier on about the measuring of 9.8 meters per second square, and I was asserting.
Okay, well, isn't gravity 9.8 meters per second squared?
No. Specifically, 9.8 meters per second square is the rate at which things accelerate towards the floor.
Really?
That's what we
hang on. How fast does the helium balloon go up if you release that?
No, sorry. I'll rephrase that. 9.8 meters per second square is the speed at which objects in a vacuum fall towards the ground.
Okay, so
no. I like the first thing you said, acceleration, because this is their claim. This is like acceleration is gravity pulling balls around the universe and all this kind of shit, right? It's like we're the third rock from the sun. Gravity causes balls because of the 9.8.
Well, I can't prove any of that, but what I can clarify is that you can accurately measure the acceleration at which things.
No, you can't. Okay, not with that simple test.
Demonstration. You need to provide practical demonstration, Bill, not a PDF. You need to provide practical demonstration.
There's a demonstration in there. They built a model and they did it.
Is there a video that goes along with the results?
Well,
in there
he's posted a PDF. I'll take a look at it. I haven't
already looked at it.
What you're saying is if they provide you with the information about the model they built and the measurements they make, you're not sure. But if you see a YouTube video, you'll be satisfied. Is that what you're saying?
No,
Bill. Bill, are you a Glober?
Yes.
Is Bill a Glober?
Yes, he is, Godric.
Yeah, he's a Glober.
Okay, yeah, Bill. The thing is we don't believe Wiki or Google or education, so we need to really see it. That way we can confirm it.
It's not a wiki, it's a PDF.
Bill, you're a Glober?
Yeah, sorry.
He's a Glober. He's trying to tell us about gravity, man.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Jamsy, what the
We're going to talk about what
he just posted a PDF for us, and I'm taking a look at it. Here's the title. It says Free Fall Gravitational Acceleration Measurement Using a Pneumatically Controlled Catch and Release System in a Semi-Rotating Vacuum Chamber. So this is, since all of us flat earthers are dumb and we don't understand shit about gravity, let's take a look at this. I know you didn't, but we're trying to tell you that something, some type of test like this would never be able to prove anything about ball spinning around the universe.
It doesn't. No, I didn't say it did. We were saying earlier on. Someone said you can't measure 9.8 meters per second square in a vacuum.
So why would you bring it up then?
Someone earlier on said, listen. Someone earlier on said you can't measure acceleration to the ground as 9.8 meters per second squared in a vacuum. I just basically said, and I said, someone said you can. They said, can you prove it? There it is.
Due to gravity. Just add that caveat.
Let me ask you a question. Bill, do you think gas falls in a vacuum?
Do I think gas falls in? No. It disperses itself to reach a pressure equilibrium.
So stuff falls down, but not gas. So your gravity works except on gas. Is that what I'm getting at?
No. There'll be a tiny, virtually immeasurable, in the distances we're talking about, an immeasurable pressure difference between what the gas at the bottom of the chamber and the top of the chamber. But there will be a difference.
No, but if gas doesn't fall, then what you're saying is some stuff works with your formula, and some stuff doesn't work.
No, gas falls. At the distance we're talking about in the chamber there's not much nominal difference, but the gas will evacuate to into the chamber, and it will fill the chamber with the pressure.
No,
this article.
Hang on. We know gas comes in and comes out when you do the chamber, but I'm saying, does it fall at 98.8 meters per second in a vacuum? And you're saying no, right? My point is, if it's no, then what you're saying is some things work with your formula, but other things do not work with your formula. That's what I'm saying. Now, your rebuttal is.
Oh, okay. This is Plaza. I thought it was someone new. This is Plaza Z.
Yeah.
You've been here. All right.
Someone changed my name. Some hilarious raconteur changed my name.
You want me to change it back? Do you want me to change it back to Pazzo?
I don't care one way or the other, really.
I thought it was Pazza. I was like, I didn't want to say it because
no, but I mean, the PDF I've been skimming through it. It's actually exactly confirming exactly what several of us have been saying about the convention about 9.8 meters per second squared. So you didn't show us anything that we already didn't know, Fuck.
Well, no, they've measured the acceleration. The fact they call it gravity is neither here nor there. They've measured that physical acceleration of a body.
Yeah, acceleration is dependent on the flutter. Yes.
Right. He's not trying to prove globe. I think.
No.
People were questioning about the rate.
That's it. There was a very specific statement made earlier on that you can't measure 8 meters per second squared in a vacuum, and that's why I went and got that thing, because it has been measured. And in fact, when you do science at A level in England, you do experiments where you measure as best you can in atmosphere that exact same acceleration. So that's not to say.
Do you see zero of those say 9.81? Not one says 9.81. Not one of those measurements in your PDF.
But this is average. It's an average.
Yeah, I get you, but it doesn't average that if you average out the numbers that are in that experiment there.
Well, there's always an averaging effect, but all experiments are done with an average because you have to take into consideration accuracy tolerances in your measurement in your equipment. Because obviously, if they're using a magnetic catch to let things go,
so we have to have faith that these.
Hey, real quick, that average is an agreed upon average. It's a convention.
Yeah, I mean, but they can measure it quite accurately. Trust me, it's not like it's 9 1 minute, 12 the next, 7 the next. You can measure it very reasonably accurately.
Yeah, I was only asking for physical demonstration because we have to have faith that the data that you've shown us is correct. Those people were honest and accurate in their measurements. So, I mean, that's why I was asking for physical. Yeah. You said, what do you need to actually see it? But I was just looking for a little more than just a PDF.
You could dig around and get optical electrical switch kits that allow you to connect two of those up to a meter, which will measure when they're triggered and the time between when they're triggered. You can set them up in a normal room, and you can then contrive objects which have got the least wind resistance, which have got some density, and let them drop between the two switches at a set height, and you can measure if you drop one just above the one optical switch and let it fall, say, for example, 10 centimeters to the next one, you can measure that time. And that by definition...
And to accomplish all of that, to set up the whole thing that you just mentioned, flat, level, motionless, contained environment is required.
Yeah, you could have a little bit of mass and you can put it in a vacuum and you just like, swing! Swing, bada, boom, it moves as fast as it does, and that makes proves balls spin around everywhere.
To set up the lab to do the experiment and set up the vacuum chamber, you need a level structure.
Exactly. That's a good point, Jamesy.
With the experiment with the two optical switches and the timing mechanism. You don't need a vacuum. You can do it in a normal lab.
They have to be parallel. They have to be parallel, bro.
They have to be perpendicular, set apart. Yes, the two switches.
Yeah. Hey, Pezza, I got a question
Parallel
for you.
and perpendicular.
Yeah. Well, parallel and perpendicular. No. The two switches have got to be perpendicularly separate from each other in a vertical arrangement.
Well, perpendicular.
You can only have vertical.
Vertical. Come on, man.
But regardless of that, hey, I got a way for you to prove the Earth spins, Pezza. Look in the live stream voice text. I made a couple GIFs there with the aircraft there, and then the world spinning.
Yeah, hang on. I have to look. I'm on the phone.
Gotta check myself. Perpendicular can mean any direction, whatever. But yeah, parallel, perpendicular, and same thing. Two straight lines. Doesn't matter where they are.
See the GIFs, Pezza?
Yeah, the GIFs is it animated because it's not moving on my phone.
Yeah, they're moving. Well, this is an F-35B, right? And it can fly 1,200 miles per hour. It can also hover with 40,000 pounds of thrust in midair, right? Yeah. So it's like a helicopter jet that can fly faster than they say that the Earth spins and all these things. And the one below is talking about if the jet were to start out at 1,000 miles per hour, the globe will say that it's moving sideways if it goes north. It's moving sideways at 1,000 miles per hour automatically when it takes off, and that's why it doesn't have to worry about the ground spinning below it, right? Because of the conservation of momentum. But if that jet then flies to the 750 mile per hour tangential speed, then in that time, if the Earth is spinning west to east underneath it, if you had a set of cameras underneath that plane, then we could solve this all right now. Just get some really good cameras with zoom ins, put them underneath a jet like this, and have it get out of sync with the Earth and just show the Earth spinning irrespective of its own direction. Because if it's going north to south, that means that the Earth would spin literally independently of the jet west to east underneath it.
How fast that motherfucker travel?
1,250 miles or something.
Holy shit.
What a moly.
That's like 1,200.
Faster than the speed of 1,213 miles per hour.
That's
the point is missing. The point
that's
is missing.
over the speed of sound.
I just want to hear. I've proposed this to several different ballers, and I just want to know if you're going to give the same answer they give, and then I want you to analyze that answer if you're going to give it.
Well, when you say it sets off north, what do you mean? What do you mean by it sets off north?
Doesn't matter which direction this plane
travels north in respect to the east, to west to east spin of the Earth.
Okay,
Helio, let's allow new perspective to bring this with Pezza to a logical conclusion.
Let him ask the question.
My bad.
Okay, so north with respect to west, perpendicular to the west to east movement of the Earth.
So it sets off in the northerly direction with respect to the ground, doesn't it? Yeah.
Pardon me?
Not an it goes north continuously with respect to the ground underneath it. It doesn't go. It's not some independent observation of it going north, separate to the Earth. It's still continuously within the frame of reference of the ground.
No, because once you're in the air, you're in a separate frame of reference with the plane.
No, you're not.
Well, that's the problem because you don't understand it. Then
you're in a helicopter.
Even the globe proposes. Okay, wait. Let me restart.
You're in a helicopter.
Restart this. Hold on.
Well, let me just
hold on. Wait, let me start this over again.
Yeah.
Now, if we're shooting a projectile with the bullet, right?
Yeah.
The Coriolis effect and or Coriolis force or Coriolis displacement. Mm-hmm. It states that the Earth is actually moving west to east underneath that projectile. Correct?
That's what I think so. Yes, what it says.
So why is this not a projectile? And why, when it can fly 1,200 miles per hour, can't it act like a projectile?
What does the plane do when it's flying to keep its course?
Well, that's the thing. It can do whatever it wants.
Yeah, but so the pilot says go north. What does the plane do?
It's on manual. The pilot's flying the plane. It's going dead reckoning north.
Yeah,
It has a straight path and it stays on that path and it doesn't let itself deviate.
Is the pilot in control or is the plane in control?
It doesn't matter. The plane, the pilot's in control of the plane. He is flying
Okay.
it the direction he wants
So,
to, and he's not letting the plane. He's not letting the plane go off course. He's flying in that
exactly.
straight line north.
And how does he know it's not going off course? What does he do to make sure it's not going off course?
Because he has because he can fly 1,200 miles per hour to begin with 40,000 pounds of thrust while it hovers in midair. And if you think, my point is that this plane can do way more than a bullet can, and it can do whatever it wants. It can fly in circles. It can go into the jet stream and out of the jet stream, and eventually, at some point, it's not going to be complete sync with the Earth. Even if it conserves the 1,000 miles per hour, if it flies into a different tangential speed, it's not going to match that tangential speed because the wind is so powerful that it's going to make this kind of jet totally succumb to having the illusion of a stationary Earth below it in respect to its own motion. That's the claim that you're trying to make, that no matter what this plane does, it can never get out of the illusion of a stationary Earth below it. Is that what you're saying?
So the plane takes off vertically, yeah. When it's 1 inch off the ground and when it's 100 feet off the ground, it's still in the same frame of reference as the ground.
No, it's not.
It's
but
not
regardless, even if you want to say that it conserves that speed, like a helicopter that goes up and hovers and it's moving 1,000 miles per hour because of the atmosphere and all that, even if you want to claim that, once this plane uses its force and its speed to fly into different tangential speeds, the ballers try to claim that the winds will cause this plane to always have the illusion of a stationary Earth in respect to its own motion. What kind of winds can do that?
So I don't know what that means by winds. If the plane takes off vertically, and it gets to 100 feet, the plane is using all its energy just to keep itself vertically upright. The trim to keep it above the ground in the set position is nominal. Yeah.
I'm not talking about vertical though. I'm talking about going over other tangential speeds, where it flies north, and now it's in a tangential speed where the speed of the Earth is slower than the original conserved momentum.
No, but the point is that when you're in the plane and you're flying north, you're continuously trimming the direction and the speed and the thrust you're applying to keep it as your instruments are telling you going north. It's not going north in an absolute sense outside of the frame of reference of the Earth and the plane. They're bound together continuously.
That's what you'd like to believe, but even in a normal plane, that wouldn't be the case. That's why I used this jet though, that can fly 1,200 miles per hour. Right now, this jet can get to a place where there's going to be a point where it's not in sync with the Earth. You can't say that the winds, and you're saying the trim is the same thing as saying the winds are forcing this plane, this jet that has all its thrust power and all its speed, and it can fly in circles. You're saying that it can never get out of the illusion of a stationary Earth below it because of winds. Or what do you call it? Atmosphere? Is that what's keeping it there? What's the difference between atmosphere and winds? How can you claim that?
It never gets out the frame reference to the ground. It never does.
Well, that's your claim, but you have to realize how ridiculous that sounds, especially for a jet like this.
Well, it doesn't matter what jet it is. It doesn't matter what projectile you're talking about. It never gets out the frame of reference to the ground.
But a bullet does.
No, it doesn't.
Well, that's what you said. The Coriolis force. No. The reason that you have to account for Coriolis when they're doing snipers, right? When they shoot the projectile, the reason that there's a Coriolis displacement is because the Earth is moving independently of the projectile west to east under its north to south movement.
Exactly, yeah. But
that's the claim.
When the plane flies, when the plane's flying, the direction of the plane is flying, and the trim and the way it's flown is not independent. You don't take the plane doesn't take off, lock the trim, power up the engines, and fly without trimming itself as it goes along.
Oh, you're saying that the pilot can't force this plane to do whatever it wants?
If he was to lock the trim, yeah, and then just give it full whack, full power, it wouldn't stay on course. Anyway, but if it was able to do that,
the pilot is forcing it dead reckoning. The pilot is forcing it to be out of sync with the Earth.
So he's adapting the trim and the direction that plane is flying in and the altitude and everything as it goes along.
Absolutely. This jet is badass. It can do whatever it wants. But first of all, go back to the bullet. The bullet that goes north to south, the reason that there's a Coriolis displacement that they have to account for is because they say that the Earth is spinning west to east independently of the projectile underneath, irrespective of the north to south direction. Correct?
Yeah, but they said the Coriolis effect.
Yes, you know, I would say yeah, but yes. What do you mean by that? Yeah, but.
Well, you let me finish the sentence. I'll get to it, won't I?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
If it's I think it's to do with the fact that there's these rotational shift rather than it is actually the actual the shift left to right. It's a fact there's a rotational shift as well, isn't there? I'm not completely up on the Coriolis because I don't know much about it, but I believe
that's the reason this is hard then, because you look up Coriolis and what they say about projectiles is that and what their excuse is with the plane is that because the plane is manually operated, it doesn't act like a bullet, but this plane can mimic the travel of a bullet.
But the bullet
doesn't go. It can go.
The bullet doesn't get out of the frame of reference of the ground. It's just literally it's deviating by a nominal amount caused by the rotation of the sphere, doesn't it? It's not this bullet still.
That's the frame of reference. The inertial reference frame is the sphere that's spinning below. Then there's a non-inertial reference frame, which is what the bullet or jet would be in.
No. If a bullet, a bullet is continuously in the same frame of reference as the ground from the moment it's fired to the moment it hits its projectile or lands.
But how does the ground move independently of its direction underneath it?
Well, this is what they're asserting that's the rotational difference between the two.
That's the assertion.
So
let's just say that the bullet had cameras on it, little tiny cameras. You would see then with this bullet flying north to south, right, over a long period of time, over a long distance, you would see west to east rotation of the Earth, and you could prove the Earth spins.
No, you wouldn't see rotation of the Earth. What you'd see is a deviation in its slight path. You wouldn't. You wouldn't characterize that as a rotation. You just see it as it not being where it should be when it gets to where it's supposed to, and gets the end of its target trajectory.
But what I'm saying to you is they're contradictory. You have to look into it, but they contradict themselves on this because they'll say that the Earth actually spins independently of the bullet's path, right? And it's going west to east underneath, and that's why you would have to aim at a target that's not in front of you, so that you could account for the Coriolis force or Coriolis effect or whatever you want to call it. Coriolis displacement is what I like to call it.
Yeah,
this is west to east movement of the Earth below the bullet.
But you understand
going
that with
perpendicular to it.
With your plane flying right north at a high speed, the Coriolis effect could also still be there, but the plane's trimming it out as you don't even realize it.
Well, that's the claim, but that's ridiculous as well. It's one of the things we jump on. It's one of those contradictions you have to be really critical of, because pilots are never. I'm sorry.
How would you know the plane's not trim? The pilot and all the instruments on the plane aren't trimming out by definition. You wouldn't know about it.
Well, that's what the claim is, but you would have all kinds of reasons to account for Coriolis, because if the Earth is spinning below the plane is in its own reference frame, even if you want to say it's not. This is one of the big contradictions that will probably maybe turn you to understand why what we're talking about makes sense and what they're saying doesn't. Because if a plane is in its own reference frame, there's a non-inertial and inertial reference frame, right? And they say they have to account for it with bullets or projectiles going north to south because the Earth is spinning below the projectile, and this is the reason they have to include it for the ball. And they have to also include that the planes have to account. Walter Bislin even has a Coriolis calculator for the planes on his site, because they have to accept that a plane would be affected by this displacement.
Yes.
What I'm saying is, if you were say you were traveling New York to Florida, right? And you have your straight line from New York to Florida, it's set out, right? And that pilot is going to stay on that straight line. He is not going to deviate from that straight line, especially with a jet like this. He could. But if he stayed on that straight line, by the time he got to Florida, Texas would be below him.
No.
Because there's a west to east rotation of the Earth.
That's not how it works, though.
Well, that's not how the globe would like it to work. That's the way it would have to work. Look into this. I'm just saying to look at. You're obviously not familiar with it, but I'm saying if you look into this, you'll see the contradiction. And I'm saying that the only way that the Earth would always have the illusion of being completely stationary in respect to the plane's movement is if the Earth is completely stationary. That's the only way this works if you look into it. I'm telling you.
That's not true. That's not true. You don't. The
It is true. You haven't studied this.
The plane, yes, I have. The plane flood.
No, you haven't. You said you're not familiar with Coriolis.
No, but I'm familiar with. I'm familiar with enough physics to know about trajectory. I don't need to know about Coriolis to know that a plane doesn't have to trim itself continuously on the way down, because when a plane's flying from New York to Florida, it's not traveling on a straight line which is set in space independent of the Earth or the plane at the moment it starts, and that's the end of it. The plane is continuously flying with respect to the ground. All it says measurements, measure its position with respect to the ground. That's all it does, all the way along its flight. So you would never know, by definition, if there's any other vector displacement.
This badass pilot in this badass jet would be able to do whatever it wants, and it would show that west to east rotation very easily in all kinds of ways. Just put some cameras underneath that plane and show that west to east rotation. Those winds and those whatever trim that you're talking about are not going to force this jet with all of its thrust capabilities and speed capabilities. It can fly faster than the speed of the Earth. It can fly in the opposite direction of the Earth. You're saying that it can't get out of sync with this Earth and it can never show the west to east rotation? The only way that's possible is because there is no west to east rotation, bro.
What do you mean out of sync with the Earth? A plane never gets out of sync with the Earth.
When a plane, yes, it does. It does, dude. You'd like to think it can't, because if it never got out of sync with the Earth, it would never be able to fly anywhere. It has to fly against the spin of the Earth. How does it go west?
When something moves across, either on the ground or just above the ground across the surface, it's not getting out of sync with the Earth. What do you mean by out of sync?
Because there's an inertial reference frame and a non-inertial reference frame. Look it up.
When you're in your car, you're not getting out of sync with the Earth and you drive downtown.
Have you heard of inertial reference frames and non-inertial reference frames before?
Yes, I have. But you made this.
What do they mean? What does it mean?
What does it mean? What does it mean?
What is a non-inertial reference frame as compared to an inertial reference frame?
I don't know what you mean.
Let me ask him.
The non-inertial reference frame of the plane compared to the inertial reference frame of the Earth.
The inertial, there was an inertial reference frame between that describes any two bodies where there's a motion between them.
Right. Exactly. Right. So the motion, the difference in the motion of the Earth and the plane is what we're talking about.
Have you seen the ISS? Have you seen that?
No.
The Earth spins underneath it, so it's out of sync. That's what he's saying. So how'd that happen?
Out of sync is not a term, scientific term for describing motion.
If the Earth is spinning under the ISS, it's out of sync. There's no more conservation of momentum, right?
Yeah, and if it goes over different tangential speeds, where it's not even if it conserved the original 1,000 miles per hour, linear rotational speed, even if it conserves that, then it's going to fly 1,200 miles per hour to another tangential speed. And the seasoned ballers, even Rumpus and Matthew was in here, and he had to admit that the plane is not. First of all, he has to admit that the plane is in its own reference frame. He's been pinned on that by QE and others many times. The plane is in its own reference frame. It's not always in the Earth's reference frame. Not only that, but when you're traveling north to south, there is a Coriolis correction that needs to be taken. And they always say, oh, it just happens and you don't even know it, like you were trying to say. But this jet flies 1,200 miles per hour, bro. And it has 40,000 pounds of thrust. It can get to wherever, it can do whatever it wants. It's not forced to be within this illusion that the Earth is not spinning below it.
Well, its speed is always with respect to the ground underneath it. That's the basic. That's
the easy answer. Doesn't give enough information. You have to look into this.
That statement is inferred from the fact it's always in the same inertial reference frame as the planet underneath it.
Well, then you just don't understand it. I'm sorry. There's inertial and non-inertial reference frames, and the plane wouldn't be, if it could never fly out of this illusion that the Earth is stationary below it. It can never fly anywhere. That means the atmosphere would just be pulling it along. It would never go. It would never be able to go anywhere.
That's exactly how a helicopter works.
So is that what you're saying, Paz? So the airplane, once it leaves Earth, which is spinning, leaves the ground, right? You said something about a car. It's like you can travel in a car, right? So, but a car is still attached to the non-inertial reference frame, right? So,
what does attached mean? What does attached mean in this context?
It means that tires are on the ground.
Right,
tires are on the ground.
So when you're saying once a helicopter is a millimeter off the ground, it's detached from the. It's no longer in the internal reference frame of the ground. It's detached.
Is the Earth spinning or not?
Yes.
Okay. So if anything leaves the non-inertial reference frame of Earth and it continues spinning, then it enters the inertial reference frame. This is very simple. You should look up this. You should really understand this. It's really easy to understand. And I think
I'm trying to give you a way to prove that the Earth spins. I mean, just put some cameras underneath the jet like this.
He gave you a very extreme example, but you said, hey, when a helicopter leaves Earth, is it not in the non-inertial reference frame anymore? And the answer is yes. So yes, when a helicopter leaves Earth, Earth should spin underneath it because it's now in the non-inertial reference frame anymore. It's not spinning with the Earth because it's not attached to it anymore.
Yeah, but you understand that if when a helicopter takes off, there's the inertial reference frame it maintains with the planet.
Conservation of momentum.
Wait, no.
There's a
No. That has nothing to do with Coriolis at all. This is a very simple observation. Non-inertial reference frame, inertial reference frame.
Yeah.
Doesn't have anything to do with conservation of momentum at all.
Okay, if you say so.
Okay, well no, show me where it does say so. Show me where it says so.
It's not about the conservation of momentum. It's about the path.
I know it has nothing to do with it at all.
Yeah, I know you know.
Yeah, but he apparently doesn't. And he was like, hey, the helicopter, once it leaves the non-inertial reference frame, you're saying it's not in the non-inertial reference frame? Yes, I'm saying once it leaves the ground, it's in the inertial reference frame, not the non-inertial reference frame. Now, how could it possibly be in the non-inertial reference frame when it's not attached to it anymore?
I don't understand it. I didn't say any of that. I said
because you don't understand it. And homeboy just fucking pointed that shit out. And so it's just kind of a waste of time. You've been trying to tell you this for 30 minutes.
Let me try something else.
It's magic winds that make the jet have to always stay within the illusion of a stationary.
No, it's not. I didn't say that.
Okay, let me try something else.
That's what the ballers say.
Anything you tell him is not going to work.
Rumpus
He's
will
a
say.
fucking idiot.
Let's say you're on an aircraft carrier going through the sea. Okay, you're going 40 miles an hour due southeast. Okay, and on an aircraft carrier, you start taking off the aircraft carrier.
Yeah,
the aircraft carrier is going 40 miles an hour. So you go up in your plane. Do you keep that reference frame?
You have the 4 miles an hour in your
40. 40.
You have that 40 miles an hour vector motion when you take off. Yes.
So, let's say you forget to gas up, you go back. You're gonna gas up. Do you still have that heading back? You still have that momentum?
Well, the moment the plane takes off and it gets clear of the craft, it then uses all the instruments on board to measure its position and then measure its speed. And all those instruments aren't interested in where the aircraft carrier are, they're interested in where the ground is. You understand that, don't you?
Well, I'm asking you if it has that reference frame of the aircraft carrier or
when it takes off, yeah, if a helicopter takes off of, for example, off an aircraft carrier, at the moment it takes off, it has that 40 miles an hour vector in its component momentum. Yes, obviously, it doesn't suddenly whip 40 degrees to the side.
Yeah. Right, but look at the GIF I just put in the live stream. Look at the GIF I just put in the live stream. See how this plane, when it takes off, the Earth is spinning independently of the plane below it.
Yeah, but that's
it's in its own reference frame. If it wanted to go the opposite direction of the spin of the Earth, it's going to be doing that. Otherwise, it's stuck. It's not able to fly anywhere.
No, that diagram doesn't actually represent what's happening with the plane at all.
Yeah, because
so nobody
flies an airplane over a globe.
Wouldn't be able to fly anywhere.
Nobody flies an airplane over a globe. That's why it doesn't work.
That's where the trick is, bro. They've got you tricked into thinking that it's always it's just like a drone inside the cabin of a plane or a train. They've got you tricked into thinking that makes it all make sense. Because there's different tangential speeds. There's smaller circles where the conservation of momentum doesn't match the tangential speed. Once it flies north to south, it can fly around the globe 100 times. And you'd still think that somehow it's always going to maintain the illusion of a stationary Earth in respect to its own motion, and that doesn't add up.
Let me say something about that diagram. Yeah, that diagram's got a plane presumably on the ground on the equator. Yeah, and it takes off. Okay? And you're saying the Earth. You look at the Earth, all of a sudden it's hurtling to one side of it. Yeah, it's from the plane's perspective.
It's just spinning like it always does. Yeah.
So what you're telling me is if you had a runway that was going north-south on the equator and your plane's at one end and it's on the ground and everything's tickety-boo, as the plane takes off, pretty much in your diagram, right, all of a sudden it's going the Earth is hurtling to one side at 1,000 miles an hour, left, right to that plane. Yeah,
I'm saying that even if it was
when
moving
initially,
even if it conserved the initial 1,000 miles per hour, a plane like that, especially the jet that I posted, it could have the power and the thrust and the speed to fly in one straight direction and not allow the Earth magic to keep it still in this illusion of a stationary Earth, unless it's stationary.
That diagram perfectly demonstrates the complete lack of misunderstanding of how this works. When the plane takes off going north-south, yeah, at no point, all of a sudden, as it takes off, does the Earth appear to start hurtling left or right underneath it. It maintains the same vector position above the Earth. So in that diagram you had where the plane takes off, as it takes off, it will be shifting diagonally across left, right, not just up, down, but it'll be going left, right, be on a diagonal path from the position you're looking at. It doesn't
this GIF makes it seem like the Earth just starts spinning. But the assumption here is that it's already spinning.
And in that sense, it's shit because it doesn't show.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So why did you show it to me then?
Well, because once you see that the Earth is spinning independently of the plane, this is what we're talking about.
You know what's really interesting? I want to point something out about what you said that GIF or what you posted there. Yes, of course. I mean, it's an exaggeration of airplanes going over the globe or whatever. Which I don't know why they would call. Why don't they call them air globes? But anyway, so in a similar circumstance, hey, say you were in where I live in Central America, right? So I can fly from Arkansas, or I can drive to Dallas and fly from go to Dallas Airport, Dallas, Texas, and fly to Mexico City, and it'd probably be like 4 or 5 hours flight.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd still be in the same fucking time zone.
Yeah.
But I'd be 4 hours in the air.
Is the time in the two cities the same? You have to adjust.
Yes, it's in the same fucking time zone.
Yeah, but they're roughly.
And I'm 4 hours in the air going to Mexico City.
But what's the point? I don't think that breaks any particular.
Yeah, this is why you don't get it.
Explain to me how that doesn't work on a globe Earth then.
Because you think that the airplane, once it leaves the surface of Earth, is locked by gravity in the air, and the airplane and the surface of Earth are moving, circling around. You have this weird idea that the air and the Earth are moving as if it's flat, but it's curved.
As if it's stationary.
Okay, yeah. Okay, Paz, what about this? Okay, say that the plane takes off from the North Pole, right? Where there's no conservation of momentum, right? Now it's going to fly, this jet's going to fly 1,200 miles per hour into a tangential speed eventually of 500 miles per hour, right? So the Earth now spinning below it 500 miles per hour. Are you trying to tell me that the winds or the angular speed of the plane would somehow increase to 500 miles per hour to match the Earth and make it seem like it's not spinning below it, and it would never be able to break that illusion? Are you telling me that it starts at 0 miles per hour?
Yes, but do you understand it starts at 0 miles per hour with respect to the ground underneath it? Yeah. So all of the thrust it applies is applied to the air around it, and the air, it maintains the momentum. It conserves the momentum that it shares with the planet, and it pushes against the air. I don't see how this is.
Okay, yeah. So what's the difference between pushing against the air and wind?
So basically saying there's no Coriolis effect. If the air is stuck to the Earth, then there's no Coriolis.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. But all the plane is ever doing is...
If you have conservation of momentum, you have no Coriolis. You have no two reference frames. So you either have conservation or you have Coriolis drift.
Well, here's another thing I just thought of. If you travel south, or if you travel east, like to Europe, you know what jet lag is, right? If you travel east or west, you get jet lag, right? But if you travel south, in the same time zone, it doesn't matter how far you go. If you're in the same time zone, no jet lag. Same time zone.
That's only
now,
because
they say that the jet stream it's 200 miles per hour faster than the speed of the Earth. You know that, right?
Because there's a wind, there's a prevailing air current.
Jet stream, right? Yeah. So if it goes into the jet stream, it pops out of the jet stream like this super badass jet could do. Are you saying that all of a sudden it's going to be in complete sync with the Earth and it's not going to be able to see any west to east rotation after traveling 200 miles per hour faster than the speed of the Earth? And it could do circles and go around the whole globe? And you're saying that at no time when it's going north to south, it could never see a west to east rotation below it? Do you understand what that means? Does that make any sense to you?
No, not really.
No.
Basically, it's spinning, but you can't tell, is what you're saying.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. It would be impossible for it to always have the illusion of a stationary Earth unless the Earth is stationary.
The plane always measures its position with respect to the Earth. That's the whole point I'm making.
You can't just say with respect to the Earth and have that solve it, because the pilot can make this jet do whatever it wants. It can fly. It can mimic a bullet.
Why?
Yes, but
How about he answers why? How about he answers why the plane does never leave the reference frame? Why?
Because it shares its momentum with it when it takes off. It applies all its energies to move itself around with respect to that frame of reference, and then it lands back on the same frame of reference. This isn't difficult. If it got a runway that's going north to south on the equator,
you're not doing a good job.
No, wait. So let me ask him. Hold on. So there's no So the air. Wait. So the atmosphere and the Earth are in the same exact reference frame.
As a whole, yes.
No, they're not. In fact, even when the helicopter takes off, now you have a greater circle, right? So it's no longer.
No. Actually, he just agreed with us.
No, he said it's always sharing its same frame of reference.
Right, cool. So when
the seasoned ballers don't try to claim the atmosphere,
you don't have to consider spin of Earth at all, because there is no spin of Earth. There's no such thing. The Earth is not moving.
He thinks there is, though. He thinks it's all moving. And
I know, but he's saying, well, it might as well be not moving because it's moving with the Earth, right? And so he's really agreeing with us.
Well, he has to, though, because
he would be embarrassed.
Observe a motion of
just
Earth.
Like I said, he asked about the helicopter. I said, hey, when the helicopter once it launches off of the ground, and the Earth starts moving, he's like, well, you wouldn't notice it because the Earth isn't really moving, but it is moving, but it's not.
He didn't say the
It's
Earth
like
isn't moving.
you're gonna have to figure this shit out, bro.
Yeah, the thing is the conservation of momentum messes it all up, especially when you talk about
conservation of momentum.
A jet that flies into a different tangential speed with a thrust and all of the power that it has. It can do whatever it wants. It can mimic the bullet, and the globe requires that a north to south projectile does have a west to east rotation underneath it. That's the globe requirement.
Yes, but you understand that the jet is trimming its position all the time.
It can do whatever it wants. It's not forced to do anything.
But its only point of reference at any given time is with the Earth underneath it. That's all it's got to work on. It doesn't have this north to south.
That's absolutely not true. You don't know a fucking thing about flying an airplane.
A minute ago, you didn't understand why you don't get a minute ago you're saying you think it's suggesting of something spooky about not getting jet lag when you go north or south on a plane.
Oh, don't aim it at him.
That's because you launched from you know what longitude is?
Yes.
So,
and I know what latitude is as well.
Oh, really? Well, that helps, because if you travel east and you go faster than time, whatever, if you go west or whatever. But if you travel north to south in the same longitude, you haven't changed time zones, so there's no jet lag.
We all understand that, but that's got nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Yes, it does, motherfucker.
No, it doesn't at all. That's not remotely.
Yes, it does.
Anybody else in this discussion?
We're talking about one airplane leaving the surface. If you travel from Dallas to Mexico City and you land, 4 hours later, should the Earth have spun? Are you trying to fly to the right to catch Mexico City Airport?
No, because you're never out of sync.
All right, so you just travel straight from DFW to MXC, Mexico City. Is this? So that's what an airplane pilot does. They just travel from one airport to another. They don't have to adjust for spin or curvature of any Earth at any time, anywhere.
Do you understand that when they take off, they put the plane in the direction, they point it in the direction, and it's if they measure its position on the ground at any given time, it's in small increments in a straight line as it goes to the destination. It's never going off in this wild tangent you showed in that GIF. It's always going with respect to the ground at any given time. Its direction and its speed are always with respect to the ground, and all its instruments trim it to always be with respect to the ground. It doesn't matter what's happening to the frame of reference outside of the Earth and the plane. Those two are locked together. They're locked together.
You ever talked to a pilot before? Do you understand? Dude, why are you making this shit up? I mean, you're just a religious guy that just wants this shit to be true, but you're just making it up on the fly.
A plane continues to adjust its position and its speed based upon its instruments.
Really? Is that what they do? All right, cool.
That's incorrect.
Go ahead and think that, then
that's incorrect, because a plane has its own propulsion. So if it has its own propulsion, means it can choose any direction and any vector and any height.
Yeah, but how
and
does
it is no longer relevant. So, for example, if I had a momentum eastward of 1,000, and then I start applying a jet engine westward, as in opposite to the momentum that I would have had, I would eventually start to lose that momentum, because now I'm traveling westward and not eastward with your imaginary tractor beam that is sent from the Earth to hold the aeroplane in lockstep with the rotation of something that it's no longer attached to. I think Perspective explained it really well when he said, if you take off from the north and you're traveling south, if you take off from the North Pole, you have no momentum, zero. Then you travel to the equator. Now, while you're flying southward, your plane also has to pick up an eastward velocity of 1,000 miles per hour. The plane can only achieve 500. Its max speed is only 500 miles per hour, but yet somehow, magically, it has to pick up the momentum of the equator turning at 1,000 miles per hour eastward. And
it would be a linear acceleration. It would have to go sideways that fast.
Correct. It would have to fly at an incredible diagonal for every 1 mile forward, it had to travel 2 miles eastward for it still to achieve the same bearing, for it to land on the equator and to catch up with the momentum that you believe is there. That you said that the pilot just points the plane. No, he doesn't point it. He puts the thrust on, and he actually flies the plane where he needs it to go. It's irrelevant to the ground. It's like saying if I was on a treadmill and I step off the treadmill, I continue to spin with the treadmill because I've conserved momentum. That's retarded. If I step off a treadmill, the treadmill continues spinning, and now I'm in a separate reference frame to the treadmill. So I don't conserve the treadmill's momentum simply because I was on the treadmill at some point. What we're asking you is, where can we see the treadmill moving? Where can we see the Earth is actually spinning? You're saying it doesn't spin because the plane flies with the Earth. We're asking you, where does the Earth spin? Where can you see the spin? How can you go and measure the spin? And how does a plane fly against the spin?
Wow. When a plane takes off on the North Pole, yeah, and it's continuously propelling itself forward, it's propelling itself against the atmosphere at any given finite position that it's at. That's all it's ever doing. Propelling itself through the air, wherever the air is. As if it flies south, it inherently gains the momentum of the air that it's traveling through.
Incorrect. What do you mean
You would like to
inherent?
think so. You would like to think so. That it has to
Yeah,
be that way for it to have the illusion that it
I'd
keeps.
very much like to. I'd very much like to think that because that's the reality.
No, it's
It
not.
doesn't take.
Your
when it takes-
globe
when it
proponents
takes-
won't even agree with you.
when
Ask
it takes
Zanuck,
off-
ask Grumpus, ask Walter Bislin. None of them agree with you. None of them.
The question he asked is, how does a plane fly against the spin? Can you have that happen?
Against the spin. You mean,
How can a plane fly against the spin of the Earth? Is that possible?
Yeah, how can it go west if it's not
what-
flying against the spin?
Let him
You
answer.
want to take turns, or are we just going to continue to talk?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So when you say against the spin, you mean how can it fly such that it's traveling over a spot on the ground? The time zones are staying the same. Is that what you
So
mean?
the Earth is spinning beneath it.
So you look, if you imagine from an external frame of reference outside of the Earth, you'd see it on the same, hovering over a position, but the Earth hurling underneath it. Yeah, so what you're
How do
saying?
we achieve that?
No, you'd be in the plane and it's spinning beneath you like the ISS.
The ISS. Sorry,
You've seen those pictures of the ISS. The Earth spins
What
beneath
do you
it.
want to do? You're going to get a plane to take off. You want it to go east, west, or west, east? What do you want to do? Explain what you mean specifically.
The Earth is spinning, and the plane is
west to east.
flying against the spin, right?
I don't know what that means.
We want to fly against the spin now.
The plane it would have to be traveling along at the same speed at the rate of the spin. Was that what you're saying?
Okay, I'm gonna give you an example. Okay, let's say you're in a space shuttle coming back from Mars. Okay, you're in space, no Earth spin, correct? We're coming in space, right, from Mars.
Yes.
And now we go right into Earth's atmosphere. Okay.
Yes.
Now tell me what happens.
Sorry, as you flew towards the Earth, you mean? As a comet?
We're coming from Mars in the shuttle. In space, no, there's no momentum. We're just chilling in space. Then we fly into Earth's atmosphere. We know that's spinning east to west 1,000 miles an hour. So now what happens to our shuttle? There's no Earth momentum. So what happens to the shuttle now? This will be like against the spin.
Sorry, how do you mean? What do you mean? There's no spin. What do you mean?
Okay, tell me what would happen if you're flying from Mars in a shuttle and you enter Earth's atmosphere knowing the Earth is spinning. What would happen to the shuttle?
It would be.
It kept the momentum all the way, didn't it?
Let him answer. Hang on, let him answer. He's going to get this. Go ahead.
I don't know what you mean exactly. What you're asking me exactly? It would
Well,
arrive at Earth.
Let's agree there's no Earth momentum, correct? Because you're coming from Mars, right? There's no momentum of Earth, yes?
You don't have any of that effect that you explained before, in other words.
So it arrives at the Earth. Then what are you asking me exactly? What would happen?
What would happen to the shuttle? Tell me what happens now, because there's no Earth momentum but beneath the shuttle. right? So now what happens when it enters the atmosphere?
How's and what trajectory is it on?
You can pick a trajectory. I just wanted you to tell me. Want you to work through this. You can pick the trajectory.
As a spacecraft enters, it gets near the planet, then you adjust your speed to that of the planet, and then you arrive at the planet. What point are you making?
You have to adjust your speed. So you have to adjust your speed to 1,000 miles an hour east to west. Is that what you're saying on the equator?
Well, you have to adjust its speed to get to catch up wherever it's trying to land, wouldn't it?
So you do have to catch up. So you have to catch up to the speed. Is that right?
Yes, because it's coming out of what if it enters the frame of an initial frame of reference, it has to get all the energy it needs to get to match the internal frame of reference to get back inside it. Yes, that's exactly how it works.
That would be crazy. That would be crazy if you do that.
Does the air start tugging along the space shuttle? Does the air tug it along 1,000 miles an hour on the equator? All of a sudden, coming from space.
Oh, I see what you're asking. So, all right. So, let's take an example of something which hasn't got a propulsion system, like a comet. Yeah. If a comet's flying through space and it collides with the Earth, okay, yeah, then yes, it can be blown literally as it reaches the atmosphere. It can be pushed to one side by the momentum of the Earth and the atmosphere. Definitely, that's exactly what happened. Because that meteor was arriving on a nominal trajectory, which has got nothing to do with the Earth. It just arrives. If it happens to arrive, its tangential trajectory is entirely down to how it was traveling and how the Earth's traveling at the time.
So it's a separate reference frame.
Yes.
There you go.
There you go. What?
If it's in a separate reference frame, it's not going to always have the illusion of a stationary Earth below it.
No, of course not. No one said it did.
Oh, well, then you just put cameras on the plane or whatever projectile you're using, and then you just show that the Earth spins west to east independently of the other reference frame. That's all you have to do. Prove your Earth spins.
We were jumped. We were talking about entities which weren't in the inertial reference frame of the Earth, like spaceships or meteors. Yeah, that's completely separate to airplanes. There's a distinction.
Okay, then make that distinction. How can an airplane not be in its own reference frame when every other baller has to admit that it is in its own reference frame, bro? You're going against all the other ballers on this one.
They say that a plane is in a completely separate reference frame to the Earth today.
Yes, they do. They have to admit that. That's why Walter Bislin has a Coriolis effect calculator on his website.
Oh no, that's the effect of the difference reference frames, isn't it?
That's the displacement that the plane would experience over a period of a certain amount of miles. So like 500 miles, if you went 500 miles over those, over a 5-hour trip, you'd have a 500-mile deviation, basically. So if there's a deviation, then just put a dead reckoning on a plane, especially a jet, like I put in the chat, and then it would you just fly in a straight line. You don't let the plane correct for Coriolis, which it could very well do, and you would show a west to east rotation if there was a west to east rotation. So go ahead, but this could be solved tomorrow, and the reason it's not is because the Earth's not spinning. That's the only way. It could not have already been solved. Sorry, bro.
I think what he's saying
is this one kills the globe. You may not have known that, but it does. If you're honest with yourself and you look into this ends the conversation, bro. It really does.
I think what he said, if I understood him correctly, all you have to do is go into space and come back, and you're in a different reference frame. At some point, you would be right. I'd like to know when that different reference frame begins. Seeing that coming back from Mars, you're in different reference frame. So, can you
It doesn't matter.
You don't have to put words in it.
It doesn't work.
You don't have to put words in his mouth.
And if you went into a 200 mile per hour jet stream, you wouldn't be in the reference frame anymore.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't have to put words in his mouth. He already said it. He doesn't understand the Coriolis effect at all, and he exposed himself. You know, it's already done. Because the Earth is the non-inertial reference frame that is not moving, and he's trying to explain how an airplane can move in the inertial reference frame, which it doesn't. And so he's trying to explain something that doesn't exist, which he has no idea about, because airplanes actually travel from one port to another in the non-inertial reference frame of the non-spinning Earth, because there is no such thing as spinning Earth. So, bottom line, if I'm wrong about this, tell me why I'm wrong. Not you, New Perspective homeboy. Tell me how am I wrong about this. I've been listening.
Pasa, are you like a Globert newbie? Like level 10 out of 100?
You mean like an anti-flat Earth newbie?
Oh, okay, yeah. That kind of makes sense.
He gave it a good try, guys. Give him credit.
He did, yeah. It was a good shot. It was a good shot, but he actually just wasted a lot of people's time. But whatever.
I guess once you leave there,
hey, but I'll tell you what, New Perspective fucking held his feet to the fire. Good stuff, bro.
That's why when he brought it up, I was like, everybody shut up. Let him bring this point home.
Yeah, that was good. That was good.
Yeah, really good listening, fellas.
Shout out to Anthony, man. Yeah, good stuff.
Hey, Pasa, welcome to Flat Earth, bro. Welcome. Finally.
It's frustrating to actually when you talk about the Coriolis effect, which is just simple. It's just 1, 2, 1 non-inertial reference frame.
Pasa, how do you feel now that
inertial reference frame?
Pasa, how do you feel now that you know that the ground is not spinning? You're on solid ground, bro. You can feel safe now.
Hey, 2 + 2 = 4, Pasa. And 1 + 1 = 2. Really simple.
Pasa, the ground is not spinning, bro. Isn't that like good news?
Yeah, Patty, I don't think he's effing now, but yeah.
Yeah, the biggest point that the ballers have problems with, even if they try to claim these magic winds, keep it, somehow within the illusion and cause the plane or a jet like this that has 40,000 pounds of thrust and can fly wherever it wants and faster than the speed of the Earth. Even if they try to claim that somehow these winds in the atmosphere are keeping it with this illusion of a non-rotating surface, right? Even though it can totally do whatever it wants and totally mimic a projectile and totally fly faster than a bullet, fly faster than the speed of sound. I mean, this jet could totally show a west to east rotation if it was rotating. But the biggest problem is when you talk about the landing, because they realize that you can't say that no matter which way the runway is facing, that the airplane would always treat every runway, no matter which angle it's at, the exact same, because there's a west to east rotation of the Earth. It can't accelerate sideways as it's landing. It would need Dyson ball wheels. And that's not just a flat Earth misunderstanding, Pasa. That's the truth, bro. I'm gonna put a link to Edward Hendry's stuff on this, which is probably some of the best stuff about how the Coriolis and airplanes would work. I'll put it in the chat if you want to check it out.
Edward Hendry led me to Flat Earth. So, yeah.
Yep, I remember that about you. I remember you saying that.
Yeah. Edward Hendry has got some good shit. He has some very controversial shit too. But we don't talk about that here because it will shut our channel down.
So is leaving the atmosphere the only way they claim to be able to enter a separate reference frame?
No, leaving the atmosphere. There was no.
Well, he was having problems
leaving
with
the
that.
ground.
He was having problems with that. He agreed that coming from Mars that
you can't leave the atmosphere.
He couldn't figure out at what point do you get your own reference frame. That's what he couldn't figure out. Going into space, for example, or leaving the Earth, for example.
So according to him, it's impossible, to ever leave the reference frame.
At least on the Earth, yes.
Yeah.
But what about
which means the plane can never fly anywhere.
Does the amount, does the pressure have anything to do with it? Like the amount of air per square inch or whatever? Does that have anything to do with it?
That didn't come into play. It didn't come into play.
Don't they say Earth's atmosphere extends well beyond the moon now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that atmosphere also spinning along with the Earth?
Yeah,
right.
They get away with it by calling it. They don't say the actual all of the atmosphere. It dissipates beyond the Earth. They have a different term for it. That's a general way of saying it. The atmosphere extends beyond the moon, but they call it a crown or something. The crown of it, and it's not really the atmosphere, but it is. It's like another wishy-washy way of explaining it and getting what they want out of it.
Y'all have a good night. Good night, everyone. Good night.
What did you say, Forex?
You were just saying good day, everybody.
Hey, Forex, how you doing, brother? And they also say it rains diamonds. Neptune. Woo.
Did you guys enjoy Burger Time? That was all on crypto. He changed everybody's names to different burger. It was like freaking cheese and there you go, Burger Time. See, old Haas knows what.
Oh, I've been a space crab for the last 3 months. I think Matrix changed everyone in the lobby to some kind of space crab name.
Yeah. Well, I think it was crypto that changed all our names to different burger aspects. And but you see, I'm ketchup, but I'm trying to fucking change my shit back.
I can't change my name from Django Uncurbed. That's it. Someone changed it to that. I like it though.
Yeah, that's cool. But Burger Time is over. Let me change my name back. How do you do it? I can change other people's name, but I can't even fucking figure out how to change my own name. Shit. Oh, here we go. I got it. Fuck it. Dude, I think I'm back now. Yeah, it was a really interesting convo there about Coriolis, which very simple concept, non-inertial reference frame, inertial reference frame. 1 + 2 = 3. 1 + 1 = 2. 2 + 2 = 4. One moving reference frame, one non-moving.
So I was having a discussion with the Glober, and he sent me this video, which he explains that this is how a plane flies over spinning Earth. Now, I just posted that live stream, 20-second video. He shows up east to west planes going respective to the Earth spinning. What he couldn't do, though, he couldn't do it north to south, so he had a problem with there, but he did do it east to west. So I want to take a look. I think that's legit. It was with his computer. He put like a satellite in space, and then so there's two videos.
It always has something to do with them satellites every time.
What do you guys think? This is the best global example I can get, but
I just looked at it. I just thought.
I don't know if it would do that, but
do what? There's no globe Earth to actually consider.
In theory, if the globe was spinning, could planes do this?
If probably maybe the Earth was a globe, maybe we could consider that maybe it would look like this. If probably and there were satellites out there and they threw them up in space with rockets and shit, and we have technology that could probably maybe do that, then maybe the Earth could be a globe if it looked like this, and it would be fascinating, wouldn't it? Except that we have no evidence, no physical evidence that the Earth is a globe. So, congratulations for everyone trying to prove that the Earth is a globe when you just believe it. You have no physical evidence for that. You just believe it because someone told you that and they gave you fucking cartoons to make you believe it. So, happy fucking Earth Day. Which by the way, Earth Day is coming up in April. April 20th, isn't it? So Flat Earth Day is coming up in April too. We're going to do fucking Flat Earth Day right here. We're going to fucking take the piss out of this globe Earth. Watch me.
If you piece on the globe, wouldn't the water just be attached to it? Would it drip?
You can pretend that water sticks on the outside of a ball.
It's like pissing out of a moving car.
Well, it just goes on the car. I've actually done that. When the car is moving, when you piss out the window.
Just into pissing on yourself. Be careful.
Yeah, well, I mean, it just depends on where. I mean, if you have to piss in the right part, but you're still there's going to be a lot of there's going to either be piss on you or on the car, and it's still either way, it still works out bad. You have to go through a car.
If you do it right, you can hit the guy in the next lane.
Dude, no, it depends on how fast you're going. If you're going really fast, you're gonna be drinking your own piss, at that point. Which that's what the astronauts do anyway. So what's so bad about that?
Anybody have Netflix?
What?
Anybody have Netflix?
Oh, I thought you said something about sex.
You need my email and password?
No, I have one, and there's this show called Chosen. I just saw it tonight. So in Chosen, there's an asteroid, and it's the Earth. It's all about the asteroid, and the whole opening scene was about that. It was fake. It was fake. The whole thing was fake, and that was really interesting. So I feel like they're dropping truth. We have to understand, and we have to pick it up.
I've seen it. I've seen that show.
And if the asteroid fell, it was made of glass, And everybody that talked to her told her to be under the rug. Don't say nothing. Don't tell nobody. It was weird. It was like, keep the lie going. Don't mess up. Don't make any waves.
Sounds like they don't have anything better to make stories of. I don't know. Sounds kind of weird.
All of their
Leonardo DiCaprio movie. Yeah.
All of their shows are about the end of the world. It's almost like they want us to think that the end of the world is coming.
What movie? Someone said a movie.
Every single one of them. It's all disaster related.
No, Helio, someone was talking and you overtalked them, so we wouldn't be able to hear what they said. So go ahead. Repeat yourself. Helio is not speaking right now. Go ahead.
I I think Helio has PTSD post
drunken state damage.
Post pandemic stress disorder. There you go.
Yeah, tell me to shut up again, Jimsy. That was me. I came up with the PTSD after you guys were PTSD.
Post Patron tequila damage.
Dude, I wish I had some Patron. Damn. I love Patron. That's good tequila, man.
Anyways, Netflix series The Chosen. They had a meteor hit the ground, made a big deal about it, and it was fake. Okay, that's made my point. There is an awful lack of real meteors.
They tell us the truth in movies.
They go into it. So the first scene, a little kid is like, "That's a lie," you know. It was weird. It was like, wow. And then she's like, "How could it be a lie?" And then the kid touches it, it falls, it cracks like glass. And the girl's like, "This is fake." There is a lack of meteors, though. If meteors, we're hitting the Earth. There's an awful lack of meteors, real meteors.
What, you're saying you haven't seen a meteor hit the ground?
I think they do push the fear propaganda on the meteor thing, because the phenomena that we call meteors is actually some phenomena that it will actually debunk the globe, I will say. The phenomena that we see is so specific, and it comes from specific points of the sky, that if people were actually thinking about it and paying attention and putting the phenomena together, I think it will be impossible on the globe.
I saw one meteor in my life hit the ground, and that was on YouTube, so I think it was fake. It was that Russian one.
That's the only one that any globus will use as evidence, is a Russian one.
Oh, remember yeah, that's the thing, that when they say meteor, people think these rocks falling from space and about to destroy a city or a country or something. But the sporadic meteors, the lights that we see crossing the sky, that's an actual phenomena, and it's very specific. It's not a random event.
We have some really, really big electrical storms here in Australia, and what happens is a giant storm cell will move over the area really quickly. We'll get heaps and heaps and heaps of lightning and thunder, and then all of a sudden the whole sky is completely clear again. You can feel the stars perfectly, and that if you go up and go out there at that time after the storm and start looking up, you see all sorts of weird shooting stars, little things that look like stars that move across the sky in weird patterns and then disappear. All sorts of weird things happen after these electrical storms. I think a lot happening up there is some sort of electricity related. It's not that far away either, I don't think. The storm's not that high.
So when you have these type of storms in Australia, do you think that have you seen footage of storms in North America or in Northern Europe, or do you think it's different than what we experience? These.
I'm not sure. I live right on the coast, on the east coast of Australia, and we constantly have these big giant storms. They'll come in, you'll see this massive black cloud coming, and they come really fast. Then you'll have crazy rain, crazy lightning, and then if you take your camera out and I never used to look up into the sky this much since Flat Earth, and if you go up and stare up into the sky, you see all sorts of weird shooting stars, and what I've seen a whole bunch of times is it looks like a star, it moves across the sky, it moves in weird patterns. It's what someone would describe as UFO. It's a star, it moves across, it goes straight, and then it'll move in a little diagonal direction, then it'll go straight in like a slightly different direction, and it'll keep doing that right across the sky until it kind of fades away off into the distance. I've seen it 4 or 5 times, always after an electrical storm.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, thanks for sharing.
I have no idea what it is, but
pretty cool that we're talking about this phenomena, and it's interesting that you said, but there is this phenomena that I've been noticing, and it's on a specific star that is always rising to the east with the sun, and it's always like every morning before the sun is rising, it's parallel to the sun. And I've been looking at it with the star map and whatever. I thought it was probably one of the planets, but when I look at with the star map, with this star map, it doesn't specifically tell me which star is it, but it's the brightest star in the sky early in the morning. Well, it's not morning yet because it's still nighttime, but it's about that time of the cycle of the night that the sun is gonna start its the rising. Right, it's not rising yet, but this star is always rising with the sun, and it's, to me, my speculation is that this star is probably one of the layers from which the one of the layers that we see of the sun, and that's what we see as a star, but it's one of the layers above.
So you don't, you haven't got the star map app on your phone or whatever. So what I think you're seeing is that's Venus.
No.
It's not Venus.
It's not Venus. It's not Venus. It's not. Okay. It's none of the planets, because I track the planets or the wandering stars, and they are in a different total different position. And this star that I'm talking about, it doesn't fail. It's always marking the time where the sun is about to rise. It's about to sunrise. So it's the brightest star.
Also, you think it's kind of a reflection of the sun before it actually shows
it's one of the layers. That's my speculation, but it might be one of the layers above from where the sunlight is passing through, and that's where we.
Yeah, that's not Venus. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know what you're.
Yeah,
I would know
Venus,
you know what I was thinking, but yeah, that's usually at nighttime when you see.
So I look through. I can't be very specific. I'm driving at the moment, but I just saw it when our friend here was talking about the phenomena he saw, and I've been thinking, because every morning that I'm like late morning driving and stuff, and I see the sunrise, and before the sunrise, there's always this star that is the brightest in the sky. The sun is
could be Venus, bro.
always right below it, basically.
Hey, there's an app on your phone. It's called Star Map. You can get it.
I did that. Yeah, and it's
based not on even there on that app. It's not even there.
Based on the app, it's not on the planets. And I'm gonna look it up again when I park, because I'm on the highway. But when I park again, I'm gonna check the app, and I'm gonna tell you probably the closest stars that it's giving me. Let me see.
All right. Cool. Yeah, I see some trippy shit too sometimes. And I was like, "What the fuck is that?" And then I pull up my app and move.
Yeah, but there is no coincidence that this star is always basically rising with during the night. I don't see the star during the night normally, but when it's about to be sunrise time, daytime, this is the brightest light towards the east, near where the sunrise. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
So before the sunrise, I don't see it. So it's probably about that time when the cycle. I see it right now, but I'm driving, so I cannot pay too much attention to it. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm gonna find out.
Why are you driving? Oh, you going to work? I was like, why are you driving at 5 o'clock in the morning? It's almost 6 for you.
That's what I do.
Are you going to work? I mean, what the hell?
I work driving.
And Sunday at 6:00 in the morning, you're driving? What the fuck?
I worked late or early.
All right, cool. Yeah. I'm a 9 to 5er. I'm in Monday through Friday, so that's why I'm on here. But
I can work any time, but I decided Saturday to work late.
Cool.
I just stopped driving.
Bro, I can see the star. It's the only one I can see in the sky. I don't see any other stars towards the east. It's the only one I can see at the moment. It's the brightest one. And when I look in the sky map, it shows me like a bunch of them. And it's funny because South Australis. I gotta remove all this.
Wait, you don't see Sigma Octantis, do you? I'm just playing.
Looking towards that direction. Well, give it a break.
Do you see Gemsy?
That phenomena is intriguing me for some time now because every morning I've been noticing it for a long period of time, and I see this star always rising with the sun. So it's an interesting phenomena.
I bet you it's Venus. I'm just fucking with you.
No, it's definitely not Venus.
I'm just messing with you.
Before the sun rises, I'm gonna try to go to a high ground and maybe take some pictures and do some screenshots with the sky map pointed at it.
Do that.
I'ma do that. I'ma get it done. Just
and
for
to
you.
be honest, hey, bro, if you're driving, talking shit with us, just talk. Don't be messing with the phone while you're driving because we want you to be safe out there.
That's what I'm saying. Once I park and I find a spot, I'll do that.
Yeah, do that. It's as dangerous to fuck with your phone while you're driving as if you're driving drunk.
Definitely not the same thing.
What the fuck? It's as dangerous. It's probably more dangerous.
Helio, I don't trust
as a drunk driver. I know.
Drunk. I don't trust you drunk behind the wheel. But believe me, if I'm driving you somewhere, even if I'm using my phone, we'll
so
make
would
it
you
there.
prefer to ride with a drunk driver that's not texting or a texter that's driving?
A texter if I'm the one driving.
No, I'm. Oh shit!
No drunks allowed.
No, I'm not encouraging drunk driving. I'm just saying that people don't know how to drive. Most people don't even know how to drive good anyway, but especially when a cell phone is involved, it's fucked up. Everybody needs to be paying attention when they're on the road.
Bro, I'm gonna have to ask for a refund for all the insurance companies because I never made a claim from the insurance, and I've been paying insurance for a long time.
Well, they fucking love you. Keep paying them. They love you.
Yeah. They love me so much they treat me like shit.
Well, like, fuck yeah, give me that $100 a month. Fuck yeah. You're a good driver. How about you give me $20 more a month? Because you're driving so good.
You know, during the pandemic, they raised the kind of like the insurance whatever
premium.
The premium, yeah. No one, basically, no one was
Well,
driving.
it's because they love you. It's because they love you, bro. They have your best interests at heart. They're going to protect you in case anything happens.
Yeah.
Now,
Thank you.
if you decided to not have insurance on your car and and say, hey, I'm going to put aside my own money in case something happens instead of having car insurance, guess what happens if you get pulled over by the cops?
Now, guess what happens? The city will pass next to your car and they'll see it there and they'll take it. They'll tow it.
They'll fucking take everything you got because you're not paying the insurance company to do nothing. Cyber Blitz drunk driving sort of is an American pastime. I've almost killed myself a few times drunk driving in the past, but I don't do that anymore. But yeah, it's very dangerous. I wouldn't recommend anybody, drive while they're drinking. It's very dangerous. Just like if you're gonna fucking text and surf the web while you're driving with your cell phone, and that's as dangerous as driving drunk.
Oh yeah, no, definitely.
So when you're driving, you can if you're going freaking 40, 50 miles an hour, you can kill yourself if you're not paying attention, So
Oh yeah.
When you're driving, pay attention.
I pay the insurance.
You've paid them thousands and thousands of dollars, never had to use it, right?
Exactly.
But but you have to, because if you got pulled over and you didn't have insurance, guess what would happen? I'm going to jail.
Hey, a free meal.
And the insurance company would be like, see, motherfucker, I told you, pay me.
Hey, they say driving while you're sleepy is about the same as driving drunk.
No, that's even worse, bro.
That's even worse, I think.
Yeah, dude, I get sleepy behind the wheel sometimes. It's just like, if I get sleepy, that's really fucking dangerous, bro. So if I can pull over somewhere and get a few nods off, if I could pull over at a parking lot somewhere, just like freaking lean the seat back and sleep for like 20 minutes, way better than getting back on the freeway and like swerving into another lane, fucking hey, man. Yeah, I know when I'm dangerous, I know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, it ain't worth taking.
If you're nodding off and you have somewhere you can pull off, fucking pull off and take 15 minutes and just fucking get your shit together.
You know what's funny, Helio? The destination that I'm arriving to is directly looking at the star that I'm trying to take I've been talking about.
All right, cool. So when you stop, man, go ahead and take an image of it and send it to us, man.
I'm gonna take a photograph.
If you're using the same app, I don't think it's called Star Maps. What the fuck is the name of this app that I use? I think it is Star Maps.
Pretty sure the Sky Map one
no,
is
it's not Star Maps. It's Sky Maps, I think.
Yeah, I do have it, but when I look at the sun, if it's like
Sky Map
12 a.m. You're looking for the sun and you see it below you. That's stupid.
This app is called Sky Map, and there's all kinds of really cool options. You can see where fucking Jupiter, Neptune, which you'll never be able to see Neptune with your naked eye or even with a telescope. You can see Saturn, Venus, Mars with a telescope.
Or I'm gonna find a hill. I'm gonna be king of the hill.
What?
I'm gonna find a hill. I'm gonna take pictures of this thing for Helio.
No, sure. Yeah. That'd be great, man. Is it near the horizon where you're going to take an image of it? Send it to us, man.
It's actually higher than the horizon, but once the sun comes out, you can't see it anymore. And Obviously, you don't see stars during the day, but it's kind of interesting that it's always
Now that
near the.
I have my sky map open, and you're east of me. I'm trying to figure out what you might be seeing in the sky that is bright.
It's probably the brightest one you can see towards the
Yeah,
east.
it might be. Well, Mercury always kind of looks. Hold the phone. Trying to think. Like east. I'm sitting at my desk, so I'm trying to figure out where you might be in a certain direction. Looking you can't see Uranus with the naked eye. Let's see. Can you see the moon?
Earlier, but I don't see it right now. I'm between buildings or houses at the moment.
Saw the moon earlier tonight, like right above my head. You remember that shit? I'm pretty sure it's way the fuck over there now. Yeah, the moon's making a weird path tonight. I don't think any of us have. We can never see Jupiter right now in the northern hemisphere, according to the sky map. Oh, there's the moon. Moon shadow, moon shadow. So the moon right now, in the app, the moon is low on the horizon, north of me.
Sure.
It's still fun to see all the constellations and shit too. But you can turn the constellations off. Like the moon is right there next to Gemini.
Well, it's gonna be 6 already. Damn, I'm looking at the wrong time. What time is it? I got 2 different times.
Dude, it's almost 5 here, and so it's 6 a.m. for you, bro.
Wait, so isn't it supposed to be the same time for you and I?
You're on the East Coast. I'm in Central. I'm Central time.
Oh, 1 hour difference.
Yeah.
I mean the future.
Didn't Matthew Lins mention daylight savings clock change today or something?
Yeah, all these Australians we've been talking to, they're fucking like 13, 14 hours ahead of us, man.
It's almost Monday.
They're way in the future. And as a matter of fact, tonight is daylight savings time, so we lost an hour. So it's actually, I don't even know what fucking time it is anymore. I think it's probably 6 o'clock. I don't know if the clock already changed. I think it changes at 2 a.m. So I think it's accurate now. So I think we're good at 5. You're at 6, and I'm 5 o'clock. Very near. Because I think that the daylight the daylight saving time has already flipped that shit around. So welcome to 1 hour less sleep. Hey, but guess what? You're not sleeping anyway, so we're awake.
Who invented that shit? I'm pretty sure it was the Americans, wasn't it?
It must have been. Yeah, I think so. Dude, who invented this fucking Gregorian calendar? Must have been somebody named Gregor.
Gregor. My name is Greg.
And I think he was probably Roman. He was Roman. Fucking Romans.
Who's fucking Romans?
Those fucking guys that created this Roman calendar. Gregorian calendar.
I thought I was going up the hill.
Let me look it up here. Gregor. This is the calendar we're under now. Gregorian calendar. All right, so the Gregorian calendar is a solar dating system used by most of the world. Definitions and Fact by Britannica.com. Now in general use, it was proclaimed in 1582 by Pope Gregory the 13th as a reform of the Julian calendar. You guys looked into the Julian calendar, which it's very similar, right? Right?
Is it?
Yeah. Just say anyway, so by the Julian reckoning, the solar year comprised 365 and a quarter days, and the intercalation of a leap day every 4 years was intended to maintain correspondence between the calendar and the seasons. A slight inaccuracy in the measurement, then it has parentheses, the solar year calendar. Shit, I don't even have this. Comprising more precisely 365 days, 5 hours, 48 minutes, and 45.25 seconds. Holy shit, they're getting pretty detailed in their bullshit understanding of it. Never mind. Although this regression had amounted to 14 days by Pope Gregory's time, he based his reform on restoration of the vernal equinox, then falling on March 11th to March 21st. The date it incurred in 325 CE, you know what CE means? Common Era. That's what it stands for. Used to be AD, which stands for Anno Domini, which means the year of our Lord. But they changed it because they don't like the year of our Lord. So, which was the time of the first Council of Nicaea, and not the date of the equinox at the time of the birth of Christ, when it fell on March 25th. The change was effected by advancing the calendar 10 days after October 4th, 1582, the day following being reckoned as October 15th. The Ides of October. That was my addition. Because you remember the Ides of March. That was an old story. The Gregorian calendar differs from the Julian only in that no century year is a leap year unless it is exactly divisible by 400, e.g. 1600 and 2000, and further proposed refinement, the designation of years evenly divisible by 4,000 as common, not leap, years, would keep the Gregorian calendar accurate to within 1 day in 20,000 years. Within a year, the change had been adopted by the Italian states, Portugal, Spain, and the Roman Catholic German states. Gradually, other countries adopted the Gregorian calendar the Protestant German states in 1699, Great Britain and its colonies in 1752, Sweden in 1753, Japan in 1873, China in 1912, the Soviet Social Republics in 1918, and Greece in 1923. Islamic countries tend to use the Gregorian calendar for secular life, but retain calendars based on Islam for religious purposes. Wow, that is fucking amazing, bro. I knew a little bit about this, but that last paragraph is pretty telling. Sure, there were some fights going on with calendars, with Sweden, Japan, China, and that's a pretty large time gap, to make the New World Order happen, and the cultures to get, to adjust to these time frames and how to tell time in months and seasons. Holy shit. Pretty cool. And now we have this fucking daylight savings time in the Gregorian calendars. Like, the fuck came up with this daylight savings time nonsense after everybody's subjected themselves to this fucking Gregorian calendar? But I told you it was Roman. Am I being heard? Check. Oh yeah, I'm being heard, but so welcome to Daylight Savings Time, Sunday, 3/13/2022. I should go ahead and play something. Let me see. Some shit to play, because y'all niggas ain't talking to me. Play something that sounds cool. Something interesting to listen to. We played down. It always gets slow on Sunday morning. I'm not surprised. I'm usually sleeping right now, but let's play a decent debate or talk by someone. Let me find a good one.
Hey Leo, what day is the meetup?
It's today.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, it's about 12 hours from now.
Is it like an annual thing, or do you just do it kind of whenever?
Yeah, there's a guy that lives close to me. We set him up and knock him down. No, it's like we find a place and we show up. Last time we had a meetup, there was about 8 of us. Well, we had the whole freaking. I thought there were going to be more people that show up, but we were there at a table, and then there was another. I don't know what these other people were partying about or whatever, but they had like a big table, and we had the whole restaurant talking about flat Earth, bro. And so, it's like we always do that every time we have a meetup. It's just like, what? Those guys are what are they about? Because every time we get there, we're just like, oh, cool, yeah. You know how it is. You ever been to a meetup?
No, man, I gotta go to one.
Dude, it's just like there's some high energy, and it's just like It's just like all the servers and everybody knows. It's like, oh, those are flat earthers over there. So it's just like everybody can't help but it's like some people might get pissed. It's like, damn it, flat earthers infiltrated our party night or whatever. But yeah, I mean, a lot of people will come up to us, that or whatever. But for the most part, we're there to meet each other. But we pretty much, even if there's like 8 to 10 of us, 15, I think we're gonna have a decent turnout today.
Yeah.
I will probably have at least 10. But yeah, the whole restaurant, like, that's the flat Earth corner over there. That's the flat Earth table. Everybody starts talking about flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth. It's just like they can't help it. Yeah, so it's like, hey man, we just came to meet each other. You don't have to talk about flat Earth if you don't want to.
Well, like I've been to bars and like when someone's drinking, you can bring up a lot of stuff that you couldn't bring up when people are sober. So
yeah,
it's kind of
well,
fun.
I'm almost got my ass kicked by talking about flat Earth at bars too.
Well,
you have to pick and choose your battles, bro.
Good point. Good point.
Dude, there was some fucking dude who was so hammered one night that I was talking to the bartender. Me and my buddy were talking to this bartender about flat Earth. And I didn't even realize this dude was just like really pissed. He's like, "Who the fuck did you? Who does he think he is?" And my buddy was like, "Man, this dude, he's." And there was another guy who was like right next to me. He was like his shoulder was right against me. I was like, "Can you kind of like order your beer from about a foot away from me?" He was friends with the guy that was really pissed in the back. And so yeah, we finished our drinks and left there really because I think this guy wanted to kick my ass, but I didn't want to hurt him because he was so fucking drunk.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to get hurt either. He might have kicked my ass. I don't fucking know. But I was just like, you know what? I guess we're not wanted here. I'll fucking get out.
Yeah.
The bartender was having a conversation with us. The other guys were just like, fuck you. And they're bumping all against me and shit. And it's like, you know what? All right, cool. No, I'm going to drink my beer and get the hell out.
Yeah, there's some people like that. They're just looking for a fight.
Yeah, but this was kind of, it wasn't a restaurant. It was like it was a bar, like a dive bar. Yeah. But anyway.
Okay.
Ooh.
But anyway, yes, I'm looking forward to this meetup tonight. It's going to be fun.
Look, Helio, look.
Oh, shit.
Listen, Helio, listen.
Did you get a picture of that star?
So look, I use the sky map. I'm looking towards the east. You see the sun is about to rise. You see the line of the horizon? It's not, and then that star is above the line of the horizon or the sun, whatever.
That's the one you're talking about?
Yeah, and
so is that's to the east?
Yeah, to the east, above the sun, and it's always there's no like in the sky map. I don't see like.
Hold on, let me check.
It might be one of those, but I don't see like it's marked like a. This is a very bright star compared to any of the other stars.
I'm not seeing anything on there either.
You're not seeing anything where?
On my sky map. I'm looking to the east on my sky map. My app. I'm not seeing something that should be that bright.
It is very bright. You see, look, it's crazy, super bright. I can see with my eyes. It's the brightest thing in the sky before the sun comes up.
Holy shit!
But in the sky map, it doesn't. They don't. I don't know. They kind of don't. Kind of mark it like it's a anything important.
That's crazy, bro. That is pretty bright, though, man. What the fuck is that?
And bro, it's every morning. Like that's what I've noticed, right? I really have to do maybe like a whole year observation of this thing, but it's always when the sun is about to come up, like hours, like a couple hours or an hour before the sun comes up. It's always there.
Really?
That's what I noticed.
Holy shit! Yeah, I don't see it on my app either. I'm looking to the east right now, and I don't see it in the Sky Map app.
Try to locate it with your eyes. Actually, oh, you're not outside, anyways.
Well, I can go outside and I'll look, but I live in the fucking woods, you know. I can't.
You're gonna see woods.
Yeah, I'm gonna see trees. I won't see it near the horizon like you have it there. And I'm about 1,000 miles away from you.
Telling you, there's something to this star. And look, you were saying it might be one of the other planets, but I took screenshots of
No, it
the
can't
other
be
planets.
because I'm looking at the same shit you're looking at on the Sky Map app. It can't be a planet because they're in different positions. Because I already looked at that shit.
Yeah, they're definitely in different positions.
That's crazy, bro. Yeah, we won't be able to see Jupiter for at least a couple more months. And Saturn. Well, Saturn's. We might be able to see Saturn pretty soon, but. So, north. Sure, I'm balanced. That's fucking weird, man.
Hey guys, I hope I'm not interrupting a conversation, but I just wanted to make a shout out for a good friend of mine, Billy Zig. He wrote a book, a flat Earth book, about probably 3 years ago, and didn't seem to have much success with it. But now, since the pandemic, he's starting to make some sales and he's starting to get some real popularity. So I just wanted to did the hard yards, put his whole life into this book for several years, and now it's starting to pay off for him. So I just wanted to give him a shout out. He's a legend of a bloke.
Is it on Amazon?
I believe it is, yeah.
Has he done some YouTube?
Put in the live stream, please.
Sorry, say that again, mate.
Put the link in the live stream, please.
Oh, okay.
Look.
Yeah, that name sounds familiar. I'm just wondering, does he have some YouTube content? That name sounds familiar.
Billy Zig. Yeah, I reckon he does, man. He's always recording. He lives right on the beach, so he's always recording. Doing long distance, measurements, sightings, whatever you want to call them.
Sure. I mean, since you're here, I mean, you share his information. We're
all right. I will do. Yeah, I didn't even think of sharing his information, but that's obviously the thing you should do.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and as a matter of fact, if you can get his ass to come in here and talk to us, that'd be even better.
Yeah, that would be cool too. I should ask him.
Yeah. I'll do that here on the Discord and talk to us.
Yeah, I'll do that as well. He's
seems like I've heard his name before. I've heard his name. I think
he's just connected. Yeah, he's just connected with an aerospace engineer, flat earther in Australia that lives down the road from him. He was on the a documentary Beyond the Curve, I think. This guy made a documentary where he sort of interviews heaps of professionals, like aerospace engineers and pilots and all this sort of stuff. And He was on that too, so I might post a link for that. There's his YouTube channel, and I'll show his Amazon. The Elusive Curve is the book.
Cool, man. Thanks for sharing that, man. Yeah, if you can get him to come in here and talk to us, that'd be great. Yeah, he's
Yep, I'll ask him right now, man.
Yeah, it looks like I've seen so far on his channel. He's talked to Dave Weiss before. Oh yeah, man, that's cool.
Yeah, Dave Weiss gave him a shout out a couple of weeks ago on his channel. Yeah, he just did it tough for a while. With the book sales and stuff, and I think now everything's starting to come together.
Yeah, cool, awesome.
All right, I'll pop out and I'll give him a phone call and see if he's doing nothing.
Cool, yeah. I mean, we're always here. You know, we're here 24/7. You can come in anytime.
Oh, check the photographs that I just took. I wish I had my P900 right now.
Dude, Jamesy, you're tripping me out with that fucking light, bro. What the hell is that?
I think it's one of the layers.
It's aliens, man. It's aliens.
Look, so I took.
Dude, that's fucking bright as hell, especially right before.
See, I'm gonna be zooming in. Look, 1, 2, 3, and then I'm gonna zoom in.
It's like right before sunset, and that shit is happening. That's crazy, man.
Gonna give you a bunch.
Well, don't spam the whole shit. Don't spam.
Yes.
Don't spam. Don't spam so. Don't spam so.
Look at the last ones, Celia. Look at the last ones.
You fuck. That don't show me a goddamn thing. Oh no, I see it clearer now.
Bro.
Jamesy, man, you're a fucking trip, bro.
I'm gonna get my P900 and bring it to the same spot just for you, bro.
Right now?
No. Another day. Different day.
Okay, well, what if that light in the sky is not there anymore? The aliens. They knew that you're checking them out. The Borg actually figured out you figured them out.
Bro, I've seen it way too many times. Just doing the same thing that it's doing right now.
All right, we're gonna solve this. Because me and you together can figure out what the fuck that is.
I'm doing this for you, Helio.
No, you asked me to help you, so help me help you.
Yeah.
That was Tom Cruise kind of thing. Help me help you. What's the name of that fucking movie with him and
And guess what, Helio? Guess what?
What?
Once the sun comes up, we won't be able to see it anymore.
Well, no shit. But you said it's there all the time, and you're going to get your P900, then we'll work it out, because you said it's there all the time, right?
I have to work it out, Helio.
As the sun goes down, I'm going to keep going together. How many bitches want to fuck this nigga named Snoop?
Oh, hey, I'm wearing a Johnny Cash t-shirt right now. And my last name happens to be Cash.
Cash money, bitch.
You guys remember that song by Johnny Cash about it? That he said, his dad named him, the dude named Sue. Can't remember the fucking name of it.
Boy named Sue.
A guy named Sue. You guys remember that song?
Yeah, man.
He was the toughest motherfucker around because his dad named him Sue. He didn't know why his dad named him Sue till the end of the song, and he figured out his dad was like, "Motherfucker, I knew I wasn't gonna be there for you, so I named you Sue, so you be a tough ass bitch." Go pow.
His dad named him Sue. He punched a fucking horse and he turned it into glue.
I wonder if we could play that song on here without getting a fucking strike. It's a fun song. I think we could play it. I mean, there's copyright claims from songs like 50 years old. Find it.
You can maybe play a cover without getting any YouTube shit.
I think we'll be all right. Hold on, I'll play it. A boy named Sue. Well, it's 1976 live FM broadcast. That's yeah, Johnny Cash. I'm a huge fan of Johnny Cash. He was a fucking asshole, and he was a genius.
Isn't Johnny Cash your family, bro?
I might be related to him. I'm not sure. I mean, I have a cat. My last name is Cash, and he's from Arkansas, but I'm from Ohio. But Cash is a common name for a lot of people. But I think I might be related to him. But it doesn't matter. This song is pretty badass. Now, Roger said if you're going to play shit that you're not sure about, you deafen my shit. And so now I'm going to deafen But I don't think we should play any more Johnny Cash. I might this whole stream might get shut down for that. But anyway. So what should I play?
I'll take a shot. Cheers to the Cash family.
Yeah, it really comes from Northern Europe. I mean, as far as I know, from Caches, it really comes from like, we white people, but
you white people's butt.
I don't know. There ain't no but about it.
That's what you just said.
Well, okay, it's like
you said.
Like, hey, I'll tell you what. All right,
white people butt.
I'm
One word
white
for the other one.
people, but I'm always, I'm also. Wait, are Irish people white people?
Oh no.
English, is that white? I don't know.
They're red. They are kind of red skin.
Oh, I also have some Cherokee blood too, and so I'm red, white, and blue all the motherfucking way. So anyway, so what do you have any recommendations, Jimsy, that you want to hear something like a debate? Because I'm about to hit the sack, but I want to hold on. Let me check.
You know who I like debating sometimes, but when he doesn't go too crazy, Nathan Thompson. I do like him debating, but sometimes he just goes like kind of like.
He's a wild man. Hey, and guess what? You already know I'm gonna meet that motherfucker again tomorrow or today. Damn, I didn't realize that I'm 19 hours into a damn live stream.
Bro, get some rest. You're gonna hang out with the other with the guys, with the flatties.
That's what I'm saying. But
so detox the liver and don't drink with the flatties.
No, what I'm saying is I have to go ahead and stop my stream now and
restart it.
Play
some debates
and play some debates.
And then people will just listen to that. Just put something that is like an hour, 2 hours, whatever, plus an hour plus. And whoever comes in and whatever, we just pause it or kick it or anything.
It do what it do, don't it?
Yeah, man, get some rest. Don't worry too much about this. You need to get some rest.
No, I just like to have fun with you guys. That's all good.
Yeah, but you're gonna hang out tonight, and you're gonna drive too, right? You're gonna drive.
You know what's why the fuck is this not working? Yeah, tonight. Yeah, I'm not gonna. Never mind. I'm not gonna talk about that. Why the fuck? No, I'm having an issue with the OBS right now. It's not stopping the fucking stream. Clicking on it, but it's not stopping it.
Helio, the star that I told you is rising below the sun, like I told you so. And it's getting dimmer every minute.
Yeah, it's really interesting because, I don't know how that would be, unless it would be when Mars and Venus are like high in the sky, they're obvious, right? But it's neither of those, right?
No, it's neither of those.
But you've seen Mars and Venus, when they're showing their ass, right?
But they're
Mars.
not. Look at this one now. You see?
Why the fuck can't I stop this stream? Shit, I'm gonna have to close the fucking app. Oh my god. is going on here?
See, it's early morning, and I can still see it.
You just sent another picture.
Look here.
Can't see it in that picture.
Because it's early morning. I'm gonna take a zoom. Oh. I don't want people to look at me like, why are you taking pictures?
No, I can't see it in that picture.
I gotta zoom in. You gotta download it and zoom in, but I'm gonna take another one. Zoomed.
All right, cool.
But you can see the light. The sun is about to rise. I wish I was close.
I'm having some issues with my live stream, so that's why
I'm in a bad spot because I was supposed to be maybe at the coast to see it better.
Well, I'm having issues with my fucking software here, so I will see you on the flip side after the meetup tonight, and I'll figure out how to get this live stream. What the shit is going on? Like my OBS is it's fucking freaking out. My OBS, my streaming software is freaking out. So I'll see you.
Look at this.
No, I'm not gonna look at it. I gotta fucking fix my shit.
Yeah, bro, just get your live stream ready for the next 8 hours you put it for?
It's usually 12 hours, but for some reason it's not reacting at all. My software is fucking acting crazy. So I have to fucking fuck. Why the hell is this doing this?
Hang
This
share
has
the link.
never happened before, man. I've been using this fucking thing for.
You saw that link
years.
that Hank shared about the Civil War, and they were using balloons to, I don't know, do things. This is the first time I've seen that they were using balloons.
Hey, I gotta check out, man. Because this shit is fucking me up right now. I gotta figure out what the hell's going on with my life.
It might be the alcohol.
No, it's not the alcohol. It's the fucking computer. There's something fucking going on with my computer, not the alcohol. I promise.
Do you download the
motherfucker? Don't even fucking do that. Anyway, hey, thanks everyone. Good night.
Good night, bro.
Good night. Hello, Jamsey.
Hey, Miguel.
Is that Venus?
No, bro. That's none of the planets. It's just a star that I see every morning, early morning or before the sun rises, and it's always near, kind of like parallel to the sunrise, but it's none of the planets.
Oh, okay.
And it's the brightest light in the sky, early before the sunrise.
Maybe you can use an app. You know those apps where you see the stars, the name of stars.
Yeah, the sky map, and that's what I've been doing. I mean, this morning with Helio. And you tell me which one is it out of all of these ones. Let's see. So look, I'm gonna take a screenshot of the sky map, and then I'm gonna switch to my camera and take a photograph without moving the position. That's not fair. It was brighter earlier, but so that and that. Oh, I took a screenshot instead of a photograph. That's silly. It's about the same position. See how it looks with the zoom now. Are you there, Miguel?
Sorry, what you said? I am what? Tired.
I said, are you there?
I'm here. Thanks.
Scarlet Sky joined us.
But have you already used the app to find out what star is that?
Hi there.
Oh, hi there.
Hi there.
Welcome. Yeah, Miguel, I've been looking in the app, but there's so many stars in the app. Look at the photograph that I shared. So I mean the screenshot. So you will have to tell me which one is it out of those.
Yeah, it's not easy.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's interesting because every time I'm driving early in the morning or before sunrise, I can see that light, and it's the brightest one in the whole sky, and it's always with the sun. I mean, parallel to it or above it to the sunrise. It might be, Miguel, I'll go the extra mile speculating, and I think it might be one of those layers that the sun light is going through.
Maybe.
And we're looking at the effect. The effect.
Hey, did you guys check out what I posted about the satellites from the 1800s? How they used balloons in the Civil War?
Balloon Corps.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, right?
That's pretty cool. I never heard that before. Interesting.
Yeah, interesting.
I thought they were using donkeys back then and moving around with that.
Are you sure you're not Mexican? Because I know Mexicans, and they always be talking about donkeys and shit. I'm
Donkeys
watching.
are a worldwide phenomenon.
Yeah, I know.
So what do you think about that? What are you trying to kind of like say? It's a
Oh,
cool.
faking satellite imagery since the Civil War. You know,
Oh
U.S.
yeah,
military. Yeah,
yeah. They had cameras and they had balloons back then.
yeah, that's right. So you know, faking satellites since you
No,
know,
no, no. They have drones.
right? And everybody's like, it's the aliens. The drones can't just fly in a pattern in a triangle. It must be aliens. Hey Elijah, did you see what I posted, bro?
Hey, what's up, y'all? What's up, Hank? I just got in.
Hello, Elijah.
Yeah, it's the thing. Balloon corpse. Satellite imagery from the Civil War. 26 minutes after the hour.
Nice. Let's see what's in here. Civilian aeronautical unit. Island number 10. So it's clear why they've used up all of the helium. It's very clear. It's not me and my kid's birthday party. It's definitely not that.
I love those little tanks that you get when they're done, though. They're great for target practice.
For the casket, or whatever the basket that the guy is standing on below the balloon is the decoration is what, the American flag or something? I mean, it has stars and.
Look at this. Most
Crazy,
balloonists
right?
flew before 1861 made their living as carnival performers and itinerant professors of chemistry. Both Thaddeus of New Hampshire and John of New York combined entertainment with long distance test flights. Long distance balloon flights. Well, what happened to the Coriolis?
They're just riding the waves up there. There's currents, so they just get in a certain altitude, and at that altitude, the wind blows in a certain direction. And if they can maintain that altitude, they'll maintain that direction. So we should be flying for a cheap. I mean, I know a balloon's expensive, but if you were to make your own, you know, stuff, because I feel like one dude could go up with some, you know, balloons and a hammock. Like I feel like as long as he
Look
had a
at
BB
this.
gun, he could come down slow. Yeah.
They change altitude to go either east or west on the easterly or westerly air currents. What is air doing going in a specific direction at a specific altitude? That's what I want to know. Like the majesty of this place, if that's true. Like this is a whole system, and they sit here
It
acting
is.
like that's magic, and they can't like that's because they say how are air currents moving faster at the higher levels? Well, we don't know. Yeah, it's a first law of thermodynamics violation, and it's just we don't know. Also, it's like a kid getting is caught with his hand in the candy jar. You mean your theory of us living on a ball is incredibly wrong. That's what you mean.
Hey guys.
Hello.
Hey, I'm so new to this and I'm wondering if there's a live stream on YouTube.
Yes, there is. This is being live streamed as we speak. Do you want a link? You could also just type in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. It'll come right up.
Awesome. Thank you guys.
You're welcome. Hank, do they have any images? Because I don't see any here. That
You
would
have to
be.
do a little more research. I just now found this topic, so I'd imagine, it's new to everybody. I found it off of TikTok, and I was like, wait a minute, what?
Good old TikTok. Good old TikTok.
Hey,
Kids are getting to it, man.
where do you do your research at? Oh, TikTok.
Hey, I don't care where the information comes from, guys. And everybody keeps asking me, like, where are you getting your stuff at? It's like Jimmy Dore, TikTok. People are like, dang, what is Hank listening to? Look, I'll be weeding through shit, man. I don't care who's giving me the information. I'm taking it.
Man, I used to listen to Jimmy Dore religiously until COVID.
Dude, he's got some stuff. I mean, you can't deny it. He's got some issues, but information is information. I don't care where it comes from. When I was a
Yeah.
kid, I used to sit at all the different school tables, all the different cliques. I didn't really belong to any of them,
Why are
but
they're fucking with me, Hank? Like, I don't want pictures. They gotta know that I don't want pictures of the balloons themselves. Like, they they gotta know that I want pictures of what they were taking. Like, come on.
you'll find them, bro. It's just preliminary research right now. We just found this shit.
The live
Man.
stream is not recording. I see on YouTube. No live.
If it's not live, the live stream one body in here. I guess Helios either fixing it or it'll go up whenever someone.
Awesome. I'm still trying to get it to work.
It may be down right
Yeah.
now. We didn't know that when we told you that a minute ago, but Helio may be out of power or fixing his computer or something.
He
24/7 most of the time.
Yeah, Helio was having issues with the live stream. So yeah, technical difficulties, but eventually it will be up. Just like and subscribe.
Yeah, I won't be able to stay long. My wife will be back like any second now, but I just thought that I'd share that with you guys. Be something for you guys to chew on.
Thank you for the history lesson.
Thanks, Hank. I might be not staying too long. Either I gotta get ready for work, but I'll be back for sure.
You DoorDash this early in the morning? What time do you start?
Well, it's almost 7 o'clock. Start early,
Oh,
leave
2
early.
hours. Yeah, that's right. Sorry, I'm stupid. All right, peace out, bro.
If you start at 6, you could be done by 12.
And I can sleep for 5 hours and go back to work. I'll try that. All right, peace. Be safe.
Later.
Watch out for text drivers.
Is everyone going to bed now?
No, I just wake up.
I got another half hour.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm from Portugal. Now it's almost 11 a.m. Yes.
Oh, well, good afternoon.
No, 11 a.m. morning.
Is it just you and I on here now, or?
We have James. We have Jamsey and Elijah. Get Big Get just appear now. Yeah. Cool guys. So, how do you find this service, Scarlett?
On YouTube.
Oh. So, what do you think about Flat Earth?
I think it's flat.
Oh, that's cool. That's true. Are you a flat earther, or you just find out right now?
I am transitioning. I, like everyone, was brought up on, the bullshit school.
Yeah, and the NASA lies.
Right. So I'm very open-minded, and I'm loving hearing you guys talk about everything.
I wake up with the water, the sea level. When you are at school, you do some calculations according to the sea level, but you don't wake up just like that. But one day I was traveling by, but I already saw something about flat Earth, like 2016 or 15. Some guys from Brazil, and they made some concept model, and I saw the ice around, and that still stood in my mind. So when I went doing my normal life, but one day when I was traveling from by train in Portugal, near to the coastline, and then I was watching to the window, and I always, I was watching always the horizon, always flat, level, and so then I know that the rail trails, the railway, sorry, the rail trails, the railway trails are made. They construct this almost level, so I know these railways are level, and I'm watching through the window, always level. So that's when I wake up. I never see the curvature,
No, that makes perfect sense. And, I was never big in school. I actually dropped out my 8th grade junior high because I thought a lot of things they teach in school are insufficient. And I was in the military for a long time, and I learned a lot of things that were, not just didn't make sense. So it is all of it's very
Oh. Hello, Labor One. Oh, you just meet. So you can go on, Scarlett.
Sorry, I felt like I was in the train station there for a minute.
Yeah, some noise from jailer.
What in the world is he doing over there?
Maybe working. Has a varm. His picture is a cook chef. I don't know. Okay, you can.
Yes,
talk.
you're bad.
There's some declassified military documents and they always talk about flat non-rotation Earth. I'm gonna post something about that.
Love to see it.
Here. Even NASA and the CIA has some documents talking about flat Earth. Declassified because one law was because of one law they have to release some information. I think year by year to the public. So it isn't that interesting. Some those documents talking about flat non-rotation Earth.
Yeah, it's always cool when you see descriptions or guidelines about when they're making practical things work. And the globe is never taken into account for anything practical. It's always based on a level, flat, motionless Earth, abiding by the laws of the design of this place. Cause and effect relationships. And since there's no curve, there's no cause of anything by the curve. No curve, no motion of the ground.
Even those F-16 or 17, whatever pilots. They learned that when they saw a long aircraft in the horizon, they learned that they are at the same altitude. So how can that be possible on a fantasy ball? I just posted some link talking about that.
They were talking pilots looking at other airplanes far away.
Yes, in the
Same
horizon.
altitude.
Yeah, exactly.
Same altitude. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Interesting that you saying there's documents people talking about that.
No, I just saw. I think this video is from Rob Skiba talking about that.
Okay. That's cool. That's cool. I like that kind of stuff when people actually doing things and describing their experience. But some people skip the practical things, like, people join and say, if the earth is flat, how do we travel to Japan or something like that? And well, the airplane is designed for a flat, motionless, non-rotating earth.
Exactly.
So you gotta look into that first before you get into the airplane, because if the airplane was designed for a globe, there will be accidents. And yeah, the airplane companies, they don't want that. The if you want to get in an airplane that wants to make it to the destination, it has to be built in a practical manner. That's why take into account flat, motionless. And pressurized systems.
I was thinking, those people that when they go to the sea in a little boat, some people they just feel dizzy and they their body,
Motion sickness.
yes. So so because the boat is moving, even if it's still in the water, but feeling that emotion of some waves. So what happened when those people are in the herd? They don't feel the same because the herd is not moving. Yeah.
The Clover will tell you, yeah, but you were born into the spin, so that's why it doesn't affect
And that jump of by Felix Baumgarten. You can see the balloon is still in the sky, and the Earth does not move any millimeter, just standing still there.
What do y'all think about beneath the surface?
Oh, beneath. Okay, so, the deepest that they dig It's like I'm gonna post. It's like 7 or 8 miles deep.
I think of like non-existence. Nobody can go there. There's no way of finding out. You can't go to the side. It's just indefinite.
But what about technology? If we, got the laser technology involved, where it's, past drilling, but with lasers.
That might be a possibility, but back then, when with the stories that they gave us around the same timing, the Russians, they dig the hole, right? And they say they made it to 7.6 miles, and they weren't able to dig it anymore. You're saying lasers? Maybe they have tried that, but who knows the limitations of that. But around the same time, they were throwing bombs to the sky, digging a hole to the ground, and then exploring the perimeters. So I think they found it's possible. It is possible that they did this because they found themselves enclosed, and that's why they try to bomb the sky, and explore the ice regions to probably seize the whole thing.
Say that in such a past tense. Is it possible it's still going on?
If the whole thing is enclosed to a certain limitation that I think it might, even with natural limitation like the frozen regions, it's possible that they just seize the whole thing. These military powers that are in place at the moment, they control the whole thing. I mean, I don't see any region of the world that they don't actually control, because they give us these war games, but they are in bed together.
It would be
Well,
interesting to
I will
find
say
out
one
though
thing.
what.
She said technology. Like, I think the military has the technology to find out. Like, they can probably fly beyond the ice ring and find out what's out there, but we can't ourselves.
Well, there's been reports of researchers that they send balloons, and there's been some different groups that say that beyond the ice regions there's like another continent. So I imagine that's also kind of the. I think that's definitely that's actually a thing. But since even the researchers have a limit to their research, right? Because you can explore, right? If you have the resources to explore an area, the world keeps expanding. When you go outside to the perimeter, outside to let's say to the south, that region keeps getting bigger and bigger. So you can probably see a continent on one spot, but who knows if there's more to the other areas. So I
Well,
think even the
you keep
researchers have a
saying
limitation.
balloons, but I think a lot of the research should be more, going into the earth instead of out into space. Like,
Oh yeah, they push the space because they want people, to go into the dreamland in their minds, and a place that we can never go. But even under the earth, there is definitely, I don't know what's the limitation of how deep we can go, but under the earth, there's definitely a lot of stuff under the earth. But and on the surface that we're standing on, there's, I mean, yeah, we have
well, yeah,
limitations to where we
because
can go.
we are on land, and I'm interested more on the subject of where we're standing, what's beneath us, more of than the whatever it is they're saying is in outer space.
Yeah, if you ask me, my speculation is that we live in a layer of whatever this, let's say, whole existence of the universe is, and we live in a layer of it. And if there is outside of the containment, there is ways to it. But I guess the designer, the creator, or this place is being designed in a way that is to kind of keep us in here. But there might be a way out. That's probably why they have people, in these border nations and scarcity and limited travel resources. And
Makes perfect sense.
yeah, I'm pretty sure there's other regions of this world, whatever, different
It would
layers
be really
to it.
nice to know, though, what is beneath us or around us, on this flat earth, and they're not telling us.
And I know there's heaven, and that's an actual place. A lot of people say heaven, and they think it's like an imaginary or like an extra dimensional place. But heaven is an actual place. Like, it's a thing that it's there, up above our heads. It's an actual place. It's not dreamland. But that's why they give us space, because they want you to think about this cartoon place, not the actual thing.
They want to hide from us that there was a creator that created this world, and yeah, they just want you to think that you are nothing in a
You know,
outer
the
space.
cycles that we see on the heavens that repeat daily, weekly, monthly, yearly. Those cycles that are no accidents. There's a mechanism behind that, and it's not a magical thing. It's an actual cause and effect relationship to why we see the effects that we see above our heads. And it's like a clock or a calendar or whatever, but that thing it works a certain way. I cannot tell you how exactly, but there is a cause and effect relationship, and we see the effects on the cause of that. It's designed. What we see is designed to look the way it looks. So it's not the lights that we see, whatever is above us. There's mechanisms to that, and it's structural. It's not like a fairy dust or any. It's a structure that is causing the whole thing, like a machine, like God designer, God level, creator level machine.
Exactly, and Polaris is just right in the above in the center. It's on the same spot, and it doesn't move. And in their actual model, you can see in this picture I sent you. They put the sun and all things moving and follow the sun, but they forgot about Polaris. Where is Polaris?
Yeah, they want to put like we are following the sun, we're going around the sun. Yeah, the sun is a big piece, but the sun is an effect that we observe, and like I said, it's a big piece of the whole equation. But the sun is not God. The sun is not the designer. The sun is not the architect. The sun is part of the creation. It's not the creator, or it comes from the designer. It does. People want to look at the sun like it's actually the the center of everything.
Hey, have y'all ever heard the sun?
Heard it? Yeah, it has a tone of its own. I haven't heard it actually. Some people say, yeah, I think I've
Yeah,
heard people talking
yeah,
about
it
that.
does.
But there is a tone to the sun. To the sun, yes. I think every star, or like the planets, all of them, they have their own frequency. Or I wouldn't say their own, but it's kind of like a spectrum of frequencies.
The sun is actually pretty loud to listening ears.
I think the sun tone, it's like a mix of everything, or some sort. Like, I don't know how to say it, but the light is a whole spectrum of many.
True.
But still, I think what we see as the sun and the moon and the luminaries, that's a light show. It's an effect. Those are effects that have a cause. The cause of those effects that we observe as the luminaries, that's the big question. And I think that's why people say God, because there's this sign to this. If you ask me, my understanding, people have described it above the layers that we see, the luminaries, the firmament, the waters above, or the layers above. Above that, there is a structural place that people have described and name it many ways as the city of God, where the Most High is, and it's an actual place. It's a structure, and thus created by God, the designer, where the throne of the Most High is. And that might be a big piece of the cause of the effects that we observe.
So I grew up quite religious, but nowadays, kind of on the fence about it.
Well, religion, the globe Earth is a religion. People believe in the globe. That's
Hang
a
on,
religion.
she's on the fence about what?
She says she used to be religious.
Oh, okay. Can I ask what religion? Catholic. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear him?
You don't have to be.
I'm sorry, it was Baptist growing up.
You don't have to be like in a quote unquote religion to believe in the creator, do you?
Not at all. But in my life, sorry, the talk button, but in my life now, I am kind of on the fence of, in between the universe and the certain creators of it.
Well, for me, I had to think about, is this science the way they present it to us, which is like spinning space balls in vacuums, big bangs, and evolution, from a single cell organism to you and me. That to me is like a for me it needs a creator, not an accident, not a mishap. But how do you even get the first living cell? Like that just comes by itself. A breathing, living, growing organism from what? From water and clay.
Information needs an informer. There's
So
no
water, clay, and
randomness.
heat. When did that ever happen? Like
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I don't have the answers. But when I watch a plant grow, when it's all a mystery, honestly. Nobody has the answer.
And you're right. Not one person has the answer, all the answers. But you can see a pattern. You can see kind of like a fingerprint everywhere you see in nature.
That is true, and I do strongly believe in, universe and all of that. But I am on the fence on religion and kind of where everything comes from.
Welcome to the same boat because we can explore the place that we're standing, measure the earth, devise things, everything we do that is practical. We abide by the laws of nature in a way, or the laws of this place.
That
Uh,
is true.
yeah, and there's, we can build buildings or we can devise technology, devices and stuff, and that's one thing. We also can grow food and create, have family, communities, that kind of stuff. Teachings, learnings. Um,
Right. And
but then
that,
then then
that,
there is
that
the why red is red, why is the sky so high, why is water. Everybody has those questions, like why is there anything at all, why anything exists. Everybody has those questions.
yeah, we all have the questions, and at the end of the day, it's just about, our intuitions and the energy and the universe pulling us in certain directions. And, this is why I joined this group because it's so intriguing.
Very intriguing. But there's, like a child is born, a baby is born from his mother and father, and There might be if you go back the chain, there might be a place that there should be a beginning, a day one for that, right? The first mom, the first dad. I think that there should be one first day of that. And people say, well, God made that happen. And He is our father, or some people say mother too. But we put sexes to the higher being, so I don't know if that's even a thing. But then there is the teachings, the mind, the guidance, even revelation of information. Because this place that we're in, there's no randomness. There is information. There is things that work in a certain way, and things that are passed down by, I don't know, by families, sons, fathers, mothers, and these things are not just accidents and random things.
No, I totally agree with you. And I say I'm on the fence, but I believe, not like strongly, but because I did grow up in the churches and religion, but I believe that it is pure energy and culture and, just the universe that pulls us.
When you say universe, because the universe can be, I would say, the universe, the whole of existence, the whole place, the whole of creation, even if there's multiple layers to it, like the one that we're standing on, there might be one below and another one above. I will say that's the universe for how many
Correct.
layers it is.
That is correct. Um, it's the energy within us. And, we're all pulled in so many different directions. And we're just guided by energy and intuition and life matters. And, that's what put me on the fence with religion, which I know this isn't anything to do with this, but on this live stream, but kind of, because we're trying to, discuss the flat earth and where we're all standing on.
Yeah, but remember also, I agree with you. Um, there is energy, like you're saying, obviously. Um, and then there is, I could put energy to do some work, right? But that I have a goal. I use the energy towards a goal, right? I can use energy to break something, or I can use energy to design something, or to grab one thing and put it together with the other thing. And that needs certain coding, certain information, certain guidance in a way. Just like a computer, you could build the computer and electrocute it and it's not gonna do anything. But if you put the code, put the mind behind it, put the mind behind the machine, just like in the body. If the body doesn't have the mind, which is not the brain, I will say, right? The mind is not the brain.
The mind and the heart.
Yeah, the mind and the heart. Yeah, I agree with you. So that, in a way, comes together to have
Guidance.
some guidance, some purpose, not just some randomness energy that could,
Right.
fire
And,
can be energy and burn.
sometimes
Yeah.
the goals change in the midst of when we set a goal, the goal changes, and then our minds and our hearts and the energy pulls us in other directions.
Yeah, because we can use this energy, right? I could use the energy to grow my children and teach them, to love their mother and love the family and prepare a meal, and let's use the energy to plow the soil and to grow seeds and to care for the chickens, and we can use the energy to many of these things, and also other people can use that energy to steal the chickens and eat the eggs and not be too effective and not too friendly. The energy
Right,
can
but
be
that
used
comes
for
with
that kind of stuff too.
that comes with upbringing and morals.
So yeah, the energy can be put towards many, many things. It's like a spectrum of ways of using that
Right, but it
energy.
comes within your soul, I think,
There,
and
I think there's an
where the
imprint.
universe
There is
pulls
an
you.
imprint inside of us. I think there is kind of like an imprint that is inside of us that tell us what is, in a way, what is right and what is wrong, and what to do and what not to do, and things like that. There is
Yeah,
an
but
imprint.
unfortunately, a lot of people and their minds don't work the same way. And we're getting so off subject, and I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
um,
I agree, but also remember, if someone damaged the machine is not gonna do the work correctly. So just like today, people have been, abusing their bodies, abusing their minds in this day, since a baby is born, he's being abused, being given pain in an unnatural way, I will say, and also being hijacked and given Trojan horses inside their bodies without their consent. And long term,
true,
that
because
machine is being damaged.
in all actuality, and I'm not familiar with the way other countries work, but in the United States, yeah, true, we are being hijacked.
Yeah, and I think that's been taking that that has taken a long time to bring it to the point that we are on today. Because
Right, but
on the rising sun,
I don't really have a point here. I'm just kind of being, you
me
know.
too. Yeah, it's fine. It's early in the morning. We can talk about whatever. Just gotta keep some words in the under the code, because the algorithms
True,
put
true, true, true.
down. Yeah, but well, yeah, that's part of the machine. The machine that is in place to keep us in this. We can talk about a lot of bad things, but there's a lot of good things too. I know I can be pessimistic, but we can be very pessimistic, but there's there's good there's good things. Oh yeah, these days I think a lot of energy and resources and people's time is being put into, I guess, this system of control and kind of hijacked the minds of people. And that's why they gotta keep it going and keep the machine running, and they need the workers to keep the machine running. That's why they have to push the propaganda, the misinformation, and keep people down, and also at war with the neighbors. So the machine can keep running, because if they don't keep pushing the lie and the propaganda, it will just fall. It wouldn't last long. That's why they gotta keep pushing it. Very sense.
Think of suddenly how the pandemic seemed to taper off, and all of a sudden this new war started just coincidentally, like back to back.
Yeah. Coincidence theory.
Timing is essential.
Just like the Globers, it's a coincidence. Yeah, the distances are a coincidence. The sun and the moon are perfectly aligned. They look about the same size because of the distances. The speeds, all coincidences.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why the pandemic ended, because it's an election year, and they could say, "Look, I conquered the COVID. I conquered the pandemic. Vote for me." Even though, and the masks came off, even though uh, there's record high surging in a lot of places. They still took the masks off because they were tired of it.
Bro, there's people buying medications for all kind of diseases. People think that they just started taking the pharmaceuticals 2 years ago. Come on.
People are always dying of the flu, dying of pneumonia, emphysema, all kinds of respiratory illnesses before this came around.
They had to push it because there a lot of that stuff was, a lot of people was realizing a lot of things, and they had to kind of double down on the whole system and make a huge power grab because reasons. It's kind of tricky. So much going on at the same time. They overcomplicate everything. Things could be smooth, way better, smoother, and easier than the way they make it.
Yeah, she may not know about the conspiracy, but to me, the news is just mass propaganda, mind control. It's all fabricated. It's always negative.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. That's why I said, like, they have to keep pushing it. They have to every day, every single day. They have to tell you how bad things are and how much they have to help you to fix everything. Yes, do as they say. Ain't no better. Yes. So, keep pushing the lie and the propaganda from every side possible. That's what the globe brings. I think they need the globe as a fundamental for that, because the globe brings all that kind of BS. These scarcity wars and pandemics, and the globe brings open the table for all that BS. And create all type of scenarios if you just imagine it. Move people away from the actual laws and fundamentals. And they're laughing their way to the bank, living the good life. Got all the good technology, own all the real estate, the resources. Think these fuckers watch the news and worry about Putin invading other nations. They push the young ones to fight each other.
I noticed, like, especially for the USA, all the politicians and senators are mostly all millionaires. They don't give a shit about gas prices. They're not affected by these changes in gas prices or food prices or inflation. They just keep us poor. That's their whole job. And while they get richer and richer.
They do it kind of like in layers and steps, because they need the workers to make the electric grids and electric cars, and where they're gonna charge them, and they it's kind of crazy. These people, they're super smart. The way they accomplish this stuff. And hey, I think there's a lot of good stuff happening too. I don't think everything is bad. But they definitely want to hold the high ground, no matter what. They hold the high ground. Hey, I found some duck eggs, guys. You see, not everything is bad. I don't have to eat chicken eggs today. I'll have some duck eggs. It's a good day. You get some duck eggs. Yummy. Regardless, Guy, I'm gonna give you a few roles. You're gonna have a ladies' night Fridays. The ladies they take over the server. So if you want to talk to other ladies in the Discord in this server, you'll be notified whenever they come and take over. And I'll give you perms so you can post. You want to post some links related to the server topic. Try not to post anything related to the forbidden topics of this world. Scarlet. Bong Sao. Bong Sao. It's messing with you, Bong. You don't have to open your mic. It's a quiet time in the server, so keep it quiet. Yeet Holmes 619. Yeet. Yeet. You've been unmuted, Yeet Holmes. You've been unmuted. You're gonna mute your mic and say hi.
Hello.
Welcome, Yeet Holmes.
Hello, Yeet.
Hello.
Speak up, son.
I just wanted to check on what's going on. That don't have much to say.
Are you like 20 feet from your phone?
I'm actually speaking through a mic, speaking to my earphone. So, is my audio not audible?
Was your mic made in China?
Huh?
No, don't.
Just messing with you, bro. Welcome to the Flutter Discord.
Thank you.
So, what brings you to the Discord? What was your curiosity of it?
I just was curious about different views on our world and just trying to be more open to all the views.
Oh, that's a good start. Not bad.
Yeah.
Have you tried to compare the differences between the two opposite sides to see which one makes more sense? in your world?
The most I've read into the flat Earth was through the YouTube documentary or the Netflix documentary. I don't seem to recollect. And yeah, I actually this is my second time trying to get more deep into it. After watching the documentary, I didn't research more into the what both sides saying, but yeah, it did help me dive into the idea more.
Have you done any research into the topic so far?
No, other than what's taught to us in our schools, I haven't done much exploration on my own. I'm very new to this.
When you think about flat Earth, do you think about the floating disk in space? It's flat.
If we are trying to build a model from ground up, I I I don't think we should. I don't think I would start with the assumption that there is space at all. Like, if we want to make our own guess on how the world is, I think I probably wouldn't uh, think of a floating disk on space because that would assume that there's space which I can't see from my eyes from here. And so yeah, I probably need to think more on that. I would be happy if I could come to a conclusion based on like organic observations rather than something that's told to us, like what we've known, what we've been taught from school from day one.
Absolutely. So, I mean, basically, if the Earth's a globe with a radius of 3959 miles, it has to curve away from you at a certain rate. So, obviously, over land, that's not going to work because of hills and mountains and things like that. But over water, if you're standing at the shoreline and you're looking out over the ocean, and based on the globe geometry, it should curve away from you at a certain rate. Would you agree with that?
What do you mean by go away from me?
So basically, in the globe Earth model, everyone is standing at the very top of the globe Earth. So if you're looking out over the ocean, the Earth should curve away from you. So basically, at a certain point, if just say an object's at a certain distance away from you, you shouldn't be able to see it because
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there should be curvature in the way. So, are you aware of the radius? The size of the radius of the Earth on the globe?
I don't remember the exact number, but I believe it's pretty big, right?
3,959 miles is the radius. So basically, to put it simply, if you're a 6-foot person, approximately standing at the shoreline of the ocean, and you're looking away, the geometric horizon of the globe Earth should be at approximately 3 miles. So, at 3 miles, things should start to dip over the curve of the Earth.
So that would mean I shouldn't be able to see something that's 3 miles after me, right? If I'm 6 feet tall.
So previously people, with good reason, because they didn't have high-tech equipment back then, when they saw a ship sail away into the distance, it would basically start to appear to disappear. From the bottom up. So they would say, okay, so the Earth's, because we can see we're starting to lose view of the bottom of the ship. Now we can only see the mast.
Right.
Yeah. So in the modern day, we have like super zoom cameras where we can zoom right back in, so we can see a boat sail away, completely disappear. The whole mast is gone, and we can zoom back in with a zoom lens, and we can bring the whole boat back in perspective. So on top of that, there's countless observations where we can see much further than what the globe mathematics would allow us to see. So that's just a bit of a problem when it comes to the radius value of the Earth. We can see much further. I mean, we can see about 10 times further, and in some cases we can see much further than that. But when you use infrared lenses and things like that. But if you're standing at the shoreline, we've got observations that have been tested and repeated where you can see. Okay, so basically, we've got observations where the camera's 1 foot off the water level, and the geometric horizon of the Earth should be 1.22 miles from the observer height of 1 foot. So after 1.22 miles, things should start to dip over the curve. But we've got multiple observations where we can see at least 10 miles. Because in those observations, we've got markers. So if someone's standing on the beach, we've got verified distances where there's an oil platform that's 9.4 miles away. So they've set up the camera on the beach at 1 foot height. And we can see the oil platform. You can actually see the horizon beyond the oil platform. It's hard to gauge how far it is, but there's absolutely no way on the globe Earth that you would be able to see that oil platform. You might be able to see just the top of it if you do the maths. I think 44 foot of it should be covered or something like that. You can see the whole thing. You can see the water underneath the platform, and you can see the horizon in the distance behind the platform. So there's so many observations like that. So yeah, that's just one of countless evidences that the globe radius is incorrect, and yeah, the globe has some problems there. So yeah, does that make any sense to you?
Yeah, I mean, I personally now want to try this out myself. I think there are a few beaches, probably after a few kilometers from my area. I really want to try this out because if I can reproduce this experiment, it would just. I'm pretty scared, to be honest, about the results because that would denullify years of what I've learned and have been taught.
Yeah, so what you're going to find is there's a lot of optical illusions and optical effects that happen when you're taking videos or photos over water. Like if you live in an area that has high humidity or something like that, or if there's less humidity, or if the temperature is fluctuating a lot during the day, you could set a camera up on the beach. And if you take a time lapse, you'll see that the horizon will be just like jumping up and down all day long as the weather conditions change. Because if you look up the definition of horizon, it's not like the edge of the globe Earth that you can't see over. That's not actually the definition of horizon. If you look up the definition, it's literally just the apparent location where the sky appears to meet the ground. So horizons can be many things. You can have a false horizon. Like if you go to Google and you type in floating ships, you'll see a horizon that looks flat, and then you'll see a ship that appears to be floating up in the sky. There's all sorts of optical illusions and effects that can happen with horizons. So yeah, it gets very complicated. So it's very hard to determine whether the Earth is flat or round, taking observations over water, but the base fact is that if the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3959 miles, there has to be a geometric horizon. There must be. So if you look into the mathematics of just the basic geometry of the globe Earth, basically a 1 foot observer, the horizon should be at 1.22 miles. A 6 foot observer, the horizon should be at about 3 miles. And, that's most of the people in this server doubted it, thought flat Earth was stupid. And then once you actually go out and do these experiments for yourself, you'll come to the same conclusion. you'll realize you can see way too far. And then you need to start thinking into why you can see much further than what they tell us. That's the very, very tip of the rabbit hole. It goes a lot deeper.
Right. And now I'm trying to think, what's the motive behind lying? Like,
Yeah, so why would like the government lie about the shape of the Earth? Is that what you're asking?
yeah.
Yeah, so that usually that's the end question. So motive isn't necessarily something that we can prove because that's something that they're doing. So we're not trying to prove to you that the Earth's flat or anything like that. We're basically showing you a whole bunch of evidence that you might not have seen before, a whole bunch of information, and then you can come to your own conclusions. For example, I mean, if someone commits a murder or something like that, and you've got all the evidence they've committed the murder, in the courtroom, you're not going to say, well, why would they have committed the murder? You need to look at the evidence that they've committed the murder. So we've got a lot of evidence against the globe model, a hell of a lot of evidence. So, I mean, why would they lie? That's something you would have to ask them. But what we do know is people lie for money, control, power, and things like that. It goes quite deep in why would they lie. The best thing to do is to sort of start to look into the fakery of the moon landings and things like that, and then start to realize that they do lie about a lot of things. And then you can start to look into more flat Earth related things once you realize the moon landings were a hoax. And you'll realize that there's lie after lie after lie, and there's all sorts of things that just don't add up. And once you get so much evidence that they're lying and zero proof that they're telling the truth, it just makes you question it. And yeah.
And like, since what we've been doing is like literally, what the source plan does, like basically to disprove the idea of globe Earth, right? So how does one come to the conclusion of a flat Earth from there? Like, all we have proven is that Earth isn't globe, right?
Yeah. So flat. When we say like when people say flat Earth versus globe Earth, it's not quite accurate because a globe is like a shape; it's an object floating in space. And when you're comparing an object floating in space, and then they say flat Earth, people think, oh, okay, so it must be a flat Earth floating in space. Flat Earth doesn't mean like an object. We don't claim the shape of the entirety of the Earth. What we mean by flat is large bodies of water at rest lay flat. So basically, if you get a pond of water, you can take a measuring device over the top. You'll realize the water conforms to the container, which is the ground, and the surface of the water is flat. The same thing in a bathtub, a pool. All of these things need a container. Water needs a container, and at the surface of the container, the water lays flat. So you could take that into a bigger scale. Now all of a sudden you've got a lake, and once again, it's the indentation in the earth and the higher edges around the side of the lake that's containing the water, and it's very hard to deny that the water on that lake is flat. So basically, you could think of the world oceans like a large lake, and the continents that we're living on within the lake as just like islands within the lake. The water's laying flat, and you could call it like the Antarctic basin. And what people speculate is that the coastline that covers the outside of the world pond or the world ocean is the shoreline of Antarctica.
Okay.
I could probably send you a picture or something like that would give you some visualization of what I'm talking about. But yeah, do you have any more questions? Because hopefully I'm explaining myself okay.
Yeah, I've understood your point of view, and it's given me enough motivation to try and seek out the truth on my own.
And do you have any questions about Flat Earth, or is there anything that you think, like, a Flat Earth wouldn't make sense because of this or that?
As I said again, I'm very new to this this area, and this is my little one of the first few times I've interacted with other flat earthers. So let's take time for me to build my point of view on this issue.
So basically, we've all been taught the Earth's a globe from a very young age.
Yeah.
We've never known any other way of thinking, so it just seems normal to everyone. That's what we've been taught. So when you have a certain way of thinking for a long period of time, it basically becomes a belief system. And then when someone comes out and challenges that belief system, people get very defensive. Some people react in a very defensive way. You seem to be pretty open-minded. Some people get really angry when their belief systems are challenged. But basically, the globe Earth, solar system, space, all of that is nothing more than a belief system, a higher power.
Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously, you've never seen the curve of the Earth. It looks flat to everybody. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, even during flights, I've obviously never seen the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, even from the globe perspective, they would say that we're too small and you can't see it because it's so big. But yeah, objective reality tells us, the Earth is flat through our vision, and we don't feel it moving. We've never felt it moving. Are you aware of the how fast the Earth is moving?
Yeah, I've been taught that it's I don't remember the exact number, but yeah, it's rotating around an axis.
Yeah. So they say it's moving at about 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. And then they also say, they don't really teach you this at school, but once you try to actually think about it, they throw out such large numbers, it makes it really, really difficult to comprehend. So 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, that's pretty fast, but at the same time, you're moving like 6,000 miles an hour around the sun. And if you think that sounds like a lot of speed, the sun is also
moving at some other speed around the center of the universe, right?
Yeah, the sun's moving at like 500,000 miles per hour at the same time through space. So we're moving in all of these different vectors. I mean, there's even more than that. I think the whole solar system's moving in a direction at some ridiculous speed, millions of miles per hour. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it into a little animation and show how fast the Earth's actually moving. It's actually incomprehensible to most people's minds to even fathom how fast that is.
Yeah, I actually read this a few months back that human mind cannot comprehend large numbers very well. Like a million years versus a billion years, we would think it's still pretty big, but the difference is actually much larger. So yeah, I think that's a good way to make us not think about how big the speed is, probably.
Yeah, and we don't feel a thing. I mean, you can look at a lake on a perfectly still day, and it's completely flat, and still you can perfect reflection in the water. Can you still hear me?
Oh yeah, I lost you for a few seconds.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so I mean, look, even if you've got a dish of water in your hand and you're driving in a car, straight line down the highway, if that car, like literally just picture a saucer of water in your hand. You're driving down the highway at like 100 kilometers an hour, 80 miles an hour, whatever it is, and that car just takes a slight turn to the left or a slight turn to the right. All of the water in that saucer is going to fly straight out of the bowl. So if you think about these ridiculous speeds the Earth's supposed to be moving at, you consider a lake that you can see a perfect mirror reflection of. It just raises some questions, and that's why we're here. There's a lot of questions about the globe model, because people aren't taught to question the globe model, including scientists, teachers. You can't even become a teacher or a scientist if you question your professors, your textbooks, or anything like that. So you're basically...
And that's really silly, right? Because questioning is questioning is a big part of what science is, right? The scientific method. You hypothesize, you question, and you observe, and based on the observations, you either prove your hypothesis or disprove it, right? And what the flat earth is trying to do is exactly that, and people ridicule you all for that, and that shows a bit of ignorance and also raises suspicion on the hard rejection of this idea, right?
Yeah, I really appreciate you saying that, because what flat earthers actually do is get out there with equipment, and they make, some of the experiments might be flawed, but it's not people that are funded by universities and governments that have grants and things like that. There are a lot of other experiments where, they are quite well funded, and there's been 40-mile laser tests that hit the target, where there should have been a ridiculous amount of curvature, but the laser should have been shining way up in the air, the target, but it hits the target. And these tests have been repeated over and over and over again, but then there's no globe earthers going out and doing laser tests that contradict our laser tests, basically. And there's so many people getting out there doing mirror tests, microwave tests, all types of things physically. When we, there's heaps of globe earthers that are anti-flat earthers. They spend all day every day trying to debunk flat earth and do that. They don't have any physical demonstrations or experiments that they can provide with us. Like, they'll show us a blurry picture here and there, and they'll say, "Oh, look, here's a blurry picture, and it looks like the mountain behind the picture's hidden by the curvature of the Earth." But there's no video, there's no temperature of the day, what camera was used, where is it at, what elevation height was it at. We have all of that information in our observations.
Yeah, and at the end of the even if they reproduce a certain video or a photo, there's still no guarantee that's doctored, right? Because at the end, technology can do brilliant things and doctor images and videos to an extreme level. So at the end, the only way that we could truly come to a conclusion, rather just not follow someone's belief system, is by doing it ourselves, right?
Doing what, sorry?
Doing the experience ourselves. Even in the end, if they reproduce a video or something, it's just going to be another belief system, because we haven't tried it ourselves, and the videos can easily be doctored.
Right, exactly. And, a lot of the globe earthers that we come against in debates here, they don't even want to talk about experiments here on Earth. They always want to talk about observations in the sky. They want to talk about things that certain scientists have written in books and equations and data and numbers that haven't been verified physically. They can't provide physical scientific experiments that follow the scientific method that verify what their claims are, and they never can. So usually when people come in here, we ask them, do you know of one person, any single person in human history that's proven the Earth to be a globe, and how did they do it? And we'll never ever get an answer for that, because there isn't one.
Hmm.
So if no one's ever proven it's a globe, you know, it looks flat. You don't feel it moving. We see the sun and the stars moving in the sky. We don't feel ourselves moving. So if someone says we're the ones moving, the sun's not. So in the heliocentric model, the sun's not moving relative to how fast. Obviously the sun is moving, but from our perspective, the sun's not moving in the heliocentric model. We're the ones moving. So that's a cool story and nothing more than that. Because if we see a plane moving in the sky, no, it's a plane moving in the sky. We can prove that. So we either see the sun moving across the sky, it's the same thing. Just to take someone's word for it that we're the ones spinning, it's logical.
I totally agree with you there. Taking someone's word for that is and calling it something that you know for sure is just ignorance of what you're doing, right? Because you're obviously following a belief system, and you brainwash yourself into thinking as if uh, you personally verify it and you know for sure, and it just talks a lot about human nature of overseeing assumptions that we make in a day-to-day life, which is why probably we get so easily brainwashed.
I totally agree with you. I like your attitude. You've got a really good attitude.
Yeah, I actually never believed in the concept of being completely against something without completely hearing the point of view out. Like it just shows ignorance and probably a bit of uh, yourself being scared from a different worldview because it might shatter everything you learned, which I probably empathize or sympathize with on their part. But at the end, if you are a truth seeker, you need to be open to the other person's point of view as well.
Absolutely. And, we're not claiming what the shape of the Earth is in regards to what the overall shape is, because there's no way of checking that. We're not claiming what the sun is, what the moon is, how the sky works. It's just basically, countless physical experiments where we can see too far, large bodies of water at rest lay flat, and there's countless other flaws in the globe model that don't make it as well, which it can get extremely technical, but there's so many. And there's a whole bunch of things that work on the globe Earth and the flat Earth, like east to west circumnavigation works on both. There's a whole bunch of things that work on both models. There's nothing that only works on the globe model. Lots of things that work on both models. Nothing that only works on the globe model. Nobody's ever traveled north to south, for example, and that's strange. Millions of people have traveled east to west. Nobody's ever traveled north to south, and when you look into the world record for traveling north to south, the Guinness World Record, and you look at the trip that he took, he went down, he touched the South Pole, basically. He said there was some problem with some weather conditions. He turned around and went back up to the top again and said that he circumnavigated. Yeah, you can literally look up the exact route that he took, and he didn't go all the way around. To go around, keep going. Don't turn around and go back. It's not a going around the block. But so I mean, is there anything else that you're interested in learning about?
Not right. I don't have any other questions right now, but I'll probably join the voice chat some other day one if I have something in my mind or I've discovered something new.
Nice to meet you anyway.
Yeah, man, nice meeting you too.
Did I lose the signal, or did you all finish talking?
I think that was it.
So how are you doing this morning?
I did like the idea he came in here with an open mind. Really good.
Yeah.
It's a good start.
Like I tell a number of people, whether they're flat Earth proponents or globe Earth proponents, either way, the most important thing is an open mind. What you do with that open mind may differ. We may come to logically different conclusions, but the important thing is the open mind. And unfortunately, that's a long lost trait. So when I see Globers come in here with an open mind, it always makes me happy, because there really aren't that many of them.
Yeah, that last guy sounded very open-minded compared to most people.
Yeah, sorry, I was coughing there. I didn't want to cough through the phone and give you all C 1984. It's that it's that catching. So, but yeah, it's always a great thing, I think, when somebody's willing to explore what the opponent has to offer.
Yeah, some people are really in control of their egos, right?
Yeah, for sure. And it's interesting because now, of course, we know how fascist book is, but I've seen people make the claim that Felix Baumgartner was not high enough to see the curvature of the Earth, and then to turn around and say they've seen the curvature of the Earth at Stone Mountain, Georgia. And the more I looked into the person, the more I realized that those were two separate statements that the person made, not just trolling whatever at the moment, but the person actually had that cognitive dissonance, that they actually thought, that the person actually thought that he had seen the curvature of the Earth at Stone Mountain, Georgia, and then also was parroting what he was told about Baumgartner. And I don't I don't understand that, but that seems to be the most of them. Yeah, sure, there's a vocal majority, or there's a vocal minority of them that are truly trolling and just saying whatever they can say to win whatever instant debate they're in. But for the most part, a lot of those Globers really do have a whole lot of cognitive dissonance, and they are just totally unaware of it.
There's also a strange thing. If you picture a person on a flat plane, just picture like a computer program, and you've got an infinite plane, and you've got like a person standing in the middle. If they did a 360-degree turn, due to their perspective, they would see the exact same distance all the way around them, 360 degrees. And what I've noticed, I live in the east coast of Australia, and I've got a headland that is really far out into the ocean. So when I look out into the ocean, it looks like it's curved, only because you're kind of seeing it round. You're seeing that 300 and sort of, not 360 in this case, but about like a 180 degree circle. So I can see if someone had a preconceived notion the Earth's a globe, and then they see that, and they could think that the Earth's curved. It kind of looks like it's curved, but understand what I mean? Like if you're standing up high on something on a mountain and you look around, you can only see the same distance, 160 degrees all the way around. So you see in a circle. David Weiss uses this argument a lot.
You are absolutely correct. And sorry for this twin squall in the background. I'm kind of wrangling, letting them play around. So they always want to remind me, Daddy. So anyway, you're and you are correct that that's the problem with a preconception, is that the things you see then fit into the preconception, regardless of if it's a good preconception or a bad preconception. If you already preconceive an idea, well, is it any wonder that that's what your observations are going to show?
Yeah. Main problem is it shouldn't be that hard for them to prove the inches per mile curvature over the ocean. That should be very simple, I think. If they haven't done it by now, they're not going to do it.
I think it would be exceedingly easy if they wanted to. If it's, if it was a globe and they wanted to, then it'd be exceedingly easy for them to prove it. But they are unable to, obviously. You can't prove something that doesn't exist.
Exactly. They don't go out and do experiments and post their experiments on it.
Yeah, my favorite one to hit them up with is why does the horizon always meet you at eye level, no matter how high or how low you go? And the only answer to that question that they can offer is just to pivot away from the question.
Yeah, well, the claimed eye level, so you're talking about the human eye for starters, and then they'll use a camera, and magically that's a human eye all of a sudden, and then they'll tilt the camera up or down, and then the center of frames, it's not centered anymore. We have to take their word for it that they've leveled all their cameras and everything correctly, and they don't show their elevation heights properly. They don't show the humidity, the temperatures. It's ridiculous because they don't even claim it's a physical horizon. They agree that it's an apparent horizon. So what the hell are they even looking at? They don't even know. Ridiculous at this point.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing is, one of my first nights on here, I was talking to a Glober from the UK, and I was mentioning that to him, and he was offering all these really absurd ideas. And so I told him, I said, look, have you actually seen this phenomenon that I'm telling you? Have you actually gone out and seen it for yourself? And he's like, well, no. And I forget what part of the UK he was in. And I'm like, I said, I couldn't imagine going through the hills of the UK or, get a couple friends together, take a nice country drive one day, stop, make a few observations, go stop and have dinner at some pub somewhere. Or if you were really adventurous, take your car, hop over to France and maybe to Germany and spend a couple days and do whatever else you want to do and stop in a couple of those big mountains they have like in Germany and take a few observations and actually look at it. I mean, if I were living there in Europe, I would certainly be looking for excuses to go drive through the mountains of Germany and Switzerland and Austria and other places. And that was a totally foreign concept to him. That you would go out and actually look. And I said, look, if I were there with you, I would say, hey, let's go, let's pile in and go take a look. Let's some things you'll agree on, some things I'll disagree on, some things you'll disagree on, some things I'll agree on, and spend a day or two out just having some fun on a nice country ride. What could be wrong with that?
Sounds awesome. Yeah, just bring some beer.
I mean, like where you are, like heading down towards Harrietville or something like that. What a wonderful drive. I mean, even if you were driving from Queensland or New South Wales, yeah, it might be a bit of a drive, but let me tell you, I think it would be a fun thing. Be a lot of nice different scenery. Make a few stops along the way. Pull out, like you say, some imbibing beverage. And there's going to be lots of places there along the East Coast, and I don't know why somebody wouldn't want to do that. But
we got some amazing places where we could take some amazing observations here. I need to buy a P900. That's what I need to do. Actually, what am I talking about? I'm moving to Poland in 5 days.
Well, there should be some really good places in Poland.
Yeah, it happens. Like 50 kilometers from the Ukraine border, so yay.
I mean, yeah, you could get a lot of really good observations in Poland, I would think. Go get some kielbasa, some of that good strong Polish beer. Head out with some friends on a weekend. I'm telling you, that sounds like living the good life.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Got a beautiful girl over there, so yeah, going over to meet her. Looking forward to it. The war started 2 days after I booked my ticket, so. Anyway, Jay, back to Flat Earth. You were saying before about globus claiming the horizon sometimes sink below eye level. I think a lot of the time that we see a horizon, it's completely false horizon. I mean, it's always apparent, but sometimes it's completely false. And I'll just have a look at the picture I just posted. If that ship is not there, and Glober is setting up his camera all on level, trying to, if the horizon's risen to eye level, this one's going to show lower because it's a completely false horizon. That's not the place. Obviously, that's not the place ships go over. There's so many countless pictures with these floating ships. Obviously, from a globus perspective, they can't always claim the horizon that we see is the place that ships go over, because image debunks that, does it not?
Give me just a quick second, my friend. I'll be right back. I gotta put the kids in the high chair.
Have no kids, so I'll grab a beer. Like my task better.
You know, it's rather interesting because the things they claimed about the horizon and ships disappearing over the curve, it's obvious they weren't even planning on a P900 like device coming along. They had no conception that that was going to be coming down the pipe. And here we are with something very simple that proves their claims are not correct. One of the things I've noticed is if you take some old show, like especially some old science fiction show from the 50s and the 60s, and you watch it on a modern television, the effects look really bad. In fact, they're so bad that they're good. And now when we start watching a lot of this stuff from NASA and others on modern TV, it looks so bad. And I wonder what the effects they use today are going to look like on TVs 30 years from now.
Yeah. You watched a movie from, 20, even 10 years ago that you thought was amazing years ago. You watch it now and you're like, whoa. Makes it really bad.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you one that's interesting enough is Stephen King's The Langoliers came out like early 90s. And, it was a made for television picture, so there were some budget constraints going on. But on the TVs of that day, the effects did not look like they look like on these digital televisions today. They look like a joke on the televisions today, but back then, the effects actually looked really good. And so, in fact, I was watching some early 80s footage from NASA where they were talking about space and your health and the spacesuit. Maybe that was even from the 70s. And they're showing these really awful, and I mean awful, physical replicas of the supposed planets that look just awful.
Oh, yes. There's one of Saturn, and you can, I think if you break it down, you can see they've completely it's like a collage. Just stuck a whole bunch of images together and taken a photo, and ridiculous. And the globe earthers will fight us to the death that's real. That.
Where did you say these pictures are?
Just various pictures that NASA has released, like especially from the 80s and 90s and 70s.
Have you seen the pictures from the Hubble telescope? Ridiculous.
And the interesting thing is that NASA will tell you that that's what you're seeing is a data visualization. So it's a visualization of data. They admit that. But the Globies, they see that it's a visualization of data and say, oh, it's a real picture. And it's like, no, they took data and they arranged it in some way to make a picture that makes you think you're looking at the data, but that's all it is.
A visualization of the data.
It goes even worse than that. They'll often declare it as an artistic impression of, and they'll list the artistic impression underneath the image, yet claiming that it's from data. But the actual artistic impression is got zero data attached to it. It's an artist given full reins to depict something. I'll post something in Livestream now.
Right, because the artist has supposedly looked at the data and said, oh, yeah, okay, I get it. So, yeah, Here's
but it's detached. But it's even detached with the that guy who says it is Photoshop, but it has to be Simmons. He says once he's layered all the data, then it still doesn't look right. So then he kind of lightens the oceans, puts a specular highlight. That's artistic impression. There's no data attached to making the Earth look more Earth-like as the way people expect it to look. So it's the same with the other planets, is that they just use free reign to make it look like a good image, and it's definitely not a photo. I think the word picture is also a bit misleading because a picture can be drawn or a photographed picture, but that's why it's specific to say either an image or a photograph.
Yeah, which is interesting because I can draw, or like from some of the videos I've been seeing here from the 70s and 80s, they actually, it's clear that they made these styrofoam balls and painted them and then took pictures of that. So I guess they aren't lying when they call that a photograph, because it is a photograph, but it's just not a photograph of what you think it is. There are a lot of folks out there who will just buy it hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, I've seen that Robert Simmons guy before. He's the guy who says it's Photoshop because it has to be.
Yeah.
But didn't he just make one picture? I mean, there's other pictures of Earth, right?
The only picture they claim to be the real picture is the blue marble from 1972. You would have to then believe in the Apollo missions. You look into the moon mission 5 minutes and you can realize that was a hoax. There's so much information about that being absolute hoax. So Why aren't there more in this technological age that we're in now? You know, they can show us time lapses of Jupiter rotating, and you can see the storms on Jupiter, and you know we can see all these distant planets that are billions of light years away, and you know they can't get a video of Earth rotating. Why?
Yeah. Check the image I just posted in Livestream. It says NASA's $1 billion Jupiter probe just sent back dazzling new photos of the giant planet and its giant red spot. And then you'll see underneath the picture, it says artist's concept of a Jupiter superstorm. When you look through the article, there are no photos attached, only artistic conceptions or artistic impressions of what an artist would assume it to be. And the artist is not the scientist who's collecting the data. So they just say to them, draw us something of what you think it would look like. Like Robert Simmons, they fudge it a little bit, add specular highlights, do whatever they like to make it look more realistic, but then pose it in the headline as new photos, knowing that people won't even read the caption underneath a picture.
That's all it takes to trick the sheeple.
What? Let me stop sneezing.
Raining, you know, it's raining diamonds on Neptune. They'll just lap it up. People will be like, "Ooh, it rains diamonds on Neptune." Let me tell my friends.
Yeah, because look at this picture from our artist who shows the diamonds falling out the sky. Must be real now. Definitely $1 billion well spent.
Yeah, and the question is how many people actually read beyond the headlines anyway? How many times during this whole C1984 thing did we see a headline and then read the actual article, and it's entirely different from the headline? And we saw that time and time and time again, and you see it continuously. So, because there are people who just read headlines, and that's always a very concerning thing for me, is when you see people who read the headlines and then they send you they'll send you an article that's proof of whatever their claim is, and then you go and actually read the article and it says the exact opposite, but the headline said what they wanted it to say, and then they just pass it along like it were gospel truth. And so NASA is well aware of that phenomenon of just the headline reader.
Yeah, I noticed that. Most science magazines online, they all do that clickbait, title, grabbing stuff.
7 million new exoplanets discovered without exaggeration.
Yeah, then you read it. Actually, most scientific news articles online are going to be like that, because a lot of times they're based on, let's say, like someone's just written a paper, and in that paper they're making a pretty big claim, but that paper hasn't been peer reviewed, or someone's made some discovery, but it just hasn't been verified yet, and the news article is just gonna kind of you know run with the attention grabbing title, and then you read it and it says, oh, well, it hasn't been verified yet.
Yeah, it goes with the NASA logo. NASA, never a straight answer. Or not a space agency.
I I chose not to argue with you guys about the NASA pictures because this old argument. That's one of the things I wanted to ask is I noticed this year there's not a lot of new arguments. I'm just wondering if anybody knows of any new arguments coming up on the horizon, something to get excited about in this community. You know what I mean? Like kind of like a black swan kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the Earth is not a spinning globe.
That's old. That's old. You know what I mean? Like a black swan type of argument. Like something to get excited about.
I think I might have one. Like tsunamis, basically. Like there was a tsunami that traveled like 3,000 miles, and it was 50 to 100 foot. So if like a wave is traveling over a surface that drops down, like 3,000 miles is like 6 million feet of curve. So if it's traveling over this surface that's dropping down 6 million feet, it would lose energy. So you can't really determine how much because you can't really model like waves moving around a globe at all. So I don't know though. I haven't really heard it or seen anybody use that argument. So
gravity, man.
Do me a favor. I'm sorry. I was halfway stepped away. Say that one more time, if you would, please.
yeah. In 2004, I think December 6th, there was a tsunami. It was I think the most deadly tsunami ever. It traveled over 3,000 miles, and it was a 50 to 100 foot tsunami. So, like a wave is just energy moving through like a medium. So, this wave traveled over 3,000 miles, which is like 6 million feet of curve. So, this wave is like traveling over a surface that's dropping down 6 million feet. So, the energy would like get canceled out, like lost. But you can't really determine how much because you can't really model a wave moving around a globe Earth at all. So, like you can't really model like tsunamis or any wave like going around a ball. So,
over a fair distance, it's quite flat. So basically like the whole east to west thing, you can't even tell you're going in a circle because it's just such a long circuit. Maybe it's such a gradual.
Right, but that's the problem. You can't really determine like how much energy would be lost at all. Like you can't really like demonstrate that or show. Like you can't show like a tsunami on a ball. So, I mean,
There's no.
Now, how do they know that it traveled that many thousand miles? Because back then, I was aware that it happened. It was an awful event, obviously, but that was that they claimed how far it traveled, and that was the one thing I never really understood how they figured out that it traveled from
Yeah,
some point of
there's like
origin.
there's like seismographs that because it was an under the ocean like earthquake.
I was gonna say the seismographs are have all that data registered. Yeah.
Yeah.
I forget what that system's called,
So
but it's a global
the
system.
reason why I like that argument is because it's not really like it's something physical. So like uh, like with radio waves and stuff that people there's like rebuttals. People say like, oh, it bounces off the ionosphere and stuff like that, but you can't really say that with a wave like in the ocean. So
Can I ask you a question based on that? What's your idea of down? Because you said like it curves down and it might lose energy because of this or whatever. But um, the way I think about down, it's always relative to. So as that wave is moving across the Earth, I would imagine that uh, it's not moving down. The way I'm thinking about it, but I could be wrong.
well, I mean the Earth should be curving like a lot. So I mean, like it would have to go down um like there's just drop. So, but I mean, the problem with it is like you can't even. It's like you can't demonstrate any of this. Like you can't model a wave going around a ball. So it's like any sort of rebuttal is kind of like a problem for the globe side because they can't show like they can't really argue like anything. So it's just like you can't
They say anywhere you're standing on
a flat body of water.
you're on the top of the globe. But if you were to take a camera and zoom that camera way out into so-called space, look at the Earth, there's a bottom and a top. So, you know, they can claim that all they want.
Where's the bottom?
Well, like that familiar voice said over there, they don't really consider it down. So the problem that you're laying out isn't a problem for them because it's not really a reasonable way to think in their mind because it's not actually down. It's just works because gravity and everything else that plays a part.
Right.
Whatever.
But a wave is just like energy moving through a medium. So you'd have to say like gravity is like making the wave like bend down, like going around this ball, even though it should just go straight.
I mean, this thing that you're describing is not in effect there, and that's the problem. Like, there's nothing to observe. There's no way to test it because like nothing like that can exist. And they're like, yeah, nothing like that. You can't duplicate something like that. Yeah, no shit. That's the that's the problem.
Oh.
Like usually when people say show me a ball with water on it, the planet's revolving around it, they think it's absurd to ask for that. But it's like, well, I mean, that's what you believe is happening because of the movement of the stars because of us moving. But they don't think that this is illogical. They think this is totally fine.
I've used that like a couple times, and they kind of like don't really say anything back to me. Like normally people like say stupid like Glovers, they say dumb stuff. Like I've literally talked to Glovers who say like the horizon is like in front of the oil platforms and the Black Swan, like shit like that. But when I use that tsunami thing, like how does this like a wave move around a ball? They just kills like the conversation. They just don't say anything. So I don't know. Like they could be the ones like there could be. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Well, no, I didn't want to say anything. I'm not the type of person to brag or anything, but I could easily model that. And it's I've seen that model plenty of times. I mean, it's like a wave going around a sphere. It's I don't understand um where where the disconnect is or why it would be impossible or something.
Yeah. Well, if a wave is moving, like if energy is moving through water, how is it like moving around a ball? You know, like how is a wave like curving with the like ball Earth? You know, like not losing energy.
I mean, I can only just point you to like demonstrations of like even like a bubble or something like that. I mean, you could have a bubble. You can imagine a bubble, and it oscillating in midair and stuff, and you could see like waves going through it as it's oscillating. I mean, I just don't understand. I guess I don't understand why that would be
Right, but
impossible.
I mean, it's like with the bubble example, it's not like the same. It doesn't retain like the same amount of energy. Like when the wave goes around the bubble, you know.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah. I imagine.
Right.
I imagine that with the tsunami that it does lose energy as it travels, though, doesn't it?
Exactly. It's like how much, you know? How do you even like I don't know. How do you test that? And it's like that one in 2004, it was a 50 to 100-foot wave and it traveled over 3,000 miles, which is like insane.
Change the subject a
Can I
little
get
bit. Has anyone
sourdough
visited
breakfast
that
sandwich?
massive pyramid in Antarctica?
Yes.
Um,
Steak, blueberry, coffee, delivery.
And we have 3 meetups here today in Florida. And so I always like to take these opportunities to encourage others to start meetups. I know there's one in Arkansas as well this evening. And I tell you, they've been certainly been a lot of fun. Here in Florida, we now have set up 14 monthly meetups. So one of the things I always tell others is to do the same thing because of all the censorship and everything online. It's next to impossible to censor in-person meetings.
Everything that glitters is not gold. They sell a dream and steal your soul. They see the victim as she cries, and all the poets wonder why. The sun is not so far away. The moon is not what they say. The sun is not so far away, and the moon isn't what they say. 600 miles using stars. Our only compass was our arm. The lies and love too much to bear. Tell the story, make it fair. The sun is not so far away. The moon is not what they say. The sun is not so far away. The moon is not what they say. The thinker thinks is on his own. The song adjusting to the tone. And dreams of revolution's dome. The clouds they hide the mystic's home. The sun is not so far away. Everything isn't what they say. The sun is not so far away. The moon is not what they say. Sell a dream and steal your soul. They see the victim as she cries, and all the poets wonder why. The sun is not so far away. The moon is not what they say. The sun is not so far away, and the moon isn't what they say.
The sun is not so far away. I know 'cause I feel it on my head. What do you guys eat? So quiet. Low energy, guys. Damn. Just kidding. I heard the conversation that you guys had earlier. It was entertaining. Pretty good. Good job. Was that Kosho that I heard speaking in here? Kosho! Kosho! That was Kosho, right? Some different name?
Alright. Are you talking about just now?
Yeah, the guy that you were talking to, I mean, you spoke, he spoke, you spoke, and that guy was Kosho. I just didn't notice until he spoke a little longer. I mean, it sounded like Kosho to me, but normally he has his name, Kosho. Ooh. Detroit. He was asking for some new flat earth. I don't know. The new stuff. The hot and new. Is he looking for content to debunk or something? Come on, flat earth, just give me something new so I can debunk it.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Orion is getting ready to launch.
My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation and guidance for Orion. Before we can send astronauts into space on Orion, we have to test all of its systems. And there's only one way to know if we got it right. Fly it in space. For Orion's first flight, no astronauts will be aboard. The spacecraft is loaded with sensors to record and measure all aspects of the flight in every detail. As the spacecraft and the upper stage begin their first lap around Earth, Mission Control in Houston is monitoring the progress of the flight. Orion's over 100 miles up and going about 17,000 miles per hour. Just as it passes over the Indian Ocean, we lose communication. This is expected. The communications link we have through satellites to Orion is momentarily lost, but Orion continues to receive and process data. Its computers can handle 480 million instructions per second. We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Here's Apollo 12 astronaut Alan Bean being interviewed about the Van Allen radiation belts.
Any ill effects from the Van Allen radiation belts?
No, now I'm not sure we went far enough out to encounter the Van Allen radiation belt. Maybe we did. I don't know the distance to the Van Allen radiation belt.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000 miles above the Earth.
Then we went right out through them.
No effects on your cells?
Didn't even know it. I don't think anybody, well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside, and we didn't get any, added radiation. Not on our mission, by the way, they hadn't been discovered yet.
So you see, he wasn't even sure what the Van Allen belts were, and when he was told, he basically says that the radiation belts didn't apply to his mission because they hadn't been discovered yet.
Okay. Okay.
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way, they hadn't been discovered yet.
The guy just said, maybe somebody said we just went through the Van Allen radiation belts, but how is that possible if they hadn't been discovered yet?
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way, they hadn't been discovered yet.
We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Not on our mission, by the way, they hadn't been discovered yet.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Morning.
Blackstone Audio presents 1984 by George Orwell. Part 1, Chapter 1. It was a bright, cold day in April, and the clocks were striking 13. Winston Smith, his chin nuzzled into his breast in an effort to escape the vile wind, slipped quickly through the glass doors of Victory Mansions, though not quickly enough to prevent a swirl of gritty dust from entering along with him. The hallway smelt of boiled cabbage and old rag mats. At one end of it, a coloured poster, too large for indoor display, had been tacked to the wall. It depicted simply an enormous face, more than a metre wide, the face of a man of about 45 with a heavy black moustache and ruggedly handsome features. Winston made for the stairs. It was no use trying the lift. Even at the best of times it was seldom working, and at present the electric current was cut off during daylight hours. It was part of the economy drive in preparation for Hate Week. The flat was 7 flights up, and Winston, who was 39 and had a varicose ulcer above his right ankle, went slowly, resting several times on the way. On each landing, opposite the lift shaft, the poster with the enormous face gazed from the wall. It was one of those pictures which are so contrived that the eyes follow you about when you move. Big Brother is watching you, the caption beneath it ran. Inside the flat, a fruity voice was reading out a list of figures which had something to do with the production of pig iron. The voice came from an oblong metal plaque, like a dulled mirror, which formed part of the surface of the right-hand wall. Winston turned a switch, and the voice sank somewhat, though the words were still distinguishable. The instrument, the telescreen it was called, could be dimmed, but there was no way of shutting it off completely. He moved over to the window, a smallish, frail figure, the meagreness of his body merely emphasized by the blue overalls which were the uniform of the party. His hair was very fair, his face naturally sanguine, his skin roughened by coarse soap and blunt razor blades, and the cold of the winter that had just ended. Outside, even through the shut window-pane, the world looked cold. Down in the street, little eddies of wind were whirling dust and torn paper into spirals, and though the sun was shining and the sky a harsh blue, there seemed to be no colour in anything, except the posters that were plastered everywhere. The black mustachioed face gazed down from every commanding corner. There was one on the house front immediately opposite. "Big Brother is watching you," the caption said, while the dark eyes looked deep into Winston's own. Down at street level, another poster, torn at one corner, flapped fitfully in the wind, alternately covering and uncovering the single word, Ingsoc. In the far distance, a helicopter skimmed down between the roofs, hovered for an instant like a bluebottle, and darted away again with a curving flight. It was the police patrol, snooping into people's windows. The patrols did not matter, however. Only the thought police mattered. Behind Winston's back, the voice from the telescreen was still babbling away about pig iron and the over-fulfillment of the 9th three-year plan. The telescreen received and transmitted simultaneously. Any sound that Winston made, above the level of a very low whisper, would be picked up by it. Moreover, so long as he remained within the field of vision which the metal plaque commanded, he could be seen as well as heard. There was, of course, no way of knowing whether you were being watched at any given moment. How often or on what system the thought police plugged in on any individual wire was guesswork. It was even conceivable that they watched everybody, all the time. But at any rate, they could plug in your wire whenever they wanted to. You had to live, did live, from habit that became instinct, in the assumption that every sound you made was overheard, and except in darkness, every movement scrutinized. Winston kept his back turned to the telescreen. It was safer, though, as he well knew, even a back can be revealing. A kilometre away, the Ministry of Truth, his place of work, towered vast and white above the grimy landscape. This, he thought with some sort of vague distaste, this was London, chief city of Airstrip 1, itself the third most populous of the provinces of Oceania. He tried to squeeze out some childhood memory that should tell him whether London had always been quite like this. Were there always these vistas of rotting 19th-century houses, their sides shored up with balks of timber, their windows patched with cardboard, and their roofs with corrugated iron, their crazy garden walls sagging in all directions? And the bomb sites, where the plaster dust whirled in the air, and the willow herbs straggled over the heaps of rubble, and the places where the bombs had cleared a larger path, and there had sprung up sordid colonies of wooden dwellings, like chicken houses. But it was no use. He could not remember. Nothing remained of his childhood except a series of bright-lit tableaux occurring against no background and mostly unintelligible. The Ministry of Truth, mini-true in newspeak, was startlingly different from any other object in sight. It was an enormous pyramidal structure of glittering white concrete, soaring up terrace after terrace, 300 meters into the air. From where Winston stood, it was just possible to read, picked out on its white face in elegant lettering, the three slogans of the party. War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength. The Ministry of Truth contained, it was said, 3,000 rooms above ground level and corresponding ramifications below. Scattered about London, there were just 3 other buildings of similar appearance and size. So completely did they dwarf the surrounding architecture that from the roof of Victory Mansions you could see all 4 of them simultaneously. They were the homes of the 4 ministries between which the entire apparatus of government was divided. The Ministry of Truth, which concerned itself with news, entertainment, education, and the fine arts. The Ministry of Peace, which concerned itself with war. The Ministry of Love, which maintained law and order, and the Ministry of Plenty, which was responsible for economic affairs. Their names, in newspeak, Mini-True, Mini-Pax, Mini-Love, and Mini-Plenty. The Ministry of Love was the really frightening one. There were no windows in it at all. Winston had never been inside the Ministry of Love, nor within half a kilometre of it. It was a place impossible to enter, except on official business, and then only by penetrating through a maze of barbed wire entanglements, steel doors, and hidden machine-gun nests. Even the streets leading up to its outer barriers were roamed by gorilla-faced guards in black uniforms, armed with jointed truncheons. Winston turned round abruptly. He had set his features into the expression of quiet optimism, which it was advisable to wear when facing the telescreen. He crossed the room into the tiny kitchen. By leaving the ministry at this time of day, he had sacrificed his lunch in the canteen, and he was aware that there was no food in the kitchen except a hunk of dark-coloured bread, which had got to be saved for tomorrow's breakfast. He took down from the shelf a bottle of colourless liquid with a plain white label marked Victory Gin. It gave off a sickly, oily smell, as of Chinese rice spirit. Winston poured out nearly a teacupful, nerved himself for a shock, and gulped it down like a dose of medicine. Instantly, his face turned scarlet, and the water ran out of his eyes. The stuff was like nitric acid, and moreover, in swallowing it, one had the sensation of being hit on the back of the head with a rubber club. The next moment, however, the burning in his belly died down, and the world began to look more cheerful. He took a cigarette from a crumpled pack marked Victory Cigarettes, and incautiously held it upright, whereupon the tobacco fell out onto the floor. With the next he was more successful. He went back to the living room and sat down at a small table that stood to the left of the telescreen. From the table drawer he took out a pen-holder, a bottle of ink, and a thick quarto-sized blank book with a red back and a marbled cover. For some reason, the telescreen in the living room was in an unusual position. Instead of being placed, as was normal, in the end wall, where it could command the whole room, it was in the longer wall opposite the window. To one side of it, there was a shallow alcove in which Winston was now sitting, and which, when the flats were built, had probably been intended to hold bookshelves. By sitting in the alcove and keeping well back, Winston was able to remain outside the range of the telescreen, so far as sight went. He could be heard, of course, but so long as he stayed in his present position, he could not be seen. It was partly the unusual geography of the room that had suggested to him the thing that he was now about to do. It had also been suggested by the book that he had just taken out of the drawer. It was a peculiarly beautiful book. Its smooth, creamy paper, a little yellowed by age, was of a kind that had not been manufactured for at least 40 years past. He could guess, however, that the book was much older than that. He had seen it lying in the window of a frowsy little junk shop in a slummy quarter of the town, just what quarter he did not now remember, and had been stricken immediately by an overwhelming desire to possess it. Party members were supposed not to go into ordinary shops. Dealing on the free market, it was called. But the rule was not strictly kept, because there were various things, such as shoelaces and razor blades, which it was impossible to get hold of in any other way. He had given a quick glance up and down the street, and then had slipped inside and bought the book for $2.50. At the time, he was not conscious of wanting it for any particular purpose. He had carried it guiltily home in his briefcase. Even with nothing written in it, it was a compromising possession. The thing that he was about to do was to open a diary. This was not illegal. Nothing was illegal, since there were no longer any laws. But if detected, it was reasonably certain that it would be punished by death, or at least by 25 years in a forced labour camp. Winston fitted a nib into the penholder and sucked it to get the grease off. The pen was an archaic instrument, seldom used even for signatures, and he had procured one furtively, and with some difficulty, simply because of a feeling that the beautiful creamy paper deserved to be written on with a real nib, instead of being scratched with an ink pencil. Actually, he was not used to writing by hand. Apart from very short notes, it was usual to dictate everything into the speakwrite, which was, of course, impossible for his present purpose. He dipped the pen into the ink, and then faltered for just a second. A tremor had gone through his bowels. To mark the paper was the decisive act. In small, clumsy letters, he wrote, April 4th, 1984. He sat back. A sense of complete helplessness had descended upon him. To begin with, he did not know with any certainty that this was 1984. It must be around that date, since he was fairly sure that his age was 39, and he believed that he had been born in 1944 or 1945. But it was never possible nowadays to pin down any date within a year or two. For whom, it suddenly occurred to him to wonder, was he writing this diary? For the future? For the unborn? His mind hovered for a moment around the doubtful date on the page, and then fetched up with a bump against the newspeak word, doublethink. For the first time, the magnitude of what he had undertaken came home to him. How could you communicate with the future? It was of its nature impossible. Either the future would resemble the present, in which case it would not listen to him, or it would be different from it, and his predicament would be meaningless. For some time he sat gazing stupidly at the paper. The telescreen had changed over to strident military music. It was curious that he seemed not merely to have lost the power of expressing himself, but even to have forgotten what it was that he had originally intended to say. For weeks past he had been making ready for this moment, and it had never crossed his mind that anything would be needed except courage. The actual writing would be easy. All he had to do was to transfer to paper the interminable restless monologue that had been running inside his head literally for years. At this moment, however, even the monologue had dried up. Moreover, his varicose ulcer had begun itching unbearably. He dared not scratch it, because if he did so, it always became inflamed. The seconds were ticking by. He was conscious of nothing except the blankness of the page in front of him, the itching of the skin above his ankle, the blaring of the music, and a slight booziness caused by the gin. Suddenly, he began writing in sheer panic, only imperfectly aware of what he was setting down. His small but childish handwriting straggled up and down the page, shedding first its capital letters and finally even its full stops. April 4th, 1984. Last night to the flicks. All war films. One very good one of a ship full of refugees being bombed somewhere in the Mediterranean. Audience much amused by shots of a great, huge, fat man trying to swim away with a helicopter after him. First you saw him wallowing along in the water like a porpoise. Then you saw him through the helicopter's gun sights. Then he was full of holes, and the sea round him turned pink, and he sank as suddenly as though the holes had let in the water. Audience shouting with laughter when he sank. Then you saw a lifeboat full of children with a helicopter hovering over it. There was a middle-aged woman, might have been a Jewess, sitting up in the bow with a little boy about 3 years old in her arms. Little boy screaming with fright and hiding his head between her breasts, as if he was trying to burrow right into her, and the woman putting her arms around him and comforting him, although she was blue with fright herself. All the time covering him up as much as possible, as if she thought her arms could keep the bullets off him. Then the helicopter planted a 20-kilo bomb in among them. Terrific flash, and the boat went all to matchwood. Then there was a wonderful shot of a child's arm going up, right up into the air. A helicopter with a camera in its nose must have followed it up, and there was a lot of applause from the party seats. But a woman down in the prole part of the house suddenly started kicking up a fuss and shouting that they didn't oughter showed it, not in front of the kids. They didn't. It ain't right. Not in front of the kids, it ain't. Until the police turned her out. I don't suppose anything happened to her. Nobody cares what the proles say. Typical prole reaction. They never... Winston stopped writing, partly because he was suffering from cramp. He did not know what had made him pour out this stream of rubbish. But the curious thing was that while he was doing so, a totally different memory had clarified itself in his mind, to the point where he almost felt equal to writing it down. It was, he now realized, because of this other incident, that he had suddenly decided to come home and begin the diary today. It had happened that morning at the ministry, if anything so nebulous could be said to happen. It was nearly 1100, and in the records department where Winston worked, they were dragging the chairs out of the cubicles and grouping them in the centre of the hall opposite the big telescreen, in preparation for the 2 minutes hate. Winston was just taking his place in one of the middle rows, when two people whom he knew by sight, but had never spoken to, came unexpectedly into the room. One of them was a girl whom he often passed in the corridors. He did not know her name, but he knew that she worked in the fiction department. Presumably, since he had sometimes seen her with oily hands and carrying a spanner, she had some mechanical job on one of the novel-writing machines. She was a bold-looking girl of about 27, with thick, dark hair, a freckled face, and swift, athletic movements. A narrow scarlet sash, emblem of the Junior Anti-Sex League, was wound several times around the waist of her overalls, just tightly enough to bring out the shapeliness of her hips. Winston had disliked her from the very first moment of seeing her. He knew the reason. It was because of the atmosphere of hockey fields and cold baths and community hikes and general clean-mindedness which he managed to carry about with her. He disliked nearly all women, and especially the young and pretty ones. It was always the women, above all the young ones, who were the most bigoted adherents of the party, the swallowers of slogans, the amateur spies and nosers out of unorthodoxy. But this particular girl gave him the impression of being more dangerous than most. Once, when they passed in the corridor, she had given him a quick sidelong glance, which seemed to pierce right into him, and for a moment had filled him with black terror. The idea had even crossed his mind that she might be an agent of the thought police. That, it was true, was very unlikely. Still, he continued to feel a peculiar uneasiness, which had fear mixed up in it as well as hostility, whenever she was anywhere near him. The other person was a man named O'Brien, a member of the inner party, and holder of some post so important and remote that Winston had only a dim idea of its nature. A momentary hush passed over the group of people around the chairs as they saw the black overalls of an inner party member approaching. O'Brien was a large, burly man, with a thick neck and a coarse, humorous, brutal face. In spite of his formidable appearance, he had a certain charm of manner. He had a trick of resettling his spectacles on his nose, which was curiously disarming, in some indefinable way, curiously civilized. It was a gesture which, if anyone had still thought in such terms, might have recalled an 18th-century nobleman offering his snuff-box. Winston had seen O'Brien perhaps a dozen times in almost as many years. He felt deeply drawn to him, and not solely because he was intrigued by the contrast between O'Brien's urbane manner and his prize-fighter's physique. Much more, it was because of a secretly held belief, or perhaps not even a belief, merely a hope, that O'Brien's political orthodoxy was not perfect. Something in his face suggested it irresistibly. And again, perhaps it was not even unorthodoxy that was written in his face, but simply intelligence. But at any rate, he had the appearance of being a person that you could talk to, if somehow you could cheat the telescreen and get him alone. Winston had never made the smallest effort to verify this guess. Indeed, there was no way of doing so. At this moment, O'Brien glanced at his wristwatch, saw that it was nearly 1100, and evidently decided to stay in the records department until the 2 minutes' hate was over. He took a chair in the same row as Winston, a couple of places away. A small sandy-haired woman who worked in the next cubicle to Winston was between them. The girl with dark hair was sitting immediately behind. The next moment, a hideous, grinding screech, as of some monstrous machine running without oil, burst from the big telescreen at the end of the room. It was a noise that set one's teeth on edge and bristled the hair on the back of one's neck. The hate had started. As usual, the face of Emmanuel Goldstein, the enemy of the people, had flashed onto the screen. There were hisses here and there among the audience. The little sandy-haired woman gave a squeak of mingled fear and disgust. Goldstein was the renegade and backslider who once, long ago, how long ago nobody quite remembered, had been one of the leading figures of the party, almost on a level with Big Brother himself, and then had engaged in counter-revolutionary activities, had been condemned to death, and had mysteriously escaped and disappeared. The program of the 2 minutes' hate varied from day to day, but there was none in which Goldstein was not the principal figure. He was the primal traitor, the earliest defiler of the party's purity. All subsequent crimes against the party, all treacheries, acts of sabotage, heresies, deviations, sprang directly out of his teaching. Somewhere or other, he was still alive and hatching his conspiracies. Perhaps somewhere beyond the sea, under the protection of his foreign paymasters. Perhaps even, so it was occasionally rumoured, in some hiding place in Oceania itself. Winston's diaphragm was constricted. He could never see the face of Goldstein without a painful mixture of emotions. It was a lean, Jewish face, with a great fuzzy aureole of white hair and a small goatee beard. A clever face, and yet somehow inherently despicable, with a kind of senile silliness in the long, thin nose near the end of which a pair of spectacles was perched. It resembled the face of a sheep, and the voice, too, had a sheep-like quality. Goldstein was delivering his usual venomous attack upon the doctrines of the party, an attack so exaggerated and perverse that a child should have been able to see through it, and yet just plausible enough to fill one with an alarmed feeling that other people, less level-headed than oneself, might be taken in by it. He was abusing Big Brother. He was denouncing the dictatorship of the party. He was demanding the immediate conclusion of peace with Eurasia. He was advocating freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of assembly, freedom of thought. He was crying hysterically that the revolution had been betrayed, and all this in rapid polysyllabic speech, which was a sort of parody of the habitual style of the orators of the party, and even contained newspeak words, more newspeak words indeed than any party member would normally use in real life. And all the while, lest one should be in any doubt as to the reality which Goldstein's specious claptrap covered, behind his head on the telescreen there marched the endless columns of the Eurasian army, row after row of solid-looking men with expressionless Asiatic faces who swam up to the surface of the screen and vanished, to be replaced by others exactly similar. The dull, rhythmic tramp of the soldiers' boots, formed the background to Goldstein's bleating voice. Before the hate had proceeded for 30 seconds, uncontrollable exclamations of rage were breaking out from half the people in the room. The self-satisfied, sheep-like face on the screen and the terrifying power of the Eurasian army behind it were too much to be borne. Besides, the sight or even the thought of Goldstein produced fear and anger automatically. He was an object of hatred more constant than either Eurasia or Eastasia, since when Oceania was at war with one of these powers, it was generally at peace with the other. But what was strange was that although Goldstein was hated and despised by everybody, although every day and 1,000 times a day, on platforms, on the telescreen, in newspapers, in books, his theories were refuted, smashed, ridiculed, held up to the general gaze for the pitiful rubbish they were, in spite of all this, his influence never seemed to grow less. Always there were fresh dupes waiting to be seduced by him. A day never passed when spies and saboteurs acting under his directions were not unmasked by the thought police. He was the commander of a vast shadowy army, an underground network of conspirators dedicated to the overthrow of the state. The Brotherhood, its name was supposed to be. There were also whispered stories of a terrible book, a compendium of all the heresies of which Goldstein was the author and which circulated clandestinely here and there. It was a book without a title. People referred to it, if at all, simply as the book. But one knew of such things only through vague rumours. Neither the Brotherhood nor the book was a subject that any ordinary party member would mention if there was a way of avoiding it. In its second minute, the hate rose to a frenzy. People were leaping up and down in their places and shouting at the tops of their voices in an effort to drown the maddening, bleating voice that came from the screen. The little sandy-haired woman had turned bright pink, and her mouth was opening and shutting like that of a landed fish. Even O'Brien's heavy face was flushed. He was sitting very straight in his chair, his powerful chest swelling and quivering, as though he were standing up to the assault of a wave. The dark-haired girl behind Winston had begun crying out, "Swine! Swine! Swine!" And suddenly she picked up a heavy Newspeak dictionary and flung it at the screen. It struck Goldstein's nose and bounced off. The voice continued inexorably. In a lucid moment, Winston found that he was shouting with the others and kicking his heel violently against the rung of his chair. The horrible thing about the 2 minutes' hate was not that one was obliged to act a part, but that it was impossible to avoid joining in. Within 30 seconds any pretense was always unnecessary. A hideous ecstasy of fear and vindictiveness, a desire to kill, to torture, to smash faces in with a sledgehammer, seemed to flow through the whole group of people like an electric current, turning one even against one's will into a grimacing, screaming lunatic. And yet the rage that one felt was an abstract, undirected emotion which could be switched from one object to another like the flame of a blow-lamp. Thus, at one moment, Winston's hatred was not turned against Goldstein at all, but on the contrary, against Big Brother, the party, and the thought police, and at such moments his heart went out to the lonely derided heretic on the screen, sole guardian of truth and sanity in a world of lies. And yet, the very next instant, he was at one with the people about him, and all that was said of Goldstein seemed to him to be true. At those moments, his secret loathing of Big Brother changed into adoration, and Big Brother seemed to tower up an invincible, fearless protector, standing like a rock against the hordes of Asia. And Goldstein, in spite of his isolation, his helplessness, and the doubt that hung about his very existence, seemed like some sinister enchanter, capable by the mere power of his voice of wrecking the structure of civilization. It was even possible at moments to switch one's hatred this way or that by a voluntary act. Suddenly, by the sort of violent effort with which one wrenches one's head away from the pillow in a nightmare, Winston succeeded in transferring his hatred from the face on the screen to the dark-haired girl behind him. Vivid, beautiful hallucinations flashed through his mind. He would flog her to death with a rubber truncheon. He would tie her naked to a stake and shoot her full of arrows like Saint Sebastian. He would ravish her and cut her throat at the moment of climax. Better than before, moreover, he realized why it was that he hated her. He hated her because she was young and pretty and sexless, because he wanted to go to bed with her and would never do so, because round her sweet, supple waist, which seemed to ask you to encircle it with your arm, there was only the odious scarlet sash, aggressive symbol of chastity. The hate rose to its climax. The voice of Goldstein had become an actual sheep's bleat, and for an instant the face changed into that of a sheep. Then the sheep face melted into the figure of a Eurasian soldier who seemed to be advancing. Huge and terrible, his submachine gun roaring and seeming to spring out of the surface of the screen so that some of the people in the front row actually flinched backwards in their seats. And in the same moment, drawing a deep sigh of relief from everybody, the hostile figure melted into the face of Big Brother, black-haired, black-mustachioed, full of power and mysterious calm, and so vast that it almost filled up the screen. Nobody heard what Big Brother was saying. It was merely a few words of encouragement, the sort of words that are uttered in the din of battle, not distinguishable individually, but restoring confidence by the fact of being spoken. Then the face of Big Brother faded away again, and instead the three slogans of the party stood out in bold capitals. War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength. But the face of Big Brother seemed to persist for several seconds on the screen, as though the impact that it had made on everyone's eyeballs were too vivid to wear off immediately. The little sandy-haired woman had flung herself forward over the back of the chair in front of her. With a tremulous murmur that sounded like, "My Saviour," she extended her arms toward the screen. Then she buried her face in her hands. It was apparent that she was uttering a prayer. At this moment, the entire group of people broke into a deep, slow, rhythmical chant of B, 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 over and over again, very slowly, with a long pause between the first B and the second, a heavy, murmurous sound, somehow curiously savage, in the background of which one seemed to hear the stamp of naked feet and the throbbing of tom-toms. For perhaps as much as 30 seconds they kept it up. It was a refrain that was often heard in the moments of overwhelming emotion. Partly it was a sort of hymn to the wisdom and majesty of Big Brother. But still more, it was an act of self-hypnosis, a deliberate drowning of consciousness by means of rhythmic noise. Winston's entrails seemed to grow cold. In the 2 minutes' hate, he could not help sharing in the general delirium, but this subhuman chanting of B, 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 always filled him with horror. Of course, he chanted with the rest. It was impossible to do otherwise. To dissemble your feelings, to control your face, to do what everyone else was doing, was an instinctive reaction. But there was a space of a couple of seconds during which the expression in his eyes might conceivably have betrayed him, and it was exactly at this moment that the significant thing happened, if indeed it did happen. Momentarily, he caught O'Brien's eye. O'Brien had stood up. He had taken off his spectacles and was in the act of resettling them on his nose with his characteristic gesture. But there was a fraction of a second when their eyes met, and for as long as it took to happen, Winston knew, yes, he knew, that O'Brien was thinking the same thing as himself. An unmistakable message had passed. It was as though their two minds had opened and the thoughts were flowing from one into the other through their eyes. "I am with you," O'Brien seemed to be saying. "I know precisely what you are feeling. I know all about your contempt, your hatred, your disgust. But don't worry. I am on your side." And then the flash of intelligence was gone, and O'Brien's face was as inscrutable as everybody else's. That was all, and he was already uncertain whether it had happened. Such incidents never had any sequel. All that they did was to keep alive in him the belief or hope that others beside himself were the enemies of the party. Perhaps the rumors of vast underground conspiracies were true after all. Perhaps the Brotherhood really existed. It was impossible, in spite of the endless arrests and confessions and executions, to be sure that the Brotherhood was not simply a myth. Some days he believed in it, some days not. There was no evidence. Only fleeting glimpses that might mean anything or nothing, snatches of overheard conversation, faint scribbles on lavatory walls. Once even when two strangers met, a small movement of the hands, which had looked as though it might be a signal of recognition. It was all guesswork. Very likely he had imagined everything. He had gone back to his cubicle without looking at O'Brien again. The idea of following up their momentary contact hardly crossed his mind. It would have been inconceivably dangerous, even if he had known how to set about doing it. For a second, 2 seconds, they had exchanged an equivocal glance, and that was the end of the story. But even that was a memorable event in the locked loneliness in which one had to live. Winston roused himself and sat up straighter. He let out a belch. The gin was rising from his stomach. His eyes refocused on the page. He discovered that while he sat helplessly musing, he had also been writing, as though by automatic action. It was no longer the same cramped, awkward handwriting as before. His pen had slid voluptuously over the smooth paper, printing in large, neat capitals, "Down with Big Brother. Down with Big Brother. Down with Big Brother. Down with Big Brother. Down with Big Brother." Over and over again, filling half a page. He could not help feeling a twinge of panic. It was absurd, since the writing of those particular words was not more dangerous than the initial act of opening the diary. But for a moment he was tempted to tear out the spoiled pages and abandon the enterprise altogether. But he did not do so, however, because he knew that it was useless. Whether he wrote "Down with Big Brother" or whether he refrained from writing it made no difference. Whether he went on with the diary or whether he did not go on with it made no difference. The thought police would get him just the same. He had committed, would still have committed, even if he had not set pen to paper, the essential crime that contained all others in itself. Thought crime, they called it. Thought crime was not a thing that could be concealed forever. You might dodge successfully for a while, even for years. But sooner or later, they were bound to get you. It was always at night. The arrests invariably happened at night. The sudden jerk out of sleep, the rough hand shaking your shoulder, the lights glaring in your eyes, the ring of hard faces round the bed. In the vast majority of cases, there was no trial, no report of the arrest. People simply disappeared, always during the night. Your name was removed from the registers. Every record of everything you had ever done was wiped out. Your one-time existence was denied and then forgotten. You were abolished, annihilated. Vaporized was the usual word. For a moment he was seized by a kind of hysteria. He began writing in a hurried, untidy scrawl. "They'll shoot me. I don't care. They'll shoot me in the back of the neck. I don't care. Down with Big Brother. They always shoot you in the back of the neck. I don't care. Down with Big Brother." He sat back in his chair, slightly ashamed of himself, and laid down his pen. The next moment he started violently. There was a knocking at his door. Already? He sat as still as a mouse, in the futile hope that whoever it was might go away after a single attempt. But no,
Check.
the knocking was repeated.
Mike's fine. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt the 1984.
Oh, do.
How are you, P-Mac? What's going on?
I'm good. A little bit of poker little bit of Black Russians. I was enjoying that, actually.
Do you want to put it back on?
Huh?
You enjoying the book?
Yeah, it's been like 20 years since I read it, I think.
Yeah, I love it. It's good. Do you want to put it back on?
If you could, yeah. Yeah, it's because it makes me think of the film with John Hurt. What an actor he was. I think he's left us now, hasn't he? Quite a few years ago.
Yeah. The film is pretty gnarly, that bit with the rats in the face cage and all that.
Yeah, Room 101.
Yeah, man. I'll stick it back on now.
Yeah, great film. Thanks, man. Good
The
to hear.
worst thing of all would be to delay. His heart was thumping like a drum, but his face, from long habit, was probably expressionless. He got up and moved heavily toward the door. Chapter 2. As he put his hand to the doorknob, Winston saw that he had left the diary open on the table. "Down with Big Brother" was written all over it, in letters almost big enough to be legible across the room. It was an inconceivably stupid thing to have done. But he realized, even in his panic, he had not wanted to smudge the creamy paper by shutting the book while the ink was wet. He drew in his breath and opened the door. Instantly, a warm wave of relief flowed through him. A colourless, crushed-looking woman with wispy hair and a lined face was standing outside. "Oh, comrade," she began in a dreary, whining sort of voice. "I thought I heard you come in. Do you think you could come across and have a look at our kitchen sink? It's got blocked up, and—" It was Mrs. Parsons, the wife of a neighbour on the same floor. Mrs. was a word somewhat discountenanced by the party. You were supposed to call everyone comrade, but with some women one used it instinctively. She was a woman of about 30, but looking much older. One had the impression that there was dust in the creases of her face. Winston followed her down the passage. These amateur repair jobs were an almost daily irritation. Victory mansions were old flats, built in 1930 or thereabouts, and were falling to pieces. The plaster flaked constantly from ceilings and walls, the pipes burst in every hard frost, the roof leaked whenever there was snow. The heating system was usually running at half steam when it was not closed down altogether from motives of economy. Repairs, except what you could do for yourself, had to be sanctioned by remote committees, which were liable to hold up even the mending of a window pane for 2 years. "Of course it's only because Tom isn't home," said Mrs. Parsons vaguely. The Parsons flat was bigger than Winston's, and dingy in a different way. Everything had a battered, trampled-on look, as though the place had just been visited by some large, violent animal. Games, impedimenta, hockey sticks, boxing gloves, a burst football, a pair of sweaty shorts turned inside out, lay all over the floor, and on the table there was a litter of dirty dishes and dog-eared exercise books. On the walls were scarlet banners of the Youth League and the Spies, and a full-sized poster of Big Brother. There was the usual boiled cabbage smell, common to the whole building, but it was shot through by a sharper reek of sweat, which, one knew this at the first sniff, though it was hard to say how, was the sweat of some person not present at the moment. In another room, someone with a comb and a piece of toilet paper was trying to keep tune with the military music, which was still issuing from the telescreen. "It's the children," said Mrs. Parsons, casting a half-apprehensive glance at the door. "They haven't been out today. And, of course—" She had a habit of breaking off her sentences in the middle. The kitchen sink was full nearly to the brim with filthy greenish water, which smelt worse than ever of cabbage. Winston knelt down and examined the angle joint of the pipe. He hated using his hands, and he hated bending down, which was always liable to start him coughing. Mrs. Parsons looked on helplessly. "Of course, if Tom was home, he'd put it right in a moment," she said. "He loves anything like that. He's ever so good with his hands, Tom is." Parsons was Winston's fellow employee at the Ministry of Truth. He was a fattish but active man, of paralyzing stupidity, a mass of imbecile enthusiasms, one of those completely unquestioning, devoted drudges on whom, more even than on the thought police, the stability of the party depended. At 35, he had just been unwillingly evicted from the Youth League, and before graduating into the Youth League, he had managed to stay on in the Spies for a year beyond the statutory age. At the Ministry, he was employed in some subordinate post for which intelligence was not required. But on the other hand, he was a leading figure on the Sports Committee and all the other committees engaged in organising community hikes, spontaneous demonstrations, saving campaigns, and voluntary activities generally. He would inform you with quiet pride, between whiffs of his pipe, that he had put in an appearance at the community centre every evening for the past 4 years. An overpowering smell of sweat, a sort of unconscious testimony to the strenuousness of his life, followed him about wherever he went, and even remained behind him after he had gone. "Have you got a spanner?" said Winston, fiddling with the nut on the angle joint. "A spanner?" said Mrs. Parsons, immediately becoming invertebrate. "I don't know, I'm sure. Perhaps the children—" There was a trampling of boots and another blast on the comb as the children charged into the living room. Mrs. Parsons brought the spanner. Winston let out the water and disgustedly removed the clot of human hair that had blocked up the pipe. He cleaned his fingers as best he could in the cold water from the tap, and went back into the other room. "Up with your hands!" yelled a savage voice. A handsome, tough-looking boy of 9 had popped up from behind the table and was menacing him with a toy automatic pistol, while his small sister, about 2 years younger, made the same gesture with a fragment of wood. Both of them were dressed in the blue shorts, grey shirts, and red neckerchiefs, which were the uniform of the Spies. Winston raised his hands above his head, but with an uneasy feeling, so vicious was the boy's demeanour, that it was not altogether a game. "You're a traitor!" yelled the boy. "You're a thought criminal! You're an Eurasian spy! I'll shoot you! I'll vaporize you! I'll send you to the salt mines!" Suddenly they were both leaping around him, shouting, "Traitor!" and "Thought criminal!" and the little girl imitating her brother in every movement. It was somehow slightly frightening, like the gambling of tiger cubs, which will soon grow up into man-eaters. There was a sort of calculating ferocity in the boy's eye, a quite evident desire to hit or kick Winston, and a consciousness of being very nearly big enough to do so. It was a good job it was not a real pistol he was holding, Winston thought. Mrs. Parsons' eyes flitted nervously from Winston to the children and back again. In the better light of the living room, he noticed with interest that there actually was dust in the creases of her face. "They do get so noisy," she said. "They're disappointed because they couldn't go to see the hang. That's what it is. I'm too busy to take them, and Tom won't be back from work in time." "Why can't we go and see the hanging?" roared the boy in his huge voice. "Want to see the hanging! Want to see the hanging!" chanted the little girls, still capering round. Some Eurasian prisoners, guilty of war crimes, were to be hanged in the park that evening, Winston remembered. This happened about once a month, and was a popular spectacle. Children always clamoured to be taken to see it. He took his leave of Mrs. Parsons and made for the door. But he had not gone 6 steps down the passage when something hit the back of his neck, an agonizingly painful blow. It was as though a red-hot wire had been jabbed into him. He spun round, just in time to see Mrs. Parsons dragging her son back into the doorway, while the boy pocketed a catapult. "Goldstein!" bellowed the boy as the door closed on him. But what most struck Winston was the look of helpless fright on the woman's greyish face. Back in the flat, he stepped quickly past the telescreen and sat down at the table again, still rubbing his neck. The music from the telescreen had stopped. Instead, a clipped military voice was reading out, with a sort of brutal relish, a description of the armaments of the new floating fortress which had just been anchored between Iceland and the Faroe Islands. With those children, he thought, that wretched woman must lead a life of terror. Another year, 2 years, and they would be watching her, night and day, for symptoms of unorthodoxy. Nearly all children nowadays were horrible. What was the worst of all was that by means of such organizations as the spies, they were systematically turned into ungovernable little savages. And yet this produced in them no tendency whatever to rebel against the discipline of the party. On the contrary, they adored the party and everything connected with it. The songs, the processions, the banners, the hiking, the drilling with dummy rifles, the yelling of slogans, the worship of Big Brother. It was all a sort of glorious game to them. All their ferocity was turned outwards against the enemies of the state, against foreigners, traitors, saboteurs, thought criminals. It was almost normal for people over 30 to be frightened of their own children, and with good reason. For hardly a week passed in which the Times did not carry a paragraph describing how some eavesdropping little sneak, child hero was the phrase generally used, had overheard some compromising remark and denounced his parents to the thought police. The sting of the catapult bullet had worn off. He picked up his pen half-heartedly, wondering whether he could find something more to write in the diary. Suddenly, he began thinking of O'Brien again. Years ago, how long was it? 7 years, it must be. He had dreamed that he was walking through a pitch-dark room, and someone, sitting to one side of him, had said as he passed, "We shall meet in the place where there is no darkness." It was said very quietly, almost casually, a statement, not a command. He had walked on without pausing. What was curious was that at the time, in the dream, the words had not made much impression on him. It was only later and by degrees that they had seemed to take on significance. He could not now remember whether it was before or after having the dream that he had seen O'Brien for the first time, nor could he remember when he had first identified the voice as O'Brien's. But at any rate, the identification existed. It was O'Brien who had spoken to him out of the dark. Winston had never been able to feel sure. Even after this morning's flash of the eyes, it was impossible to be sure whether O'Brien was a friend or an enemy. Nor did it even seem to matter greatly. There was a link of understanding between them, more important than affection or partisanship. "We shall meet in the place where there is no darkness," he had said. Winston did not know what it meant, only that in some way or another it would come true. The voice from the telescreen paused. A trumpet call, clear and beautiful, floated into the stagnant air. The voice continued raspingly. "Attention! Your attention, please. A news flash has this moment arrived from the Malabar front. Our forces in South India have won a glorious victory. I am authorized to say that the action we are now reporting may well bring the war within measurable distance of its end. Here is the news flash." Bad news coming, thought Winston. And sure enough, following on a gory description of the annihilation of a Eurasian army with stupendous figures of killed and prisoners, came the announcement that, as from the next week, the chocolate ration would be reduced from 30 grams to 20. Winston belched again. The gin was wearing off, leaving a deflated feeling. The telescreen, perhaps to celebrate the victory, perhaps to drown the memory of the lost chocolate, crashed into "Oceania, 'tis for thee." You were supposed to stand to attention. However, in his present position, he was invisible. "Oceania, 'tis for thee" gave way to lighter music. Winston walked over to the window, keeping his back to the telescreen. The day was still cold and clear. Somewhere, far away, a rocket bomb exploded with a dull, reverberating roar. About 20 or 30 of them a week were falling on London at present. Down in the street, the wind flapped the torn poster to and fro, and the word "Ingsoc" fitfully appeared and vanished. Ingsoc. The sacred principles of Ingsoc. Newspeak, doublethink, the mutability of the past. He felt as though he were wandering in the forests of the sea bottom, lost in a monstrous world where he himself was the monster. He was alone. The past was dead, the future was unimaginable. What certainty had he that a single human creature now living was on his side? And what way of knowing that the dominion of the party would not endure for ever? Like an answer, the three slogans on the white face of the Ministry of Truth came back at him. War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength. He took a 25-cent piece out of his pocket. There, too, in tiny, clear lettering, the same slogans were inscribed, and on the other face of the coin, the head of Big Brother. Even from the coin, the eyes pursued you. On coins, on stamps, on the covers of books, on banners, on posters, and on the wrapping of a cigarette packet, everywhere. Always the eyes watching you and the voice enveloping you. Asleep or awake, working or eating, indoors or out of doors, in the bath or in bed, no escape. Nothing was your own, except the few cubic centimeters inside your skull. The sun had shifted round, and the myriad windows of the Ministry of Truth, with the light no longer shining on them, looked grim as the loopholes of a fortress. His heart quailed before the enormous pyramidal shape. It was too strong. It could not be stormed. 1,000 rocket bombs would not batter it down. He wondered again for whom he was writing the diary. For the future? For the past? For an age that might be imaginary? And in front of him there lay not death, but annihilation. The diary would be reduced to ashes, and himself to vapour. Only the thought police would read what he had written, before they wiped it out of existence and out of memory. How could you make an appeal to the future when not a trace of you, not even an anonymous word scribbled on a piece of paper, could physically survive? The telescreen struck 14. He must leave in 10 minutes. He had to be back at work by 14:30. Curiously, the chiming of the hour seemed to have put new heart into him. He was a lonely ghost uttering a truth that nobody would ever hear, but so long as he uttered it, in some obscure way, the continuity was not broken. It was not by making yourself heard, but by staying sane, that you carried on the human heritage. He went back to the table, dipped his pen, and wrote, "To the future, or to the past, to a time when thought is free, when men are different from one another and do not live alone, to a time when truth exists and what is done cannot be undone. From the age of uniformity, from the age of solitude, from the age of Big Brother, from the age of doublethink. Greetings." He was already dead, he reflected. It seemed to him that it was only now, when he had begun to be able to formulate his thoughts, that he had taken the decisive step. The consequences of every act are included in the act itself. He wrote, "Thought crime does not entail death. Thought crime is death." Now that he had recognized himself as a dead man, it became important to stay alive as long as possible. 2 fingers of his right hand were ink-stained. It was exactly the kind of detail that might betray him. Some nosing zealot in the ministry. A woman, probably. Someone like the little sandy-haired woman or the dark-haired girl from the fiction department might start wondering why he'd been writing during the lunch interval, why he had used an old-fashioned pen. What had he been writing? And then drop a hint in the appropriate quarter. He went to the bathroom and carefully scrubbed the ink away with the gritty dark brown soap, which rasped your skin like sandpaper and was, therefore, well adapted for this purpose. He put the diary away in the drawer. It was quite useless to think of hiding it, but he could at least make sure whether or not its existence had been discovered. A hair laid across the page ends was too obvious. With the tip of his finger, he picked up an identifiable grain of whitish dust and deposited it on the corner of the cover, where it was bound to be shaken off if the book was moved. Chapter 3. Winston was dreaming of his mother. He must, he thought, have been 10 or 11 years old when his mother had disappeared. She was a tall, statuesque, rather silent woman, with slow movements and magnificent fair hair. His father he remembered more vaguely as dark and thin, dressed always in neat dark clothes. Winston remembered especially the very thin soles of his father's shoes, and wearing spectacles. The two of them must evidently have been swallowed up in one of the first great purges of the 50s. At that moment, his mother was sitting in some place deep down beneath him, with his young sister in her arms. He didn't remember his sister at all, except as a tiny, feeble baby, always silent, with large, watchful eyes. Both of them were looking up at him. They were down in some subterranean place, the bottom of a well, for instance, or a very deep grave. But it was a place which, already far below him, was itself moving downwards. They were in the saloon of a sinking ship, looking up at him through the darkening water. There was still air in the saloon. They could still see him, and he them. But all the while they were sinking down, down into the green waters, which in another moment must hide them from sight for ever. He was out in the light and the air, while they were being sucked down to death. And they were down there, because he was up here. He knew it, and they knew it, and he could see the knowledge in their faces. There was no reproach either in their faces or in their hearts, only the knowledge that they must die in order that he might remain alive, and that this was part of the unavoidable order of things. He could not remember what had happened, but he knew in his dream that in some way the lives of his mother and his sister had been sacrificed to his own. It was one of those dreams which, while retaining the characteristic dream scenery, are a continuation of one's intellectual life, and in which one becomes aware of facts and ideas which still seem new and valuable after one is awake. The thing that now suddenly struck Winston was that his mother's death, nearly 30 years ago, had been tragic and sorrowful in a way that was no longer possible. Tragedy, he perceived, belonged to the ancient time, to a time when there was still privacy, love, and friendship, and when the members of a family stood by one another without needing to know the reason. His mother's memory tore at his heart, because she had died loving him, when he was too young and selfish to love her in return, and because somehow he did not remember how she had sacrificed herself to a conception of loyalty that was private and unalterable. Such things, he saw, could not happen today. Today there was fear, hatred, and pain, but no dignity of emotion or deep or complex sorrows. All this he seemed to see in the large eyes of his mother and his sister, looking up at him through the green water, hundreds of fathoms down, and still sinking. Suddenly he was standing on short, springy turf, on a summer evening when the slanting rays of the sun gilded the ground. The landscape that he was looking at recurred so often in his dreams that he was never fully certain whether or not he had seen it in the real world. In his waking thoughts, he called it the Golden Country. It was an old, rabbit-bitten pasture, with a foot-track wandering across it, and a mole-hole here and there. In the ragged hedge on the opposite side of the field, the boughs of the elm trees were swaying very faintly in the breeze, their leaves just stirring in dense masses, like women's hair. Somewhere near at hand, though out of sight, there was a clear, slow-moving stream where dace were swimming in the pools under the willow trees. The girl, with dark hair, was coming toward him across the field. With what seemed a single movement, she tore off her clothes and flung them disdainfully aside. Her body was white and smooth, but it aroused no desire in him. Indeed, he barely looked at it. What overwhelmed him in that instant was admiration for the gesture with which she had thrown her clothes aside. With its grace and carelessness, it seemed to annihilate a whole culture, a whole system of thought, as though Big Brother and the party and the thought police could all be swept into nothingness by a single splendid movement of the arm. That, too, was a gesture belonging to the ancient time. Winston woke up with the word Shakespeare on his lips. The telescreen was giving forth an ear-splitting whistle, which continued on the same note for 30 seconds. It was 07:15, getting up time for office workers. Winston wrenched his body out of bed, naked, for a member of the outer party received only 3,000 clothing coupons annually, and a suit of pyjamas was 600, and seized a dingy singlet and a pair of shorts that were lying across a chair. The physical jerks would begin in 3 minutes. The next moment, he was doubled up by a violent coughing fit, which nearly always attacked him soon after waking up. It emptied his lungs so completely that he could only begin breathing again by lying on his back and taking a series of deep gasps. His veins had swelled with the effort of the cough, and the varicose ulcer had started itching. 30 to 40 group, yapped a piercing female voice. 30 to 40 group. Take your places, please. 30s to 40s. Winston sprang to attention in front of the telescreen, upon which the image of a youngish woman, scrawny but muscular, dressed in tunic and gym shoes, had already appeared. Arms bending and stretching, she rapped out. Take your time by me. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, comrades, put a bit of life into it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. The pain of the coughing fit had not quite driven out of Winston's mind the impression made by his dream, and the rhythmic movements of the exercise restored it somewhat. As he mechanically shot his arms back and forth, wearing on his face the look of grim enjoyment which was considered proper during the physical jerks, he was struggling to think his way backward into the dim period of his early childhood. It was extraordinarily difficult. Beyond the late 50s, everything faded. When there were no external records that you could refer to, even the outline of your own life lost its sharpness. You remembered huge events which had quite probably not happened. You remembered the details of incidents without being able to recapture their atmosphere. And there were long blank periods to which you could assign nothing. Everything had been different then. Even the names of countries and their shapes on the map had been different. Airstrip 1, for instance, had not been so called in those days. It had been called England or Britain, though London, he felt fairly certain, had always been called London. Winston could not definitely remember a time when his country had not been at war, but it was evident that there had been a fairly long interval of peace during his childhood, because one of his early memories was of an air raid which appeared to take everyone by surprise. Perhaps it was the time when the atomic bomb had fallen on Colchester. He did not remember the raid itself, but he did remember his father's hand clutching his own as they hurried down, down into some place deep in the earth, round and round a spiral staircase which rang under his feet and which finally so wearied his legs that he began whimpering, and they had to stop and rest. His mother, in her slow, dreamy way, was following a long way behind them. She was carrying his baby sister, or perhaps it was only a bundle of blankets that she was carrying. He was not certain whether his sister had been born then. Finally, they had emerged into a noisy, crowded place, which he realized to be a tube station. There were people sitting all over the stone-flagged floor, and other people, packed tightly together, were sitting on metal bunks, one above the other. Winston and his mother and father found themselves a place on the floor, and near them an old man and an old woman were sitting side by side on a bunk. The old man had on a decent dark suit, and a black cloth cap pushed back from very white hair. His face was scarlet, and his eyes were blue and full of tears. He reeked of gin. It seemed to breathe out of his skin in place of sweat, and one could have fancied that the others welling from his eyes were pure gin. But though slightly drunk, he was also suffering under some grief that was genuine and unbearable. In his childish way, Winston grasped that some terrible thing, something that was beyond forgiveness and could never be remedied, had just happened. It also seemed to him that he knew what it was. Someone whom the old man loved, a little granddaughter perhaps, had been killed. Every few minutes the old man kept repeating, "We didn't ought to have trusted them. I said so, Ma, didn't I? That's what comes of trusting them. I said so all along. We didn't ought to have trusted the buggers." But which buggers they didn't ought to have trusted, Winston could not now remember. Since about that time, war had been literally continuous, though, strictly speaking, it had not always been the same war. For several months during his childhood, there had been confused street fighting in London itself, some of which he remembered vividly. But to trace out the history of the whole period, to say who was fighting whom at any given moment, would have been utterly impossible, since no written record and no spoken word ever made mention of any other alignment than the existing one. At this moment, for example, in 1984, if it was 1984, Oceania was at war with Eurasia and in alliance with Eastasia. In no public or private utterance was it ever admitted that the three powers had at any time been grouped along different lines. Actually, as Winston well knew, it was only 4 years since Oceania had been at war with Eastasia and in alliance with Eurasia. But that was merely a piece of furtive knowledge which he happened to possess because his memory was not satisfactorily under control. Officially, the change of partners had never happened. Oceania was at war with Eurasia. Therefore, Oceania had always been at war with Eurasia. The enemy of the moment always represented absolute evil, and it followed that any past or future agreement with him was impossible. The frightening thing, he reflected, for the 10,000th time as he forced his shoulders painfully backward. With hands on hips, they were gyrating their bodies from the waist, an exercise that was supposed to be good for the back muscles. The frightening thing was that it might all be true. If the party could thrust its hand into the past and say of this or that event, it never happened, that surely was more terrifying than mere torture and death. The party said that Oceania had never been in alliance with Eurasia. He, Winston Smith, knew that Oceania had been in alliance with Eurasia, as short a time as 4 years ago. But where did that knowledge exist? Only in his own consciousness, which in any case must soon be annihilated. And if all others accepted the lie which the party imposed, if all records told the same tale, then the lie passed into history and became truth. Who controls the past, ran the party slogan, controls the future. Who controls the present, controls the past. And yet the past, though of its nature alterable, never had been altered. Whatever was true now was true from everlasting to everlasting. It was quite simple. All that was needed was an unending series of victories over your own memory. Reality control, they called it in Newspeak. Doublethink. "Stand easy," barked the instructress, a little more genially. Winston sank his arms to his sides and slowly refilled his lungs with air. His mind slid away into the labyrinthine world of doublethink. To know and not to know, to be conscious of complete truthfulness while telling carefully constructed lies, to hold simultaneously two opinions which cancelled out, knowing them to be contradictory and believing in both of them, to use logic against logic, to repudiate morality while laying claim to it, to believe that democracy was impossible and that the party was the guardian of democracy, to forget whatever it was necessary to forget, then to draw it back into memory again at the moment when it was needed, and then promptly to forget it again, and above all, to apply the same process to the process itself. That was the ultimate subtlety. Consciously to induce unconsciousness, and then once again to become unconscious of the act of hypnosis you had just performed. Even to understand the word doublethink involved the use of doublethink. The instructress had called them to attention again. "And now let's see which of us can touch our toes," she said enthusiastically. "Right over from the hips, please, comrades. 1, 2. 1, 2. Winston loathed this exercise, which sent shooting pains all the way from his heels to his buttocks, and often ended by bringing on another coughing fit. The half-pleasant quality went out of his meditations. The past, he reflected, had not merely been altered, it had been actually destroyed. For how could you establish even the most obvious fact when there existed no record outside your own memory? He tried to remember in what year he had first heard mention of Big Brother. He thought it must have been at some time in the 60s, but it was impossible to be certain. In the party histories, of course, Big Brother figured as the leader and guardian of the revolution since its very earliest days. His exploits had been gradually pushed backwards in time until already they extended into the fabulous world of the 40s and the 30s. when the capitalists in their strange cylindrical hats still rode through the streets of London in great gleaming motor cars or horse carriages with glass sides. There was no knowing how much of this legend was true and how much invented. Winston could not even remember at what date the party itself had come into existence. He did not believe he had ever heard the word ingsoc before 1960, but it was possible that in its old-speak form, English socialism, that is to say, it had been current earlier. Everything melted into mist. Sometimes, indeed, you could put your finger on a definite lie. It was not true, for example, as was claimed in the party history books, that the party had invented airplanes. He remembered airplanes since his earliest childhood. But you could prove nothing. There was never any evidence. Just once, in his whole life, he had held in his hands unmistakable documentary proof of the falsification of a historical fact. And on that occasion, "Smith!" screamed a shrewish voice from the telescreen. 6079 Smith W. Yes, you! Bend lower, please. You can do better than that. You're not trying. Lower, please. That's better, comrade. Now stand at ease, the whole squad, and watch me. A sudden hot sweat had broken out all over Winston's body. His face remained completely inscrutable. Never show dismay. Never show resentment. A single flicker of the eyes could give you away. He stood watching while the instructress raised her arms above her head, and, one could not say gracefully, but with remarkable neatness and efficiency, bent over and tucked the first joint of her fingers under her toes. There, comrades. That's how I want to see you doing it. Watch me again. I'm 39 and I've had 4 children. Now look. She bent over again. You see, my knees aren't bent. You can all do it if you want to, she added as she straightened herself. Anyone under 45 is perfectly capable of touching his toes. We don't all have the privilege of fighting in the front line, but at least we can all keep fit. Remember our boys on the Malabar front, and the sailors in the floating fortresses. Just think what they have to put up with. Now, try again. That's better, comrade. That's much better, she added encouragingly, as Winston, with a violent lunge, succeeded in touching his toes with knees unbent, for the first time in several years. Chapter 4. With a deep, unconscious sigh, which not even the nearness of the telescreen could prevent him from uttering when his day's work started, Winston pulled the speakwrite towards him, blew the dust from its mouthpiece, and put on his spectacles. Then he unrolled and clipped together 4 small cylinders of paper, which had already flopped out of the pneumatic tube on the right-hand side of his desk. In the walls of the cubicle there were 3 orifices. To the right of the speakwrite, a small pneumatic tube for written messages. To the left, a larger one for newspapers. And in the side wall, within easy reach of Winston's arm, a large oblong slit, protected by a wire grating. This last was for the disposal of waste paper. Similar slits existed in thousands or tens of thousands throughout the building, not only in every room, but at short intervals in every corridor. For some reason, they were nicknamed memory holes. When one knew that any document was due for destruction, or even when one saw a scrap of waste paper lying about, it was an automatic action to lift the flap of the nearest memory hole and drop it in, whereupon it would be whirled away on a current of warm air to the enormous furnaces which were hidden somewhere in the recesses of the building. Winston examined the 4 slips of paper which he had unrolled. Each contained a message of only 1 or 2 lines in the abbreviated jargon, not actually newspeak, but consisting largely of newspeak words, which was used in the Ministry for internal purposes. They ran, Times, 17.3.84, BB speech, mal-reported, Africa, rectify. Times, 19.12.83, forecasts 3YP, 4th quarter, 83 misprints, verify current issue. Times, 14.2.84, mini plenty, mal-quoted, chocolate, rectify. Times 3.12.83, reporting BB day order, double plus ungood, refs unpersons, rewrite, full-wise upsub, anti-filing. With a faint feeling of satisfaction, Winston laid the 4th message aside. It was an intricate and responsible job, and had better be dealt with last. The other 3 were routine matters, though the second one would probably mean some tedious wading through lists of figures. Winston dialed back numbers on the telescreen and called for the appropriate issues of the Times, which slid out of the pneumatic tube after only a few minutes' delay. The messages he had received referred to articles or news items which, for one reason or another, it was thought necessary to alter, or, as the official phrase had it, to rectify. For example, it appeared from the Times of the 17th of March that Big Brother, in his speech of the previous day, had predicted that the South Indian front would remain quiet, but that a Eurasian offensive would shortly be launched in North Africa. As it happened, the Eurasian Higher Command had launched its offensive in South India and left North Africa alone. It was therefore necessary to rewrite a paragraph of Big Brother's speech in such a way as to make him predict the thing that had actually happened. Or again, the Times of the 19th of December had published the official forecasts of the output of various classes of consumption goods in the 4th quarter of 1983, which was also the 6th quarter of the 9th three-year plan. Today's issue contained a statement of the actual output, from which it appeared that the forecasts were, in every instance, grossly wrong. Winston's job was to rectify the original figures by making them agree with the later ones. As for the third message, it referred to a very simple error which could be set right in a couple of minutes. As short a time ago as February, the Ministry of Plenty had issued a promise, a categorical pledge were the official words, that there would be no reduction of the chocolate ration during 1984. Actually, as Winston was aware, the chocolate ration was to be reduced from 30 grams to 20 at the end of the present week. All that was needed was to substitute for the original promise a warning that it would probably be necessary to reduce the ration at some time in April. As soon as Winston had dealt with each of the messages, he clipped his speak-written corrections to the appropriate copy of the Times and pushed them into the pneumatic tube. Then, with a movement which was as nearly as possible unconscious, he crumpled up the original message and any notes that he himself had made and dropped them into the memory hole to be devoured by the flames. What happened in the unseen labyrinth to which the pneumatic tubes led, he did not know in detail, but he did know in general terms. As soon as all the corrections, which happened to be necessary in any particular number of the Times, had been assembled and collated, that number would be reprinted, the original copy destroyed, and the corrected copy placed on the files in its stead. This process of continuous alteration was applied not only to newspapers, but to books, periodicals, pamphlets, posters, leaflets, films, soundtracks, cartoons, photographs, to every kind of literature or documentation which might conceivably hold any political or ideological significance. Day by day, and almost minute by minute, the past was brought up to date. In this way, every prediction made by the party could be shown by documentary evidence to have been correct. Nor was any item of news or any expression of opinion which conflicted with the needs of the moment ever allowed to remain on record. All history was a palimpsest, scraped clean and reinscribed exactly as often as was necessary. In no case would it have been possible, once the deed was done, to prove that any falsification had taken place. The largest section of the Records Department, far larger than the one in which Winston worked, consisted simply of persons whose duty it was to track down and collect all copies of books, newspapers, and other documents which had been superseded and were due for destruction. A number of the Times, which might, because of changes in political alignment or mistaken prophecies uttered by Big Brother, have been rewritten a dozen times, still stood on the files bearing its original date, and no other copy existed to contradict it. Books also were recalled and rewritten again and again, and were invariably reissued without any admission that any alteration had been made. Even the written instructions which Winston received, and which he invariably got rid of as soon as he had dealt with them, never stated or implied that an act of forgery was to be committed. Always the reference was to slips, errors, misprints, or misquotations, which was necessary to put right in the interests of accuracy. But actually, he thought, as he readjusted the Ministry of Plenty's figures, it was not even forgery. It was merely the substitution of one piece of nonsense for another. Most of the material that you were dealing with had no connection with anything in the real world, not even the kind of connection that is contained in a direct lie. Statistics were just as much a fantasy in their original version as in their rectified version. A great deal of the time, you were expected to make them up out of your head. For example, the Ministry of Plenty's forecast had estimated the output of boots for the quarter at 145 million pairs. The actual output was given as 62 millions. Winston, however, in rewriting the forecast, marked the figure down to 57 millions, so as to allow for the usual claim that the quota had been overfilled. In any case, 62 millions was no nearer the truth than 57 millions, or than 145 millions. Very likely, no boots had been produced at all. Likelier still, nobody knew how many had been produced, much less cared. All one knew was that every quarter astronomical numbers of boots were produced on paper, while perhaps half the population of Oceania went barefoot. And so it was with every class of recorded fact, great or small. Everything faded away into a shadow world in which finally even the date of the year had become uncertain. Winston glanced across the hall. In the corresponding cubicle on the other side, a small, precise-looking, dark-chinned man named Tillotson was working steadily away, with a folded newspaper on his knee, and his mouth very close to the mouthpiece of the speakwrite. He had the air of trying to keep what he was saying a secret between himself and the telescreen. He looked up, and his spectacles darted a hostile flash in Winston's direction. Winston hardly knew Tillotson, and had no idea what work he was employed on. People in the records department did not readily talk about their jobs. In the long, windowless hall, with its double row of cubicles and its endless rustle of papers and hum of voices murmuring into speakwrites, there were quite a dozen people whom Winston did not even know by name, though he daily saw them hurrying to and fro in the corridors or gesticulating in the 2 minutes hate. He knew that in the cubicle next to him, the little woman with sandy hair toiled day in, day out, simply at tracking down and deleting from the press the names of people who had been vaporized and were therefore considered never to have existed. There was a certain fitness in this, since her own husband had been vaporized a couple of years earlier. And a few cubicles away, a mild, ineffectual, dreamy creature named Ampleforth, with very hairy ears and a surprising talent for juggling with rhymes and meters, was engaged in producing garbled versions, definitive texts they were called, of poems which had become ideologically offensive, but which, for one reason or another, were to be retained in the anthologies. And this hall, with its 50 workers or thereabouts, was only one subsection, a single cell, as it were, in the huge complexity of the records department. Beyond, above, below, were other swarms of workers engaged in an unimaginable multitude of jobs. There were the huge printing shops, with their sub-editors, their typography experts, and their elaborately equipped studios for the faking of photographs. There was the teleprogram section with its engineers, its producers, and its teams of actors, specially chosen for their skill in imitating voices. There were the armies of reference clerks, whose job was simply to draw up lists of books and periodicals which were due for recall. There were the vast repositories, where the correct documents were stored, and the hidden furnaces where the original copies were destroyed. And somehow or other, quite anonymous, there were the directing brains who coordinated the whole effort and laid down the lines of policy which made it necessary that this fragment of the past should be preserved, that one falsified, and the other rubbed out of existence. And the records department, after all, was itself only a single branch of the Ministry of Truth, whose primary job was not to reconstruct the past, but to supply the citizens of Oceania with newspapers, films, textbooks, telescreen programs, plays, novels, with every conceivable kind of information, instruction, or entertainment, from a statue to a slogan, from a lyric poem to a biological treatise, and from a child's spelling book to a Newspeak dictionary. And the ministry had not only to supply the multifarious needs of the party, but also to repeat the whole operation at a lower level for the benefit of the proletariat. There was a whole chain of separate departments dealing with proletarian literature, music, drama, and entertainment generally. Here were produced rubbishy newspapers containing almost nothing except sport, crime, and astrology, sensational 5-cent novelettes, films oozing with sex, and sentimental songs which were composed entirely by mechanical means on a special kind of kaleidoscope known as a versificator. There was even a whole subsection, pornosec, it was called in newspeak, engaged in producing the lowest kind of pornography, which was sent out in sealed packets, and which no party member, other than those who worked on it, was permitted to look at. 3 messages had slid out of the pneumatic tube while Winston was working, but they were simple matters, and he had disposed of them before the 2 minutes' hate interrupted him. When the hate was over, he returned to his cubicle, took the newspeak dictionary from the shelf, pushed the speakwrite to one side, cleaned his spectacles, and settled down to his main job of the morning. Winston's greatest pleasure in life was in his work. Most of it was a tedious routine, but included in it there were also jobs so difficult and intricate that you could lose yourself in them as in the depths of a mathematical problem. Delicate pieces of forgery in which you had nothing to guide you except your knowledge of the principles of INGSOC and your estimate of what the party wanted you to say. Winston was good at this kind of thing. On occasion, he had even been entrusted with the rectification of the Times' leading articles, which were written entirely in newspeak. He unrolled the message that had been set aside earlier. It ran, Times 3.12.83, reporting BB day order, double plus ungood refs, unpersons, rewrite, full-wise, up-sub, anti-filing. In old speak, or standard English, this might be rendered, the reporting of Big Brother's order for the day in the Times of December the 3rd, 1983, is extremely unsatisfactory, and makes reference to non-existent persons. Rewrite it in full, and submit your draft to higher authority before filing. Winston read through the offending article. Big Brother's order for the day, it seemed, had been chiefly devoted to praising the work of an organization known as FFCC, which supplied cigarettes and other comforts to the sailors in the floating fortresses. A certain Comrade Withers, a prominent member of the inner party, had been singled out for special mention and awarded a decoration, the Order of Conspicuous Merit, 2nd Class. 3 months later, FFCC had suddenly been dissolved with no reasons given. One could assume that Withers and his associates were now in disgrace, but there had been no report of the matter in the press or on the telescreen. That was to be expected, since it was unusual for political offenders to be put on trial or even publicly denounced. The great purges involving thousands of people with public trials of traitors and thought criminals who made abject confessions of their crimes and were afterwards executed were special showpieces, not occurring oftener than once in a couple of years. More commonly, people who had incurred the displeasure of the party simply disappeared and were never heard of again. One never had the smallest clue as to what had happened to them. In some cases, they might not even be dead. Perhaps 30 people personally known to Winston, not counting his parents, had disappeared at one time or another. Winston stroked his nose gently with a paperclip. In the cubicle across the way, Comrade Tillotson was still crouching secretively over his speakwrite. He raised his head for a moment, again the hostile spectacle flash. Winston wondered whether Comrade Tillotson was engaged on the same job as himself. It was perfectly possible. So tricky a piece of work would never be entrusted to a single person. On the other hand, to turn it over to a committee would be to admit openly that an act of fabrication was taking place. Very likely as many as a dozen people were now working away on rival versions of what Big Brother had actually said. And presently some master brain in the inner party would select this version or that, would re-edit it, and set in motion the complex processes of cross-referencing that would be required. And then the chosen lie would pass into the permanent records and become truth. Winston did not know why Withers had been disgraced. Perhaps it was for corruption or incompetence. Perhaps Big Brother was merely getting rid of a too popular subordinate. Perhaps Withers or someone close to him had been suspected of heretical tendencies. Or perhaps, what was likeliest of all, the thing had simply happened because purges and vaporizations were a necessary part of the mechanics of government. The only real clue lay in the words refs unpersons, which indicated that Withers was already dead. You could not invariably assume this to be the case when people were arrested. Sometimes they were released and allowed to remain at liberty for as much as a year or 2 years before being executed. Very occasionally, some persons whom you would believe dead long since would make a ghostly reappearance at some public trial where he would implicate hundreds of others by his testimony before vanishing, this time forever. Withers, however, was already an unperson. He did not exist. He had never existed. Winston decided that it would not be enough simply to reverse the tendency of Big Brother's speech. It was better to make it deal with something totally unconnected with its original subject. He might turn the speech into the usual denunciation of traitors and thought criminals, but that was a little too obvious. While to invent a victory at the front or some triumph of overproduction in the 9th three-year plan might complicate the records too much. What was needed was a piece of pure fantasy. Suddenly there sprang into his mind, ready-made as it were, the image of a certain Comrade Ogilvy, who had recently died in battle in heroic circumstances. There were occasions when Big Brother devoted his order for the day to commemorating some humble rank-and-file party member whose life and death he held up as an example worthy to be followed. Today he should commemorate Comrade Ogilvy. It was true that there was no such person as Comrade Ogilvy, but a few lines of print and a couple of faked photographs would soon bring him into existence. Winston thought for a moment, then pulled the speakwrite toward him, and began dictating in Big Brother's familiar style, a style at once military and pedantic, but because of a trick of asking questions and then promptly answering them. What lessons do we learn from this fact, comrades? The lessons, which is also one of the fundamental principles of INGSOC, that, etc., etc. Easy to imitate. At the age of 3, Comrade Ogilvy had refused all toys except a drum, a submachine gun, and a model helicopter. At 6, a year early, by a special relaxation of the rules, he had joined the Spies. At 9, he had been a troop leader. At 11, he had denounced his uncle to the Thought Police after overhearing a conversation which appeared to him to have criminal tendencies. At 17, he had been a district organizer of the Junior Anti-Sex League. At 19, he had designed a hand grenade which had been adopted by the Ministry of Peace and which, at its first trial, had killed 31 Eurasian prisoners in one burst. At 23, he had perished in action. Pursued by enemy jet planes while flying over the Indian Ocean with important dispatches, he had weighted his body with his machine gun and leapt out of the helicopter into deep water, dispatches and all. An end, said Big Brother, which it was impossible to contemplate without feelings of envy. Big Brother added a few remarks on the purity and single-mindedness of Comrade Ogilvy's life. He was a total abstainer and a non-smoker, had no recreations except a daily hour in the gymnasium, and had taken a vow of celibacy, believing marriage and the care of a family to be incompatible with a 24-hours-a-day devotion to duty. He had no subjects of conversation except the principles of INGSOC, and no aim in life except the defeat of the Eurasian enemy and the hunting down of spies, saboteurs, thought criminals, and traitors generally. Winston debated with himself whether to award Comrade Ogilvy the Order of Conspicuous Merit, and in the end he decided against it, because of the unnecessary cross-referencing that would entail. Once again he glanced at his rival in the opposite cubicle. Something seemed to tell him with certainty that Tillotson was busy on the same job as himself. There was no way of knowing whose version would finally be adopted, but he felt a profound conviction that it would be his own. Comrade Ogilvy, unimagined an hour ago, was now a fact. It struck him as curious that you could create dead men, but not living ones. Comrade Ogilvy, who had never existed in the present, now existed in the past, and when once the act of forgery was forgotten, he would exist just as authentically and upon the same evidence as Charlemagne or Julius Caesar. Chapter 5. In the low-ceiling canteen, deep underground, the lunch queue jerked slowly forward. The room was already very full and deafeningly noisy. From the grill at the counter, the steam of stew came pouring forth with a sour, metallic smell, which did not quite overcome the fumes of Victory gin. On the far side of the room there was a small bar, a mere hole in the wall, where gin could be bought at 10 cents the large nip. "Just the man I was looking for," said a voice at Winston's back. He turned round. It was his friend Sim, who worked in the research department. Perhaps friend was not exactly the right word. You did not have friends nowadays. You had comrades. But there were some comrades whose society was pleasanter than that of others. Sim was a philologist, a specialist in newspeak. Indeed, he was one of the enormous team of experts now engaged in compiling the 11th edition of the Newspeak Dictionary. He was a tiny creature, smaller than Winston, with dark hair and large protuberant eyes, at once mournful and derisive, which seemed to search your face closely while he was speaking to you. "I wanted to ask you whether you've got any razor blades," he said. "Not one," said Winston, with a sort of guilty haste. "I've tried all over the place. They don't exist any longer." Everyone kept asking you for razor blades. Actually, he had 2 unused ones which he was hoarding up. There had been a famine of them for months past. At any given moment there was some necessary article which the party shops were unable to supply. Sometimes it was buttons, sometimes it was darning wool, sometimes it was shoelaces. At present, it was razor blades. You could only get hold of them, if at all, by scrounging more or less furtively on the free market. "I've been using the same blade for 6 weeks," he added untruthfully. The queue gave another jerk forward. As they halted, he turned and faced Sim again. Each of them took a greasy metal tray from a pile at the edge of the counter. "Did you go and see the prisoners hanged yesterday?" said Sim. "I was working," said Winston indifferently. "I shall see it on the flicks, I suppose." "A very inadequate substitute," said Sim. His mocking eyes roved over Winston's face. "I know you," the eyes seemed to say. "I see through you. I know very well why you didn't go to see those prisoners hanged." In an intellectual way, Sim was venomously orthodox. He would talk with a disagreeable, gloating satisfaction of helicopter raids on enemy villages, the trial and confessions of thought criminals, the executions in the cellars of the Ministry of Love. Talking to him was largely a matter of getting him away from such subjects and entangling him, if possible, in the technicalities of newspeak, on which he was authoritative and interesting. Winston turned his head a little aside to avoid the scrutiny of the large dark eyes. "It was a good hanging," said Sim reminiscently. "I think it spoils it when they tie their feet together. I like to see them kicking, and above all at the end the tongue sticking right out, and blue, a quite bright blue. That's the detail that appeals to me." "Next, please," yelled the white-aproned prole with the ladle. Winston and Sim pushed their trays beneath the grill. Onto each was dumped swiftly their regulation lunch: metal pannikin of pinkish-grey stew, a hunk of bread, a cube of cheese, a mug of milkless Victory coffee, and 1 saccharin tablet. "There's a table over there under that telescreen," said Sim. "Let's pick up a gin on the way." The gin was served out to them in handless china mugs. They threaded their way across the crowded room and unpacked their trays onto the metal-topped table, on one corner of which someone had left a pool of stew, a filthy liquid mess that had the appearance of vomit. Winston took up his mug of gin, paused for an instant to collect his nerve, and gulped the oily-tasting stuff down. When he had winked the tears out of his eyes, he suddenly discovered that he was hungry. He began swallowing spoonfuls of the stew, which, in among its general sloppiness, had cubes of spongy, pinkish stuff, which was probably a preparation of meat. Neither of them spoke again till they had emptied their pannikins. From the table at Winston's left, a little behind his back, someone was talking rapidly and continuously, a harsh gabble almost like the quacking of a duck, which pierced the general uproar of the room. "How's the dictionary getting on?" said Winston, raising his voice to overcome the noise. "Slowly," said Sim. "I'm on the adjectives. It's fascinating." He had brightened up immediately at the mention of newspeak. He pushed his pannikin aside, took up his hunk of bread in one delicate hand and his cheese in the other, and leaned across the table so as to be able to speak without shouting. The 11th edition is the definitive edition, he said. We're getting the language into its final shape, the shape it's going to have when nobody speaks anything else. When we've finished with it, people like you will have to learn it all over again. You think, I dare say, that our chief job is inventing new words, but not a bit of it. We're destroying words, scores of them, hundreds of them, every day. We're cutting the language down to the bone. The 11th edition won't contain a single word that will become obsolete before the year 2050. He bit hungrily into his bread and swallowed a couple of mouthfuls, then continued speaking with a sort of pedant's passion. His thin, dark face had become animated. His eyes had lost their mocking expression and grown almost dreamy. It's a beautiful thing, the destruction of words. Of course, the great wastage is in the verbs and adjectives, but there are hundreds of nouns that can be got rid of as well. It isn't only the synonyms, there are also the antonyms. After all, what justification is there for a word which is simply the opposite of some other words? A word contains its opposite in itself. Take good, for instance. If you have a word like good, what need is there for a word like bad? Ungood will do just as well. Better because it's an exact opposite, which the other is not. Or again, if you want a stronger version of good, what sense is there in having a whole string of vague, useless words like excellent and splendid and all the rest of them? Plus good covers the meaning, or double plus good if you want something stronger still. Of course, we use those forms already, but in the final version of Newspeak, there'll be nothing else. In the end, the whole notion of goodness and badness will be covered by only 6 words. In reality, only 1 word. Don't you see the beauty of that, Winston? It was BB's idea originally, of course, he added as an afterthought. A sort of vapid eagerness flitted across Winston's face at the mention of Big Brother. Nevertheless, Sim immediately detected a lack of enthusiasm. "You haven't a real appreciation of Newspeak, Winston," he said almost sadly. "Even when you write it, you're still thinking in old speak. I've read some of those pieces that you write in the Times occasionally. Well, they're good enough, but they're translations. In your heart, you'd prefer to stick to old speak, with all its vagueness and its useless shades of meaning. You don't grasp the beauty of the destruction of words. Do you know that Newspeak is the only language in the world whose vocabulary gets smaller every year?" Winston did know that, of course. He smiled sympathetically, he hoped, not trusting himself to speak. Sim bit off another fragment of the dark-coloured bread, chewed it briefly, and went on. "Don't you see that the whole aim of Newspeak is to narrow the range of thought? In the end we shall make thought crime literally impossible, because there'll be no words in which to express it. Every concept that can ever be needed will be expressed by exactly 1 word, with its meaning rigidly defined and all its subsidiary meanings rubbed out and forgotten. Already in the 11th edition we're not far from that point. But the process will still be continuing long after you and I are dead. Every year fewer and fewer words, and the range of consciousness always a little smaller. Even now, of course, there's no reason or excuse for committing thought crime. It's merely a question of self-discipline, reality control. But in the end, there won't be any need even for that. The revolution will be complete when the language is perfect. Newspeak is Ingsoc, and Ingsoc is Newspeak," he added with a sort of mystical satisfaction. "Has it ever occurred to you, Winston, that by the year 2050, at the very latest, not a single human being would be alive who could understand such a conversation as we're having now?" "Except—" began Winston doubtfully, then stopped. It had been on the tip of his tongue to say, "except the proles," but he had checked himself, not feeling fully certain that this remark was not in some way unorthodox. Sim, however, had divined what he was about to say. "The proles are not human beings," he said carelessly. "By 2050, earlier probably, all real knowledge of old speak will have disappeared. The whole literature of the past will have been destroyed. Chaucer, Shakespeare, Milton, Byron, they'll exist only in Newspeak versions, not merely changed into something different, but actually changed into something contradictory of what they used to be. Even the literature of the party will change. Even the slogans will change. How could you have a slogan like 'Freedom is slavery' when the concept of freedom has been abolished? The whole climate of thought will be different. In fact, there will be no thought as we understand it now. Orthodoxy means not thinking, not needing to think. Orthodoxy is unconsciousness. One of these days, thought Winston, with sudden deep conviction, Sim will be vaporized. He's too intelligent. He sees too clearly and speaks too plainly. The party does not like such people. One day he will disappear. It is written in his face. Winston had finished his bread and cheese. He turned a little sideways in his chair to drink his mug of coffee. At the table on his left, the man with the strident voice was still talking remorselessly away. A young woman, who was perhaps his secretary and was sitting with her back to Winston, was listening to him and seemed to be eagerly agreeing with everything he said. From time to time, Winston caught some such remark as, "I think you're so right. I do so agree with you," uttered in a youthful and rather silly feminine voice. But the other voice never stopped for an instant, even when the girl was speaking. Winston knew the man by sight, though he knew no more about him than that he held some important post in the fiction department. He was a man of about 30, with a muscular throat and a large, mobile mouth. His head was thrown back a little, and because of the angle at which he was sitting, his spectacles caught the light and presented to Winston two blank discs instead of eyes. What was slightly horrible was that from the stream of sound that poured out of his mouth, it was almost impossible to distinguish a single word. Just once, Winston caught a phrase, "Complete and final elimination of Goldsteinism," jerked out very rapidly, and as it seemed, all in one piece, like a line of type cast solid. For the rest, it was just a noise, a quack-quack-quacking. And yet, though you could not actually hear what the man was saying, you could not be in any doubt about its general nature. He might be denouncing Goldstein and demanding sterner measures against thought criminals and saboteurs. He might be fulminating against the atrocities of the Eurasian army. He might be praising Big Brother or the heroes on the Malabar front. It made no difference. Whatever it was, you could be certain that every word of it was pure orthodoxy, pure ingsoc. As he watched the eyeless face with the jaw moving rapidly up and down, Winston had a curious feeling that this was not a real human being, but some kind of dummy. It was not the man's brain that was speaking. It was his larynx. The stuff that was coming out of him consisted of words, but it was not a speech in the true sense. It was a noise uttered in unconsciousness, like the quacking of a duck. Sim had fallen silent for a moment, and with the handle of his spoon was tracing patterns in the puddle of stew. The voice from the other table quacked rapidly on, easily audible in spite of the surrounding din. "There's a word in newspeak," said Sim. "I don't know whether you know it. Duck-speak, to quack like a duck. It's one of those interesting words that have two contradictory meanings. Applied to an opponent, it's abuse. Applied to someone you agree with, it is praise." Unquestionably, Sim will be vaporized, Winston thought again. He thought it with a kind of sadness, although well knowing that Sim despised him and slightly disliked him, and was fully capable of denouncing him as a thought criminal if he saw any reason for doing so. There was something subtly wrong with Sim. There was something that he lacked. Discretion, aloofness, a sort of saving stupidity. You could not say that he was unorthodox. He believed in the principles of ingsoc. He venerated Big Brother. He rejoiced over victories. He hated heretics, not merely with sincerity, but with a sort of restless zeal, an up-to-dateness of information, which the ordinary party member did not approach. Yet a faint air of disreputability always clung to him. He said things that would have been better unsaid. He had read too many books. He frequented the Chestnut Tree Cafe, haunt of painters and musicians. There was no law, not even an unwritten law, against frequenting the Chestnut Tree Cafe, yet the place was somehow ill-omened. The old discredited leaders of the party had been used to gather there before they were finally purged. Goldstein himself, it was said, had sometimes been seen there.
Hey,
years
did you
or
guys
decades
pause it or?
Sim's fate was not difficult to foresee, and yet it was a fact that
Please
if
turn it
Sim
off.
grasped,
I like the book,
even
but
for 3 seconds, the nature
talk
of
about
his,
it.
Winston's, secret.
I have to admit, I was listening intensely.
Yeah,
there's
it's
some
good
profound
stuff.
statements in that. Yeah, there really is.
Yeah,
I was just saying
man.
that.
Yep, the one I got out of this segment of listening. I've listened to it before, but it's been a long time. Orthodoxy is unconsciousness. I'm like, what? Yeah.
Is
I
that from
mean,
Audible or something?
well, I think it's a formal audio book, so I would imagine you
Yeah.
could go legit and get it there, but there's a lot of stuff on you know where.
That place?
Yeah, a lot of stuff on YouTube, audiobooks. I've got a playlist of audiobooks. I need to
Don't
I
forget, you is also a goat or a sheep. I'm sorry. Did I bring up some touch?
You know it. No, 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 no. Yeah, I try not to think about that, you know. I
It's
try to
funny.
give the
We walk
benefit of
around.
the doubt. I give the benefit of the
Yeah,
doubt
I hear you.
to a fault almost. And I mean, unless my spidey senses flare up, then I'm like, ugh. But yeah.
Funny, like 20, 30 years ago, if somebody would have told us we'd all be carrying around a black mirror in our pocket, we would have said, nah, give me a break. But now, if you were
Well,
to go back in time, what would they think?
I mean, we had Star Trek back in the day with the flip phones, you know. I mean, so there's that.
Yeah, the
So what
flip
makes you
phones.
think we didn't? So what makes you think we didn't have flip phones back then?
Oh, maybe somebody did, sure.
The elites were using
Quite
it on the
possible.
underground base, but they couldn't
What are
get
the,
it.
what are the odds that they could, that things go backwards like that and then they wouldn't go progressively, right? Wouldn't you invent the thing and then make the movie about it,
Well,
not make
see,
the movie and then invent the thing?
you know,
Like, does
if
that
you
make any sense?
haven't, if you, this is the way I see it, like the area we're in, this is the indentured servant area. You know, other people may have different technology, and that's my wild speculation, and whatever word is more appropriate to say than that. But I mean, you'd have to admit it's quite possible. I mean, so okay, I don't want to get into the topic of like time travel and all that, but allegedly there have been photos of, I think there's a famous one where there's a guy,
With
it's a
glasses
black
on
and
and a
white
t-shirt.
photo, and he's got glasses, yeah, t-shirt, and he's got a phone. You
I
know,
think
there's no
that's
way to
more.
verify that. There's no way to verify that that's actually a real image or
Well,
photo.
it probably is a real image. It's probably just some guy that wore weird clothes. I mean, you know, like think about it. You could make a T-shirt. Even back then, you could have just made a T-shirt. You could have sewn things together and made whatever you
Yeah.
wanted, right? So there probably was some woman somewhere that was making his clothing, or somebody was,
Yeah.
right? Because a lot of people did that back then. So
Well, you know,
it's not unheard of that they would make something odd that would look futuristic in the future. I mean,
the
I
idea of
think that
time travel is a fun topic, you know what I mean? It's been talked about for hundreds of, well, at least 100 or 2 years.
told me that rationalizing that is crazy. I said, what?
Right. I mean,
Give me
I'd
a
rather
break.
listen to fantasies about time travel than watch the news. That's my thing.
It's the same thing, isn't it?
Well, it's just what your interest is, I guess. I mean, it's all whatever you want to call it.
It's entertainment.
What if it's all a facade?
I think that's what. Well, I mean, that's my opinion.
I know,
Can you prove
right?
any of
It's
it?
kind of creepy. It's
Except
kind
maybe the local
of,
stuff. Can you really prove any of the national news is true? Not without leaving the
oh,
country, right?
yeah, we don't need to go down that road. We've
No,
been
I'm
down
not.
it.
I'm just saying, you know, like if
Yeah.
you were going to test something, right? How would you do that?
Oh, I
You're
know.
being controlled. You're being
And
controlled
they
about
know
where you can
that.
go, what you can do.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
know that too. They know we can't verify certain things, or people don't have the time to verify certain things. They've got us all by our short hairs leading us around. Well, not everybody,
The
but
fact that we don't know what's at the center of the earth or at the top of the world or whatever you want to call it, and we don't know what's at the bottom either, that really tells you a lot about what humans, how stupid we are. And I say stupid as in I'm convicting myself, not you all.
Ignorant.
But I mean, you think, there you go, ignorant. Well, stupid because a lot of us know better, but we still go ahead and believe that, right? We still follow it. We still defend it. I'm not saying
Like,
I do
you're
or you do,
speaking
but
for
I'm saying,
yourself. What do you mean? If you were to speak
well,
for
I'm talking
yourself.
about like in denial of the fact that the earth is flat, right? If you think it's in the same context, right?
Oh, I thought you're meaning besides flat Earth. I thought you meant. I misunderstood you.
No, I'm trying to like stay on the subject, but
Oh
you know,
yeah, of
I
course.
think that I
Well, if
think
it's
that there's a
basic,
lot of things that we think about all the time, and we think that they're rational. But when we really sit back and talk about it, we start to realize, wait a minute, that's not rational. Like,
well,
why
I
would
was kind
like?
of for a practical example that someone else listening could identify with, and it's kind of the same thing as what we deal with our topic. That's what I meant, you know.
Absolutely.
So it kind of relates. As long as it's related to flat Earth, we can talk whatever we want to. But in my
Well, I
opinion,
mean, a
that
lot.
would be related. You know, don't you think so?
Right. Yeah, I agree. Of course, I mean that goes without saying, right? Someone else might come along and decide, a whole group of people might decide that we're wrong. So that's the way the world works, right?
But Ben, what were we talking about
So
like
when you
3
think
minutes
about
ago?
standing up for what you believe in or what you know is true, right? That's two different things, of course. But when you really think about it, that's what we do every day, right? We
Well,
stand
I
up for
like
things
the
that we know, and we stand up for things we believe, and what
I
feels
like
more real,
I'm comfortable
right?
with the approach with having questions that can't be answered. I'm
I
okay
agree.
with it's just not a globe. I'm very comfortable with that. I don't, if it's meant for me to know more, I'll arrive to it.
Right. Yeah, I kind of look at it that way. But I'm afraid of that too because I'm being fed through this thing called the media, and I know that it can trick me.
There's no getting away from it though, so.
You're right. You're right. It makes you wonder if you just cut off all ties with it, would that fix the problem?
I don't think that's entirely possible. I mean, I think people make their very best effort, but I mean, seriously.
Am I the only one that finds himself like eliminating things in my life that I think are making me dumber or making me, more ignorant
Oh
or
yeah,
less
I'm
intelligent?
with you on that. I mean, the
Is
most
that weird,
simplest
or I
thing that
mean,
came
does
to
everybody
my
feel that way?
mind right away was I don't really drink alcohol anymore. I'm sure that's not
Yeah,
what you
but
meant exactly, but
no, no,
you know,
no. Yeah, I do mean that exactly. I mean anything, any kind of changes to your attitude, your character, your physical person.
oh
I
yeah,
mean,
I was
I've stopped
so
drinking tap
focusing on
water. I've done a lot of things. I quit
yeah.
smoking cigarettes. I quit drinking.
I think
There's a lot of things that.
flat Earth. I'm so thankful for coming across it because it is kind of almost a hub to know about other things, and I've been focusing a lot on, what I eat and things I do and expose myself to. And you know what I'm saying? And I came across this, I think his name's Andrew Huberman, where he talks about that you can use the mind to control the body. It's like, yes, that's what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff. It's great.
Well, I believe those things can be true and they can be deceptive too, but it depends on you. I think it depends on your knowledge and your understanding and what you're going to use it for.
I
You know what I mean?
agree.
Like if you take something that might not be such a great thing to do, but it's profound and it makes people think, that might be worth it, right? Like the energy you put behind it. You see what I'm saying? Even though it doesn't come out perfectly straight and you have to go through different, jump through different hoops in order to get it out there. But if it's profound, right, it's gonna set on people's minds.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's happened to all of us is um, we've been shown somehow or another, regardless of who we think's really behind it all, right? Somebody has told us information that's made our brains go, snap, what? Wait a minute, what'd you say? And then going and
Right.
looking about
That's
it, right, and
interesting.
researching it.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, it
And
just
so I don't
was
think
a
it's an accident,
coincidence.
but I also
Right.
fear the fact that it could be prearranged too, right? Maybe the prearrangement isn't
Uh,
isn't
Now
the
you're
good part
getting
of it. Maybe
deep,
that's
and
the
I
bad part.
I love that. That's getting deep, deep,
All right,
deep.
I'll stop.
Yeah, no, I'm all right with it. We can speak a little bit loosely on that. I mean, yeah, I absolutely do think that I could be, kind of scooting around territory of people, and that could be interesting. But I'm here to talk about things that are, well, I go off topic a lot, but I'm just here to talk about flat Earth. And if there's any kind of
This goes
things,
back
if
to you
it is
denying what's
prearranged,
in front of
oh,
you,
you
right?
know what?
I'm
You
sorry.
know what? There's a lot. I like that you said prearranged, quote unquote, because I wish Helio was in here. But I happen to think that there is some sort of controlled release. I would absolutely be in the same camp as you with that. Um, And
Well, yeah,
you don't
a
need to
book
get
or a
wrapped
choose
up
your
in
own
the reason
adventure is even
why.
still prearranged, right? But you still get to choose which area you go through.
Well, yeah, it's still choose your own adventure.
Exactly. I like that. I think you're the one that you and I are the ones that came up with that, aren't we? Because
Oh,
I
no, no,
remember you
no.
saying
But
something
we
about it,
used
and
to.
then I
Oh, we
kept
must be
going
the
with it.
same
So
age. How
yeah,
old
we
are
must be
you?
close. 48.
Oh,
I'll be
yeah, I
49 in
just turned
August.
50 last year.
Oh, perfect.
Choose your
That's it.
own adventure books.
Does everybody else remember that too, or no? Because I
I
remember
thought
them
of
very
that.
well. There's still
Uh,
books like that around. If you go into the kids, like into the, you go
well,
into a library in a kid's school, you'll see them still.
you
They're just
remember
different
the
names.
Black Mirror show did that? They
Mm-hmm.
did a version of that. Choose your own adventure.
Yes, it was called Boulder Dash or a
Yes,
whatever the hell it's called. Yeah,
something
what is
like
it?
that. Yeah.
Bandersnatch or something like that. Whatever. But yeah,
Yes.
that was quite
Bandit
interesting.
Snatch, and you
Yeah.
basically select what the people on the movie do, and there's alternate endings.
I know,
It was
right?
I couldn't
Bizarre.
get to the end of it myself, and then we played it back. My daughter found it online or something. She's 11, and she found her way through the thing really quickly. I was like, "How the hell did you find it?" I kept going and running around through all of it, trying to figure out exactly. I was reading too much into it. You know what I mean? And she was just like, "Dad, it's simple. Come on." I was like, "How did you get that ending?" It was fun. It's weird, right? That just makes you wonder, like,
Like
if
not good
something like
weird.
that can be so profound in your mind, yeah. But it's telling you something. That's a message. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? The truth is there. It's always right there in front of you. But you have to use your own
Well,
willpower to make decisions and look at it and let it soak into your brain and
I
accept it,
think
right?
what you were I think what you were
You see what I mean?
alluding to, um, like something a switch. I think that's in religion they refer to that as the veil, don't they?
That's an
Or am
interesting
I
way of
speaking too
putting it. I
metaphorically?
don't know, but that sounds like it makes more sense than anything I've heard. I choose logic over necessarily, like I believe everything in the world has goodness and badness in it. It has to, otherwise you can't. I mean, how
Oh
do you
my God.
contrast what's light if there's no dark, right? How do you
All right,
contrast what's dark if there is no light? It doesn't make
I
sense.
I got something good for you.
What's
So
that?
I watched this channel, and this guy does these meme shows, and they're pretty funny usually, but this is a little notable of sharing here. And I was kind of like, wow. Okay, I'm not going to say nothing. So you guys tell me what you think. Sorry if it's a small picture. I need to crop it. But
No worries, I'm looking.
I think I got the timestamp on the video too. Maybe I don't. Oh, yeah, I do.
That's big. Florida's huge.
Okay, yeah. But keep
It's
going.
almost like keep going.
Yeah, you keep going. Talking.
There's one. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm looking though.
Dude, but yeah,
I saw
there's something
someone say
missing in this
Florida upside down looks
conversation.
like this, right? Yeah, you're right. It does kind of look like the fuck.
Dude, but that's not it. Look at the
Okay.
size of motherfucking Florida.
Yeah, I know. I was just gonna say, like,
You said that right
obviously that's a
away.
bit. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was the first thing I noticed. Was like, that's a
Yeah, but
ridiculous.
this is
But how
just
do you
going
get?
right over
Is
their
that just how
motherfucking.
they? Do they actually program that into the? Is that some kind of program that you can look at, like maps or something? Is that how you got that image was caught, or do we know?
I don't know,
Like,
but there shouldn't be that much curve if Florida is that big.
yeah, I was gonna say, I think I would see a curve that big, especially just thinking about California and Florida are a similar size, right? Or maybe slightly
You know what?
off, but California ain't that big, dude. Come on, because I'd see
I'm
the
gonna
curve.
post that video because I need to comb through the comments on there, and if anybody dares mention anything about that, it's like, duh, you. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to drop some links or
I think
something.
all this stuff is deliberate. It's a way of slowly putting these pictures in your mind that make you doubt and wonder and just think that it doesn't matter that these are different sizes and that this, you know what I'm saying? I think that it's
Remember,
deliberate.
I
It's to
mentioned
confuse the mind constantly, always be keeping you in confusion.
I
Think about it. That's
mentioned
the only way to really
Andrew.
win.
So sorry, I wasn't trying to be.
No, it's okay. I keep doing it to you too, so I'm sorry.
Okay,
But
so this isn't his channel, but this is the Andrew Huberman I was talking about a second ago. And I'm gonna post that original link. You guys can look through the comments if you want. Or if you felt inclined to do so. And get out in search of people bringing up the flat earth topic on that. Because I know that just went over everybody's head, but there's got to be one in there. Somebody's got to mention it. I hope. It's like, why is Florida so big? Somebody's got to say that. We got to have some hope for humanity, you guys.
yeah, I think that's profound what you said. I know I keep saying profound, but it's a good word. It really is. Because
Yeah.
there's so many things that we all take for granted and we don't really think about. Like I like this game that I just came up with. Well, it's not really I came up with it, but I saw some things. I thought, I took 3 pictures and you post them somewhere, right? You take 3 pictures, you take one that you've taken a photo of, right? And then you take 2 other pictures that you know are from media or wherever, or some interesting website or some crazy wild, theory or whatever, and you post 3 of them on there, and then you ask people to decide, first of all, which one's an actual photograph, and then without looking at the underlyingness of the picture, just by looking at the the front
People
page
don't
of
do
it,
that though.
and then which ones are real, right, and which ones are fake, and then saying why you believe it's fake, right? And now that's
People don't.
it brings out a lot of interesting things because people will notice stuff that you never even thought of, and you'll be like, what?
Really? Oh.
Yeah, dude, it's really interesting.
Okay.
It makes you realize how we all think and how we all really are different based on our experiences. It's maddening how I
Well,
say it again, profound that is.
I'm on lunch, so I got like 5 minutes. I should probably go now, but yeah, can you scroll through the comments and see if you come up with anything and remind me about it if you see me again? I really do want to do that, but I should go. But it's been a pleasure, guys. TTFN.
See you later, Jen.
Have a nice day, Jerry.
Anybody else want to talk about what I said, or you want to change the subject, or what? Just curious.
I kind of missed it. I was taking a wee drink there. What was it was 3 photographs. One of that you've taken, one that was. Go ahead.
Yeah, you just take 3 photographs from the internet. You just whatever it is, something randomly from something you've looked at or investigated. Just take 3 photographs. 2 of them that that you're suspecting aren't real, right? Like say the picture of that. My instance was I showed a picture of that United States congressman or whatever it is in the UN that looks like a black, like painted like Mario Brothers character or something for a second in the video. I took a picture of that, and I took a picture of some guy getting put into an ambulance, and then I put a picture that I took of the sky, right? And then I posted all 3 of them. And then you tell the people this is a game, and so what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to look at all 3 photos, and then you're supposed to identify, of course, you talk about it or just discuss and make comments about which ones do you think are real, which ones you think are fake, and why you think they're fake or why you think they're real, without actually looking at the photo underneath it to see that it was actually taken in a real place, and it wasn't just an image. See what I'm saying? And see like what kind of answers you get, and see how interesting that can be.
Mm-hmm.
It helps you learn and understand like how other people think. Do you not? I mean, and it doesn't necessarily have to be photographs of anything in particular, right? It can just be 3. It doesn't have to be a pointed like experiment. It can just be something random photos that you think or know for sure were just fake. Like somebody put on some ghost photo or something, or whatever. But it's really interesting how you see how people respond, and a lot of people will comment on the photograph that you took. And they'll say that it's fake for all these cool reasons, and you're like, wow, I never thought about it like that. But it's real because you took it yourself, right? You see what I'm saying? And it makes you see kind of how people like reason out why they believe it and why they don't. And it helps you understand more like what's going through it, because you don't realize how much they think like you do until you actually see them explaining it or showing you in their words what they see, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, did I go too far?
No, interesting thought experiment or social experiment.
I just think we can learn from each other more by finding out what's different, but we don't necessarily have to be angry with each other, right? We don't have to be upset about it. We just, like, my curiosity is mostly like, why do people believe what they believe? It's not really that I don't agree with you necessarily. It's more like, well, I'm curious, how did you come to that conclusion? What reasoning did you do to come to that conclusion? And I think we ask that every day on this channel, right? We ask people, like, how did you come to that conclusion? That's really what we're asking. Even though we ask it in different ways, by asking them, the three big questions, where's the evidence for this and that? But when you really think about it, what are we really doing? We're doing the first thing, right? But we're doing it in different ways to try to get that person to think, right? Or get them to reason the way we do, right?
Yeah.
Give them an experience of what we're thinking and why.
Yeah, and it's a walking on eggshells type of thing, because pointing out the flaws in somebody's deductive reasoning is a not dangerous, but it's a fragile exercise. People don't like to be told wrong, right?
That's why you put it out there as letting them share. That way they're only giving out what they want, right?
So you gently nudge them in the right direction. Because
maybe they'll see their logic is flawed just based on watching what their response to it is. They'll be like, wait a minute, you're right. I did respond in a weird way. Why do I lock up like that? I think that, if that's what you're trying to do is reach them, right? To snap them out of it and wake them up and say, hey, think logically. How do you do that? How do you really be good at that?
In a civilized manner.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I suppose there's a lot of people that have come over to Flat Earth because they were on a YouTube chat or a Discord chat where people were friendly and cordial and civilized and just had a laugh with them and didn't call them names. They didn't call you names. And eventually they just went, you know what? I can't dispute this logic. So I'm going to go away and think for a while. And they come back 3 months later and they're a flat earther or something.
That's exactly what happened to somebody that I pointed the flat earth out to. Like, who we were talking and I was telling him that the sun was local and everything. And then he was trying to argue with me about it, but then it was starting to get to the point where he was getting angry. So he's all like, you know what? I like you, Linda, and I don't want to I don't want to argue with you, so I'm just going to stop right there. And then I didn't talk to him for, I think, 9 months. And he came back and he goes, dude, I'm a flat earther now. I was like, oh, yay.
There you go. He sounds like a reasonable dude.
That's awesome. I got a couple of friends that eventually came to the same conclusion. They're still kind of in limbo, but they at least are starting to see things that I showed them. They're starting to listen and pay attention.
Well, yeah, because, once you point it out, it's kind of hard to unsee it. Like, you just start noticing it, and things start popping out to you.
Yeah, it's like a two-edged sword, too, because some of it is stuff that'll make you laugh, and some of it will make you cry.
Yeah, we've reached throttle up. There's no return to the globe for a lot of us. It's over.
Is it true that somebody that was a flat earther can go back to the globe? Because I don't know, there is this guy that I knew, and he said he used to be a flat earther, but
Depends on how much you pay him, I guess.
Yeah, they're called flip-floppers.
they're called what?
Flip-floppers.
Oh.
I think flip-floppers are created by us. It's when we make mistakes trying to share with them and they don't get it and we don't try to reach their heart and their mind, That's where we go wrong, and it creates these anti-flat earthers. That's exactly what I think it is. I don't think it's really anything to do with people being stupid or being ignorant or any of that. I think we create that because of some of the negativity that we push out when we're trying to show people the truth, because we get frustrated and we want to win the argument. We want to share what we're sharing, and when we can't do that, it frustrates us, right? So we go to conclusions and we do things or say things that we normally wouldn't because we're desperate, right? We got to stop being that way. We have to stop being so desperate to win the argument and let someone just take the information and go with it. Let them wrap it, let it hit their mind first. Let it sink in.
Well, yeah, but some of them are balls deep into flat Earth, and then they flip flop. I don't know. That just shows that their mind was not exactly committed or there in the first place. They were just fooling.
Yeah, they just took our word for it rather than researching it themselves. That's what we want, right? We want you to go and look at it. We don't want you to go see it our way. We just want you to go and look at the evidence. Decide for yourself.
Right. So he said he was a flat earther, but then I guess when he joined the army, he said then he started like having proof that the earth was a globe. So I'm not sure how he came to that conclusion. He didn't really tell me what his researches were or like what convinced him that the earth
The
was a
military
globe.
is a brainwashing facility, like boot camp is. So it might be that. I don't know.
Yeah, it's
I don't know.
full times 3. That's a pity you didn't get his reasonings why
Yeah,
they're.
because he was my sister's ex-boyfriend, so I didn't really talk to him much. It was just he was visiting and he saw her and yeah. So we didn't really talk. It was more like
He might have just been saying it because he realized the adventure that he was on was going to upset his apple cart of reality and his buddies in the army, and maybe he just thought, you know what, I'm better just fucking denying it, saying that, nah, I've got proofs, and just leave it at that. Maybe he's just scared.
yeah, maybe.
Who knows? It's a horrible gif. Neil deGrasse Tyson having an orgasm over this globe or something.
I haven't really seen him on anything lately. Is he even still like working for them? I don't see much of him. I just see all the repeats of all the stuff he's already done.
Now that you mention it, nah.
So it seems to be that they all have their little season, right?
Yep. They got nothing. Seen Brian Cox. Was it Brian Cox? Millions and millions of planets and stars. The English boy. He was on
Helping on a string.
He was on mainstream TV about, I don't know, maybe a year, 2 years ago, and his first proof of flat Earth was ships going over horizons, and I was face palming just, and I turned the channel over.
That was his proof that the Earth was flat?
That was his first and most poignant, massive proof. This great professor of billions of stars. Ships going over the horizon. He had these glitter balls.
Well, he doesn't need to go into space. I can show him that on my coffee table.
It was just
so there you go. There you go. I mean, see what I mean? Like how you can see something like that and you can identify instantly that this is ridiculous. And I'm not going to listen to anything this man says, right? Because you know that whatever he puts out is going to be deception in some form or another. It's like they mark the stuff. They mark it all. That's what the symbols and signs are all about. This is all marked. It's all shown to you in broad daylight. It's just you have to be able to open your eyes and see that it's marked, right? And realize that our language has been contaminated and being used against us in a way. You know what I'm saying? I know I always get weird, but it's true.
It's all right.
It's absolutely true. That's how they're able to convince the world that the Earth is a ball when we know damn good well it couldn't be. It's not possible.
Mm-hmm.
But do they stop talking about it? Nope. They just keep pushing it out there every day, all day long.
as an individual, as you discover things and you start questioning more, like we always say, it opens another can of worms and ask, well, how did they do it? Why are they doing it? And da 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 da. That's just how did they do it? It's incredible how susceptible the human mind is to suggestion. And like I go on with my life now, more or less. I don't tell people, I don't proselyte much about flat Earth and stuffs, but I see things and you're like, good God, how did I even start to imagine that? How did I even think that was real? It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. And that's just my life now. Everything's fucking ridiculous. We're living in fucking unicorn land and rainbows.
Here's a good question about these guys that are on TV. When do you see them otherwise, except on TV? And don't you realize that everybody that's on TV obviously is an actor? Like even the people on Survivor, all those people are actors, right? Whether or not they're really doing those challenges or not, it doesn't really matter. The point is they're all actors, every one of them, and it's that way they can be manipulated and make the show what they want it to be. Nothing in this world is being portrayed as what it really is. It's always being fake to you, whether it's in a little forum or small forum or it's a large forum. You're always being deceived at all times. You have to realize that.
Yeah, we do. And then there was a Celebrity Big Brother, and there was a clip of when the cameras went off, or thought the cameras were off, and then they were all spoken by Big Brother, and they all went and had this lovely big fucking meal, and they're all supposed to be starving and try to do tasks, and it's all scripted. And there was another thing called The Only Way is Essex, or Townie or something. Yeah. And I was saying to people at the start, this is scripted, right? And they're like, no, this is real life. This is actually happening. This is just off the cuff, fucking spontaneous shit.
Like Dr. Phil, too, right?
They all fell for it. And then it's been out about a year, 6 to 10 years ago, and everybody went, oh, it is scripted. Oh, right, okay. People couldn't see that. They wanted to believe that it was just off the cuff, spontaneous fucking shit happening.
And what causes us to understand it a few years later, but not understand it at the time? That's what gets me. Is how do they do that? How are they doing it?
By the power of television.
By the power of suggestion. By repeating things in the background, like stuff that you don't pay attention to, like things in the background of the situation comedies that you watch. If you really start paying attention to that, you'll see that there's all kinds of things in the background, things that trigger your subconscious.
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, they have avenues.
Subliminal, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, subconscious. What do you call that latest thing? Hang on, I forgot.
Subliminal messaging.
Yeah, it's close to that. Yeah. Mass hypnosis thingy.
Yeah, I was going to say that's what I was just going to say. Mass. It's hypnosis. And yes, it is. And believe it or not, hypnosis is real. Whether you want to believe it, because they've tried to portray it as a trick. Like by having people go to carnivals and do it. Hire actors to play along. But there really is something to it.
Yeah, it's actual magic. I don't know. I like to talk to people about things, and I'm a bit of a simulation theorist or whatever. But reality and what is real and what is reality, and hit you on the head with a hammer and tell me if it's real or not, and all that crack. I don't know. I think it's just a series of fucking moving pictures put together. Who knows? The mind is a fragile and fucking funny thing. But whatever's happening, they know exactly what they're doing.
I could even suggest some videos, but of course I know some people don't trust anything they see on TV at all, so I get that. But if you look at experiments on people's social experiments, like they put people in a room and they have actors in the room that perform certain acts all the time, like clockwork, and all of a sudden the normal people in the room start to follow along. No one knows why people do this, but of course, people know that they're in a room with a camera. They're not stupid, but I'm saying if you could do testing where people didn't really know the camera was there without breaking the law, you would find that there's a lot of profound things that happen in those situations that they won't ever share with you. You know what I'm saying? Those tests that they do, those supposed data collection they do, and asking people questions on the street and whatever. Do you really believe in that stuff? Is it real or is it suggestion?
They ask you the question, but they tell you what to say when those news reporters stop you on the streets. It's happened to a few of my friends. They say, "Do you mind being asked a question about this news kind of subject?" And they say, "Yeah,
I know what
okay."
your answer is.
Yeah, and they say, "No, we want you to say this. We're going to ask you this, and you're going to say this." My friends are like, "What? No." Yeah, it's mental.
Here's $50. Hey, I'll say anything.
If that ever happened to me, I would hope it was live, because I'd spill the beans. I would. I'd blow it right in front of the national TV.
Bugger right in the pussy.
No, I would literally reveal what they did, exactly what they said, but I'd wait until I knew it was live. But of course, it's never live. It's always 4 seconds. They always have at least 4 to 10 seconds to hit the button.
And apparently in your mind, we're seeing things in the past too, so that's another couple of seconds. So they got nearly like half a minute to change things. Don't mind me, I'm just joshing. Drink time.
Josh, and where do you think you got these ideas? Think about it. A lot of the ideas that we have in our minds are put there from somewhere else, right? Someone else put them in our heads and said, "Hey, did you ever think about this or that?" Whether or not it was their words or not, they still put that idea in your mind. And that made you think even more, right? It made you think about that question and putting it into all those situations in your life where it's relevant, right? That's what cognitive, understanding is. That's what communication is all about. But it takes more time than just one simple conversation. Am I wrong? It takes time for that person to accept those things. Like, you have a conversation with a smart person. At first, you're irritated by them because they're intelligent, and you don't like intelligent people because they're a challenge, because they stick to their morals, they stick to their guns, they stick to what they know is true. And sometimes they know things you don't, so you have to be careful, right? Everybody knows this going into a conversation. But why do people come in here and try to attack people that they claim are stupid before they even really investigate what kind of people we really are? It's because of that nature that's put into our heads, that suggestion that it has to be crazy because this doesn't fit in with what they're telling us. So we automatically assume that this person is the crazy one. Well, I don't always think that. I always think, well, maybe this person has a point. Maybe, do they seem genuine? Or did they get excited? Did they get angry when you attack them about it? That usually tells me that the person really believes it, right? They really think there's something to it, because they wouldn't defend it otherwise, right? Now, on the other hand, if you're being brainwashed into responding in certain ways, you see how that can be a problem? See how that can cause conflict in conversations and keep you from understanding what somebody else is really saying? Because you're constantly trying to conflict it with all the stuff you heard and what someone else told you. You're not just thinking and accepting it for what it is, which is just something they're saying. You're always trying to analyze it and rethink it and double, like someone posted on there, double think it and double speak it. That's what we do, right? We sit there and analyze it. We think too much about it. We overthink it. But we do that because it's planted there. But not everybody thinks like that. So there's more than one little program they're putting out there, right? They're putting out one for the ignorant people that don't really care. They're putting one, that's what makes me realize this is real. And this is something we have to look and find and figure out. It's important. It's profound, like I said. Somebody's doing this to us. Who? Doesn't really matter, does it? Why? It doesn't really matter. What matters is that they're doing it and we need to stop it because it's hurting us. It's causing conflicts. It's causing us to fight wars. It's causing us to believe in things that don't exist. And why would we do that? We're normal, rational people.
It's probably the most dangerous tool being used upon humans at this point in time. Did you ever hear of a guy called Darren Brown? Neil?
I've heard of him.
No. I don't know, when you have a couple of minutes here and
Yes,
there.
I've heard of him.
Oh, you have? Oh, right. He's very good at that. He shows the power of suggestion, hypnosis, and sometimes he doesn't even have to put people under. He just, the words he uses, movements he makes, causes somebody to behave in a way that he exactly wants them to behave in order to make the trick happen. That's incredible.
And people who study human interaction will eventually learn that, right? They'll be able to kind of like make you, because they've spent so much time studying it, studying your reactions, you're going to fall into some category, and it's going to make them able to seem to predict things, right, about you. It's not because they know anything about you. It's simply because they're used to it. They've spent their entire life studying these situations, or talking to people and getting their responses, and they've memorized all these different reactions. That's how they trick you. It's not really, they're not really seeing the future. They're tricking you into believing it. You understand? Because I can say, like, let's say I prophesy that next week this, or that is going to happen. But I do it in a way where it's cryptic, just cryptic enough to where there's a bunch of different things that could actually fall into that category. If I'm smart enough and I think it out, I could probably think of something that fits into that category and throw it out there. And about half the people, or maybe even only 10% of the people, see it that way. I've tricked 10% of those people. And those 10% of people are going to go and show other people. Think about how profound that is. Think about how big and huge that is. And why are we able to do that? Simply because we're all brainwashed into the same system. But some of us have figured out how to use it in order to change things, right? We're using the technology that's being used against us as let's say as like an ally. Think about it. And we don't even realize it. We're rationalizing things based on this concept that we all acknowledge is there, right? We can all see it in some way or another, but yet we're all in denial of it. We don't want to say, oh yeah, that's true, and let's do something. We're afraid of it. Why? Because we know it's so big, and so, it's affected so much of our lives. It's terrifying to think of who might be behind that, right? It's got to be somebody big and important, someone that we've probably never even heard of. And that's scary. That's something that your mind doesn't want to think about. You know what I mean? It takes time for your brain and for your, the physical part of your mind to think things out and to compare them with what you do know already.
Yeah, I get you. The good thing about Darren Brown too is that he shows people how he got to the result. He wanted the desired result, and so he used certain techniques, and he shows everything. It's like the magician unveiled, or the unmasking of the magician or something. He shows how he got that desired result by using all these little different kinds of, not even deep hypnosis, just hypnosis and power suggestions and shit. It's fucking amazing. It just shows,
Yeah.
It just shows how easily, and somebody in ancient Egypt or something worked this out. God knows how real history is. Maybe we've been here for fucking 2,000 years, not 6. Maybe 6, not fucking 6,000, but 6 million. People worked it out that with the human mind, if we use religion, suggestion, advertising, blah, 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 power of this, power of that, we could fucking have these peons.
This is the mystery schools, or the
robots,
language of the fallen, or whatever you want to call it, right? Well, you could compare it to that, even though that's just a metaphor, probably.
Yeah, because I don't know how real it is, but it looks to me like history. Okay, history's a pile of shit too, and I don't think it's as much as long as they say. I don't think things happen the way they say it happened. That's another avenue that you can explore, but that's a totally different.
Well, that's a common conclusion you come to after you start investigating all the truths of the world, right? You kind of realize that they're all just kind of like a storyline. They all lead to nothing, or they lead to, a dead end. And you're like, well, wait a minute, wouldn't there be evidence and all? Wouldn't there be all this stuff online about this and about the studying of it and all? Nope, it doesn't exist. Well, then, doesn't that make you wonder? Like, what the heck? It's not like somebody erased it, right? It's like, what? Like, why is there a dead end here? Maybe it's because they want you to.
it makes you wonder why all these things that begin with the theory of are now accepted as fact. It's like, yeah, Big Bang. It's in movies all the time, Big Bang, yeah, Big Bang, time travel, bang, Big Bang. And you're like, what? And they're just like, oh yeah, Big Bang, yeah, that's where everything started, yeah. You do realize that there's fuck all proof for that, right?
Yeah, just remind yourself that the person who came up with this stupid idea dropped out of grade school and never went through college. This is the guy. He worked at a patent office, and he's the one who came up with this mass attracts mass garbage. Think about that, my friend.
Yeah,
Next time, and I'm not saying, don't get me wrong, I don't think a degree or an education really does anything except make you more ignorant, but that's my opinion. But at the same time, I do see why people do seem to lean towards people that have education just based on, well, at least they know certain facts, right? Well, but if those facts aren't true, what do they really know? Nothing. They're more confused than you are. I'm just saying, think about it that way.
Yeah, it makes you more brainwashed. This is why maths is so important, because this is why employers love it if you have great results in maths. Because it shows your ability to critically think and to work out problems. That's basically what it is. So if you're stuck in a warehouse,
I agree. Yeah.
Well, this guy actually passed
More
high
of a
school
problem-solving
maths,
degree, right?
he'd probably be able to on his own solve a problem in the middle of the night and not call me and wake me up out of my fucking bed.
Which is selfish in nature to begin with, right?
Yeah, all things selfish, huh? Serve others or serve yourself. Take your pick. Make your choice, bro.
Is that really a choice?
Well, I choose to serve others. How's about that?
Problem is, we all say that we're on a side, but we don't actually fight for it. That's what disgusts me about a lot of people, is that they seem good-hearted, but they don't ever actually do anything with the information they learn.
I noticed that about you, Mayo. Yeah, you're a little bit now. Don't take this the wrong way, because I mean it with the best intent. You're a little bit frustrated about the state of affairs as they currently stand, and why nobody is getting off their arse and doing something about it. We're trying, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why that's bothering me. Maybe because I'm going on with stuff in my life or something, but I really narrow it down. But it just seems like I'm not hearing anybody say anything about it. It just seems odd. It's like, well, why don't we try this? Why don't we try that? Why don't we look into this or that? Why don't we get together and do this? I don't hear a lot of that. I mean, I know it happens, probably just, under my nose or whatever, but it just doesn't feel like we're all like going in the same direction. It's like we're all just going wherever we go, and you know what I mean?
You ever hear that old War Games meme? The only way to win is to not play.
I have.
Yeah, well, if you're feeling a little bit frustrated about the lack of fucking progress and why people aren't getting off their asses and doing something, don't let that bother you. Just realize that maybe the best avenue for a lot of people is just to not play the game or take notice of it or let it affect them, while keeping their independent thought and train of thought and logic.
Defense mechanism, yeah.
Hmm?
Yeah, like a defense mechanism.
Yeah, it's very good, actually.
Makes sense. Yeah, I agree with you. I can see your point.
Thank you very much.
Well, thanks for saying so. I mean,
no, you're welcome.
The way we learn is to ask questions, right? I mean, I can be wrong. If I ask a question and I'm wrong, then someone shows me that. I'll be like, hey, you might be right about that.
You see, this is the place where we were, like, I suppose, before Flat Earth came out. In the early 2000s, 2010, You know, I've said this before. Many have, I suppose. We were nihilists, agnostics. Big Bang was a fact. Dinosaurs were a fact. Stars are millions and billions and trillions of light years away. It's a fact. There was just no breaking through the barrier in our mind that this wasn't a fact. We thought we knew everything, and humans are so great, and we're on the way to something greater than ours. What was the point I was trying to make? You think you're so open minded that you're totally closed, totally, because you believe in fucking nonsense. You think that is religiously fact, and it's got nothing to do with fact at all.
I like how you said that. You're absolutely right. What we're here to really do has nothing to do with anything we're doing. That's what I'm really kind of like trying to bring out, is that that's what I'm really kind of angry about, I guess. That's what my heart hurts from.
A little bit of stoicism goes a long way, you know. It's not like for evil to triumph, good men do nothing. Fair enough. Yeah, if it's in your face, you need to do something about it in the physical. But mind-wise, if it's fucking annoying you and your mind it's depressing you a little bit or whatever, it says, fucking find other ways to think about it, or not think about it at all and realize that it's just not helpful at all. So you just.
We try to help, by spreading the word, but you have to accept that some people just don't want it. They don't want the flat truth, or, they think the way that they want to think. So acceptance is part of it too. Going out on that crusade for the truth, sure, but ultimately respecting and accepting people's choices to believe or not to believe it when it's said.
That's it, Lemon. Spreading the news, yeah. You can spread the word or whatever you think. I think, like you could say to somebody, this is what I think. I could be completely wrong, but I am of the opinion of because of this. And then you give them their steps of logic and you let them maybe even point out a couple of flaws in your logic, and you accept that too. And you progress, I suppose.
Yeah, because to people, it's more than just the shape of the earth. Some people feel like with their emotions that you're threatening their turf. You're threatening, their authorities that they respect. They feel like you're muzzling in on the turf of science, or science so-called, and that threatens people. And so you're going to get a visceral gut reaction from that. Some people are just like, why does it matter? And stuff like that. And they don't see why it's important versus, all of the price that one pays for these beliefs, taking the social hit to one's, social credit score, if you will, for believing this stuff. They just don't see the payout. They just don't see why they should even go there.
And if it is true that we shouldn't be going there, then someone show me the right way so I can get it that way too. It'll be easier for me. You know what I mean? But it doesn't seem like I ever get that answer.
Yeah, it's just like believe what other people believe so you can go along in life, have a fairly easier way in this hard world, and just keep your head down.
Is that what it's all about, though?
For some, that's all they can see.
As I was saying earlier, Lemon, it's once you start probing into the minds of somebody and the mindsets and the things that they've been conditioned to believe in, it's walking on eggshells ground. It's very, you need to handle it with kid gloves, and you've got to determine when you're talking to somebody whether they're open to certain things or not, or they're completely closed off and just either walk away or leave a few more probing questions and then walk away. So it depends on the situation.
I guess the main thing is having a love for the truth. Some people are like, well, what's the truth going to do for me first? And if the truth doesn't get me to where I need to go, then we don't need the truth anymore.
Yeah, but if we just decide that our side is true and therefore I'm going to just reject everything else in my life, isn't that the same thing? I mean, I don't know.
Never,
Well,
never.
when I say the truth, I'm talking about a truth that you can rest on. Simply just acknowledging that something is true without having to push your mind to make this construct and this thing that doesn't quite have consistency.
But do you
Having
see
to
how
tell
everything
yourself
doesn't
over and
really have
over
that
and
kind
over
of?
again. What's that?
But have you noticed? But have you noticed that everything that we seem to be thrown at us is all stuff that we can't do that with?
I mean,
Have you noticed that? I mean, it's almost like they give us a manual to another machine, but then they give us some technological machine that doesn't match up to it. It's like, well, how are we going to figure out how it works? It's going to take us a while,
well,
right?
I mean, a certain amount of faith is necessary, but when you accept something that isn't true, it tugs on the mind because we need to rest. We need to rest in the truth. And it's hard to do that when we're asked to rest in quote unquote the truth. And I put this in air quotes because it's really not true that the earth is a ball, but we see that flat horizon. We're asked to assume that we're moving even though we don't feel movement. We're asked to believe that they did this stuff in science or whatever when our everyday experience cries out against this stuff. And after a while you can't rest. After a while you're going to stand up and be like, I need to verify this, because my mind can't rest. It's tugged in this direction, in this direction. So it's never just one little white lie. After a while it becomes several because people build their life on this one little white lie, and then before you know it, it turns into a million different things, pulling and tugging at your
Destroys them.
heart, your mind, and destroying your peace of mind. And so people just try to ignore it
So
and keep their head
those people
down,
do have a
and hope
point.
for the best.
See how we can all have our points and it can all make rational sense on all arguments, but yet it all doesn't fit together somehow, right? Isn't that interesting?
And so some people just go cognitively dissonant. They're like, you know what? I'm not going to go there. I'm not really going to try to parse this out. I'm just going to try to keep my head down and hope for the best. But some people, look up and say, hey, I'm sorry. The emperor has no clothes and the earth appears to be a flat, motionless plane. Some people can go their whole lives while doing that. Some people can't.
It's terrifying.
It can be.
I feel lucky I've lived to 54.
And I thought it sucked when they took Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy away.
Well, the world would belong to the
What,
people that can wear many masks, the people that are two-faced, three-faced, four-faced, whatever they need to be to get through it.
what do you mean they took Santa Claus away? Santa Claus is real, bro.
He's real because most people believe that he's real.
I believe that some people will find out how it really is because they actually believe in it. I know I shouldn't have said that, huh? Makes you all think, what? What's he thinking? What's the guy thinking?
You think they have technology that can hear what we're thinking? What do you think?
Well,
I
I've
don't know.
heard
Maybe
a
we're
person
staying
on
up.
BitChute. I heard a person on BitChute say that they have stuff like that. They said that they can inject you with something that can read the muscle twitches of your mouth. And so if you're kind of talking to yourself, they can basically hear what you're essentially thinking on that level. Now, if you're talking about the thoughts proper, I mean, that's a possibility.
I don't know. I don't know if I want to go that far down the rabbit hole. You know what I mean? Seems like this level that I'm at is difficult enough. I'm not sure I want to go. I want to go down into that spot. Like because
Level
then
4.
you're dealing with paranoia and things that you can't really find evidence for, right? And then it becomes this whole big cycle of trying to get proof of something that maybe doesn't even exist, right? At least
Well, I mean,
I have chased a few things that have turned out that way.
Well, if you ain't going to take the whole red pill, you try to habituate people with a little bit of red pill powder at a time. But even that is too much for some people when you're trying to get them, ready for the big red pills with little small red pill topics. Crisis acting, the 5G death grid, FBI, CIA surveillance. If they're not even ready for that, then they're not even going to be ready for the even bigger stuff that's even, more true and even more out there for some people.
Well, we have to be able to figure out whether this stuff's really true, right? And show the evidence of it. Or does it just get taken away from us every time?
Well, evidence has to last. If I'm going to show you the CIA document saying, this or that was planned, sure, I can show you that until it's burned up. After it's burned up, what's left? Testimony. Testimony from some sort of source that either you trust or distrust, because evidence only lasts for so long before it fades, corrodes, and rots.
Truth is made of 5 letters. Maybe we're only scratching the T, the first T.
Yep. We're only looking at it one-dimensionally, or even two. Does anybody ever look that up? Like when they explain what dimensions are and how you would see, how it would change what you see? And when I heard that a 4th dimension crossing into a 3rd dimension would look like something very small growing into something large and then going back down to something small again, I thought to myself, our lives are just like that. Maybe that's what we're experiencing. We're going through a 3rd dimension, but we're a 4th dimensional character.
Do you ever have a
guy? Makes sense.
Do you ever have a guy, Nassim Harameth? Maybe you could correct me. Do you ever hear of Nassim Harameth or something?
I think I've heard the name, but it's not popping in my head.
Yeah, he said when he started questioning things is when they said that the first dimension, they put a point on a piece of paper. The second dimension, they put another point. They made them join up. And the 3rd dimension, that's anyway. And he was like, "Okay, hang on. So you're telling me that we're in 3 dimensions, and 2 of them are made up of things that aren't real, that can't be proven. So we do 1 dimension, 3. Yeah, I'll find it. I'll find it and maybe explain it better.
There's your 33 right there.
Yeah, the 3 dimensions.
Start thinking. You got 33 and 66, right? And that point, whatever percent. Very interesting. It's all a deception, dude.
Yeah, reality is made of 3 dimensions, and 2 of them are fake, or false, or not a dimension at all.
I watched a random video today, and at some point in the video, the guy said he was talking about he was part of a group, and he read his employee number or his member number, and it was 9,666. And then he giggled, and the Duper's Delight hit, and he smiled very, very crazily, and he goes, I never even really paid attention to that. I wonder how that got there. And then he moved on to what he was talking about. And I'm sitting there going, what the hell? Like, is this in everything that I watch? Like, is this really like everywhere? Like, it's terrifying.
Was it a random video or something that life wanted you to see?
No, I don't. I just, like, sometimes I'll just go on YouTube and I'll just start scrolling and looking at the random stuff that just pops up there. And I'll just pick something out that looks interesting. Like, I usually look up, like, ghost videos because I'm entertained by how fake they are, right? So I always look up ghost videos trying to, like, find out how they made this and how they did it, because I know it's all phony, because majority, I mean, maybe there are some real videos of some interesting things that happen in the world that you can't explain, but majority of them aren't real. Come on.
Yeah, but I love them.
It's funny. But I mean, I get into all kinds of things. I look through all kinds of interesting, weird stuff that I started as a kid. I used to be interested in aliens and space and all that when I was a kid. And so, I'm still interested in that stuff, right? And I'm still trying to resolve all that in my mind, at how that was created in my mind and how I manifested all my will and power into it, thinking about it and romancing ideas and all this stuff. And I thought to myself, wow, I wasted years of my life just thinking I could be a spaceman or something. How stupid is that? Like, wow. Like, how did I get in these little loops like that? You know what I mean? I started realizing how dumb I was and how used I had been, It was fascinating. and it hurt me. It still hurts me. It makes me go, wow, I'm really not that smart, am I? That I'm being controlled by this.
Yeah,
Like, but yet I'm aware of it. So like, what am I really? Like, am I a program? Who knows, right? It gets crazy.
Just a waste of time, bro. Just a waste of space. Eh?
Exactly. Like, so I see where you're coming from when you say, like, like how things get, like my dad always tells me, he goes, I think you think too much into it, Ryan. And I'm like, what do you mean? And he goes, well, you always you always make it sound like as if you can change the world by curing some of this or by fixing that. He goes, you're wrong. He goes, that's why they create it that way. And he's right about that. There's a lot of things that he catches that I don't, but he doesn't realize he's catching it. He just does it. It's just a subconscious thing that he does. And he's right about stuff sometimes, And it's amazing how that, I realize that later and I'll be like, wow, Dad, and I'll go share it with him and he'll be like, I told you. Now do you see? It's like, it's weird.
It's all just like a waste of time. I mean, I had buddies from school phone me up and they talked to me recently and they'll be all like, Paul, you used to, you were the kind of guy that was going to change the world. You've seen something wrong with the world. You always talked about it, politics and fucking corruption and death taxes and all this kind of shit. And you were going to change the fucking world, bro. And I thought about that the other day. I thought, well, what did you do about it? I thought to myself, what's the point of changing something that's never going to fucking change? You're never, ever, and ever going to have the power. You're never going to have the power to change this fucking thing. So why even bother, man? This thing is just going to do what it's going to do. And there's no one person. Well,
But if I did change something about me and it stood out so much, like
about you, it's fine.
that it made everybody else like feel so horrible about themselves that they actually try to change it a little bit too, would that not be? Do you don't think that can change the world?
Well, yeah, it could change things, I suppose. If people value your company so much or your presence or the things.
And if it's not possible, then why are we even here? Just to be subjected to suffering? That doesn't make sense, does it?
All right, I get you. I get your point. Well made, bro. But yeah,
I'm not trying to be rude or anything. I'm just saying, think about it. Like, there's more.
Jesus. Hey, if you were rude, I would tell you were fucking rude, you motherfucker.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir. No, I'm really just trying to make you think, and I like the way you guys think. That's the reason why I throw the stuff at you guys, because I know you're going to think it out, and you're going to think of something. You know what I mean? You're not just going to just blabber stuff off. You're going to think about it. That's good, though. I need to hear the stuff.
Well, absolutely, and that's because we've come from a place where we realized that we were so fooled, we were so bamboozled, we were so deep, balls deep in the bullshit. We realized how easily we were fooled, how easily it can happen, and there's every possibility it can happen again. So to come out of something like that there, to something maybe a little bit more enlightening, and think that it cannot happen again on your journey is stupid. You've got to learn from your past mistakes, and the past mistakes tell you that you are easily fooled.
Yeah, absolutely. No matter how smart I think I am, I'm always fooled. There's always somebody getting the best of me.
Yeah. You don't know shit, really, bro.
And the majority of the time it's because I'm spending all this time on stuff that's not really important instead of worrying about stuff that's immediately in my area that could hurt me or, like physically hurt me in my general area. I'm getting more and more reclused into this thought mindset where I could just sit in the backyard or sit in my easy chair and do all my life and do all my outward appearance of life in my mind and on the internet or talking to someone through a phone or something,
Which is what the machine wants you to do. It wants you to sit there and just be happy in your own mind and not change anything or try to
keep feeding you what you want to hear, right?
Yeah, which is what you're saying. And you're correct. You have to make some kind of fucking move towards some kind of change if you feel like you have a partial or some kind of answer towards a positive instead of just accepting things the way they are and being happy with that. That's kind of the way we were living for all our lives, really.
Well, I'll be satisfied when I know exactly why I came here and what I'm supposed to do right and wrong. Then I can do it and finish, right? I can win. I can beat the game if that's really what it is.
Yeah,
maybe that's all it really is. Maybe it's a training program.
And the first step to that is knowing where you are. That's just why
right.
Yeah.
Who you are and where you are, right?
Where you are.
And when you think that's not important, then what are you doing? You're just that's another way of toiling, right? So it's like everything can become this circle of it's like how do you spin on all those little circles and still come out ahead, right? Like in Mario, when you have to bounce off all these little spinning devices or in a pinball machine. How do you get the ball into that certain slot where you get those points, right? Isn't that what it's all about?
I suppose this is a stupid analogy, but if you think that you're a fish in the sea, but you're really a fucking bird in the air, if you think you're a fish in the sea, but you're really a bird in the air, and people have convinced you you're a fish in the sea, but you are really a bird in the air, how the fuck are you ever going to figure out where you are or what you are? You think you're a fish in the sea, but you're in actual fact you're a bird in the air. So you're never going to figure out why you're here, what you're doing, because you haven't even got a clue where you are in the first place.
I wonder if there's some truth to that we could all change the world. It's just a matter of putting our energy into it and devoting our entire lives to it and being willing to die for it or whatever.
That's a possibility.
But is it possible? And if it is, why aren't we all trying to it? Right?
Critical mass and all that shit.
Wouldn't that be the ultimate chess master win? Is to like check off that you made it through this world, this place you were put in, and you figured it out before it was over. I think it's a challenge.
I think that's the
Maybe
ultimate.
I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, I actually agree with you there. I think that's the whole fucking reason why. Figure it out before you die. You've got 125 chances left. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you don't have unlimited continues. You've only got the one, right? So that makes the game really tricky, right? Because you could be sacrificing your life, your physical body, which would take you from here and not being able to figure it out, right? So it is kind of like weird when you think about it like that.
We accept the reality into which we are born. Good morning, good evening, good night.
Yeah, I like that speech. I don't remember which movie it is, Scanners or something, where the guy is starting to tell the world about the TV and how it's controlling all of us and all this, and then all of a sudden he explodes or something. His head explodes. I think that's what it was, Scanners or something. But I thought that movie was really strange when I was a kid. But for some reason, it scared me. Like, even though it wasn't like a terrifying scene, they made a big deal out of it for some reason. And when I was a kid, I wanted to know why what that guy was saying in that movie made so much sense to the adults. It didn't, because I wasn't able to reason it yet, right? And so I always wondered, and I always tried to figure that stuff out. Even when I was like 3 and 4, I remember trying to like figure these things out for myself, you know? And like I learned to read really, really young. Like I remember before I even went to school, reading things and people being fascinated by it. But I couldn't spell and I couldn't write a sentence, of course, because I had to practice the letters, but I knew what the words meant. I knew all the, all the common brands and everything. I knew what all the street signs said. I memorized them all. And I don't know how I did that. I just don't remember not being able to read. I always thought that everybody knew how to read. But maybe there was a spot in my life where I didn't understand what was on the signs, and I asked the questions and the people told me what it said, and somehow I turned that into that those shapes and letters meant something, right? But it never really like occurred to me that that could have been a trick from the beginning, right? And I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but it's just, that's another weird thing.
That's pretty cool. It's like
Well, it's pretty common. I know I'm not the only one that thinks this stuff. Right?
My daughter started reading before writing and spelling. She could tell words and the meanings of whatever words and read sentences before she was able to write. So similar, kind of similar to you.
It's very similar. There you go. It happens. Huh?
I think it starts by visualizing things when you're young and you see things as the first step because you're looking the input from the outside in. So that's the way you learn first. And then you use the mechanics. You use the mechanics like writing, spelling. So that's the next exercise.
Right.
Because you start
I remember asking lots of questions. All the time. I always ask questions.
Yeah, you asked a lot of questions. You did? Yeah.
And when I was a kid, I got in trouble every day in class. I get sent to the principal's office all the time because I wouldn't shut up. I'd keep asking, well, why is that? It doesn't make sense. Like, explain how that makes sense. And they get all mad. And I get sent to the office and everybody pick on me, you know, and you know, we go to recess and all that shit. And it was like, why are you guys all mad at me? Like, aren't you thinking the same thing? And they're like, no, why would we think that? That's stupid. And I'm like, what? What's wrong with you people? And I just didn't get along. And it's like,
just be quiet and read from the book.
Yep, and all I wanted to do was go out and play in the yard and have fun. Why do I want to be in here talking about this crap? It doesn't make any sense.
I used to
It all just frustrates you, right?
We're finding mistakes in the T-shirt tests, and I'll be like, there's the answer. This is wrong. Like the sentences will be wrong. It wouldn't make sense, or the T-shirt will have. You know when they give you options to pick for an answer, they're like four options.
Choice, yeah.
I'm like, these four options don't answer this question, T-shirt.
Yeah, they leave stuff out. Yeah, I get in trouble for that too. And then later on, they changed the test, I'm sure, because they'd realized that I was right. But then they'd all look at each other like, how does this kid know this? And I'd be like, I don't know. It just doesn't look right. Why don't you guys notice it? And they'd be like, well, what?
Yeah, that's the mind.
I read my school records once. And
You
that
did?
was a mistake. Yeah, I got a hold of them because you know, you can probably tell I had some mental issues when I was a kid, and so they had questions on whether I was going to be normal, I guess, or whatever. I don't know. But there was a battle of custody going on, and there was a lot of lawyers involved. So they made it all three of us, all of us, you know, my two stepbrothers and I, go through counseling. And so we went in there, and of course, I didn't know about what shrinks do. They literally do shrink your head. They tell you all kinds of stuff about them, then they get you to tell them an hour's worth of your life story and all times you got laid and all these things that you did that were either good or bad or horrible. And then at the end of it, they don't say anything. They don't tell you if it was good or bad. They just go, well, thank you, Ryan. You did a great job. Pat me on the back and ship me out. And then a week later, I get this lecture from my parents about and analyzing me from this place that I've never even heard of. And they're like talking about this stuff like they don't even understand it. But they're explaining to me why I'm messed up in the head or why this or that or why this custody battle is an issue because I'm a bad influence or whatever. I mean, I heard all this weird stuff being said and explained in not in full context, but just in little passerby comments about this and that and this and that. And I thought to myself, what is all this stuff about? And then I realized that everything I said to the shrink, literally they listened to a recording of it. So I literally spilled my guts and my parents got to hear everything. All the things I thought about him and why I thought things weren't unfair and all that stuff. And I thought, wow, that's a really fucked up way to do somebody. And it made me angry for a long time, bro. Oh, it pissed me.
If this all happened in the 2000s, they would have just put it down to ADHD and put you on fucking medications. Not that that's true right enough, but that's what
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. No, they never put me on on drugs, but my whole life I've spent pretty much trying to find the right drug to fix the problem that I think is inside of me. When in reality, it's something wrong with me that I need to fix. It's in my head. It's not in my body. You know what I mean?
You think they said
I'm
to each
starting to
other?
realize it.
They said to each
But
other.
maybe there's not anything wrong with me. Maybe I'm really just like everybody else. It's just I don't know how to explain myself to where you'll understand.
You're the new normal. Or they just went, hey, listen, this kid.
Yeah, I'm what happens when you do this, this, and this to people, right?
The world's
I didn't mean to cut you off. I didn't mean to.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine, bro.
I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm really not. But you're right. Yeah, I'm going through some shit, and it's all like clashing in my head. And it's like,
Well, I don't know.
these are the times where when I start to think.
We got bigger worries now. They fucking killed an American journalist over there. So
shut up.
Yeah, for real. So I don't know what's gonna happen now, dude. Once that happens, once an American dies, that shit hits the fan, bro. So
Well, yeah, there's your candle. There's your fuse.
yeah.
It's probably like Wag the Dog. Watch Wag the Dog, and after you watch that movie, then tell me that you believe anything you see on TV. Just do that for me. It's one movie. It's like 2 hours.
Are we allowed to talk about Ukraine on here, or we're not?
Yeah. I think we can talk about that. Just still can't talk about the Rona.
Are we allowed to talk about
Oh, that's not dead yet? Oh, wow. That's
geopolitical things? Are we allowed to? Or do we get banned?
No, they're going to wait another 10, 15 years before they release all that. Maybe 20. It'll be 20 years. And they'll say, oh, yeah, it was all a hoax. And yeah. But then by then, no one will care, because by then, most of us will be dead. And all of our kids who didn't know either way will have to believe what they believe, right? It's a vicious cycle.
Wow. Ukrainians are kicking butt, though. I mean, it's a country of 45 million people, right? So they've got nearly at least people in the military.
I mean, the ones that use the Sawzall or whatever to cut guns out of cardboard?
They're NLAW and GAP, RPG and the shit out of fucking tanks, bro, and artillery striking them and shooting helicopters down. Looks real. I don't know. Ukraine. So, yeah, it's...
All right, let's play a game. I'm going to post a couple
Jesus,
pictures.
you sound like that fella out of Saw, eh? Do you want to play a game? I'm scared now. I'll get this little lecture up from a guy, professor, in 2014, 15, just after the Crimea. This guy makes a lot of sense, bro. Watch it on your own time. All right, where's this game, bro? It's not the 3 pictures thing, is it? Mayo.
Let's do 4. How about that?
Oh,
okay, there's 4 or 5 here. There's 4 or 5. Okay. Spot, you tell me what all these mean. You explain how all these things can be real or not real. Tell me which ones are horse, pucky, and which ones are reality. Because I look at that last photo there, and I look at it and I go, okay, nobody bandages a wound like that. The guy's wearing a rubber boot that's at least above his ankles. Now, why in the hell would you just wrap a towel around somebody like that? It looks like a diaper.
I don't know, spur of the moment thing.
That was on a major news. I won't say which one. Well, you might say at the corner. I don't know. My bad if it does.
Dude,
but pay attention. Do you see any paramedics anywhere? All I see is a bunch of people in costumes and some guy with rubber boots still on. Now, wouldn't you pull the boot off to see how bad the wound was before you wrapped it?
Yes, I think you would. Pull the boot off.
Come on, man.
You'd actually
Give me
cut
a
the
fucking break, people.
Yeah.
Why don't people wake up, man? Like, look at what you're seeing on there.
Ew.
This is literally
Ew.
a video that was played on the major news. Give me a
Sometimes a
break, dude.
spade is just a spade, bro.
It's a bunch of horse crap, is what it is.
Yeah, but
Go ahead,
sometimes a
keep
spade.
believing it. Keep telling yourself you know it all and that this makes sense, but it doesn't. Like, look at what we get. We get above that, you see the guy with the black face? I don't even know who that is. I don't know if it's a man or a woman or who it is. It says United States. What is that? How does a camera accidentally send that? Come on, man. Something's going on here, right?
I get
Something be
what
going
you're
on.
saying. I get what you're saying, bro.
Like, does any of this stuff really make any sense to you?
I don't
Nope,
know.
it
Mike,
doesn't.
can I just say something here in response to what you're
Okay,
saying?
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Like,
I'm rambling. My bad.
it could be whatever. The whole thing could be fake or fugazi. Who knows, right? But there is drone footage of strikes. There is lots of drone footage. There's real time shit. There's artillery. There's Snake Island. There's like the ship apparently that destroyed the Ukrainians on Snake Island was destroyed just there yesterday, or the day before. And I don't know what's true or not, but sometimes, reality is reality. Sometimes a spade is just a spade. They're throwing fucking bodies into mass graves, bro. I mean, I don't know how you fake that. Pictures of on mobiles, everybody's got a mobile camera. There's tanks shooting at fucking civilian areas. Sometimes it is real, not everything is fucking fake.
Yeah, I agree. There's local things. There's things that happen. Like there's been an accident on a street down here from my house, down the street, 2 or 3 times in the last, let's say 6 months to a year. There's been 2 or 3 accidents in the same spot, and all 3 times someone was either almost killed or was permanently disabled because of it. And it's like happened right down the street from my house. Like the other day, the power went out, and I was like, "What happened?" And then there was PG&E was everywhere. Well, some kid went around this corner down the street from my house. It's like all of a sudden, out of nowhere, all of these kids start doing racing down this one street in my neighborhood, or like literally down the street from my house, like less than a quarter mile away. They're doing this racing stuff or whatever they're doing. They're just driving crazily and they're killing themselves. They're getting themselves killed. It's like, what's going on in the world? You know what I mean? Like, how close does it have to get before I start to think, what the hell is going on in the world? Are people really that dumb that they're doing 100 miles per hour on a 30, 35 mile per hour zone? I mean, what's going on? Are they looking at their phones or what's happening here? We have to start asking these questions, right? I don't remember there ever being helicopters fly over my house ever in my life. And I've lived in the town that I live in. I've lived here for quite a long time.
What town's that? Suck
But all of a sudden, Antioch. Yeah, dox me, whatever.
Anyhow, I've never heard. Bro, I'm joking. Anyhow, I've never heard of that town.
Anyway, I know I'm kidding. Anyway, but where I live is every night, maybe not every single night. For some reason, they do get a day off. But almost every single night, there's helicopters, drones, and I don't know what they are. I don't know whether they're helicopters or whether they're airplanes that fly around and take pictures. I don't know what they are, but they fly over my neighborhood every single night almost, like ritual. And I know I live between 3 airports. You know what I mean? And I know the normal channels that the airplanes fly because I watch them every night. I've been looking at the sky for quite a few years now. Been paying a lot of attention. And I know the normal patterns that the airplanes take. They all go in and out the same area. They always do, the same place. And when I walk at night, I walk in this pathway that literally walks the same literal, like east to west and north to south that the planes fly on, right? But for some reason, every night, this helicopter shows up and it flies around the town and it flies over my house and it's low enough that I can hear it, which they don't need to be, right? If they're looking at you, if they're actually just looking at you with some kind of like infrared, they can be quite a distance away, right? But they fly really, really low and they circle things all the time, constantly, right? And I don't know what they're after or what they're looking for, but it seems like they come at interesting times, right? It's like you're just sitting there, just whatever, and all of a sudden a helicopter. You hear it come close and you're like, and it sounds like it's circling you. So you look outside and you see it, and then you see it again and you see it again, and it seems to be just circling town, just flying back and forth over town like it's looking for something. And you're thinking to yourself, why in the hell do they do this almost every single day? Is there really that many people out there that are bad people, that they're just literally constantly just searching for whatever? What's going on, right? And it seems to be happening more and more. And now there's all kinds of other things in the sky. Like now there's passenger, like the small, like two-seater planes are flying over all the time. It sounds like them anyway. They're noisy like propellers. They're not like quadcopters. They're like, those original. You remember when the drones first came out? They were like airplanes, but they were small and they didn't have passengers. They were just like electronic. That's what I think they are. But it's like weird. It's like why is there all of a sudden seem to be a patrol all the time? And I'm not crazy because everybody is noticing it in my neighborhood. They're all asking me the same question. They're like, you're the one that believes in crazy stuff. What do you think about all these helicopters? And I'm like, honestly, I don't know. Why would they spend all that money? All right,
I don't want to spike your paranoia, but
Can you go online and check?
It was about they're looking for the houses that have the extreme heat signatures that are possibly growing excess marijuana
Mary Jane.
indoors.
But isn't that illegal?
Can you check
They're
the
not busting anybody.
Legal
With an
for
app
a certain
That's the problem.
but there are people that are doing an extreme, and that's who they're trying to catch. I live in an area also where I've noticed the pickup of the helicopters, and it just goes around, and who knows what else they could be growing.
So they're just basically telling you it's okay that you grow it, but only if you just smoke it. If you try to sell it, we're going to bust you. Is that what they're
you
trying to say?
have to declare it because they can't get their taxes out of it.
Isn't there a problem with that? Who said that they needed to get that we needed to get their permission in the first place? When did we decide that? Who decided that? Nobody did, right? You remember that they got your permission to do that? I don't remember that.
They don't like it when you're making money that they're not getting a slice off. They're fucking gangsters, bro.
Well, that's too bad. I don't get all the cut of what they make, so why in the hell do they get a cut of what I make?
They don't like it when you're making money or helping people, healing people naturally with medicine. There should be no tax on it. There should be no.
Well, that's because they're making lots of money off the medical industry, of course. But let's not talk about that.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I hear you.
Right,
you said that the aircraft look kind of funny, or
was that
you said that the aircrafts look different or funny, or what's going on with the aircraft? Are they normal flight, or do you check the air traffic?
No, they're not. Yeah, I used to track them all the time, but I gave up on it because half of them aren't on there. So it's like I don't know how to track something that's not on there.
They're watching you, bro.
I mean, it's not often that it does, but there's all kinds of lights I've seen that move in the sky and then they just disappear. They just turn their lights off. It's like, what are they doing? Are these like people that are smuggling or something, or am I just? I know I'm not imagining it because people are walking with me and they see it too. So, and I hear all kinds of weird sounds, like weird ass sounds, like hissing sounds that come seemingly out of nowhere. It's just strange.
So, because I've heard people but this is in South America, in Colombia. One specific guy, and he used to live up the hills, and he used to record this, and he said that these aircraft were actually holograms. And
how do they make so much sound then?
He used to be in the military.
So they're like, you're talking Foo Fighters then?
I don't know, he said that they weren't like actual aircrafts. They were, I don't know, like some type of maybe
fighters, right? We don't know, right? Nobody knows.
Yeah, but he reported similar to what you're saying.
Right.
He reported kind of similar behavior and that kind of stuff. Like they'll pass above his house and they'll just disappear.
Well, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I've seen like airplanes lights, where they're far enough away I can't hear them.
But helicopters,
but yet they'll be flying along on a certain path, like right in front of another another airplane or something, and then all of a sudden one of their lights just goes out, but the other one keeps flying along like normally, and it's like, wait a minute, did you see that? And everybody's like, yeah, I saw it. I'm like, well, what does that mean? Like, we're looking like in a sky that's not completely dark, so you can see a shadow of it, but you don't see a shadow. You just see the lights, and then it disappears. It's like, are we seeing? Like, what are we seeing exactly? It just makes you wonder. Yeah. I'm not saying it's aliens. I'm just saying it's something weird in the sky.
No aliens. I'm not saying aliens.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Well, yeah, but I told you earlier I was interested in that kind of stuff, but I figured out that it's not aliens. It's just you can't explain it. What is it though? Is it in your head or is it, you know, like
See
I wonder about that.
regular air traffic, and you will see aircraft passing above your house that are just normal ones, but then you'll see some that are not the normal thing.
Exactly. Like one night we
And
were
it's
shooting a
possible
laser
that it could be like,
up in
I
the
don't know,
sky and we got a response. And it
a
scared the
hologram.
crap out of me. All right, so I'll tell you a little bit about it since you're probably curious already. So one night, me and my buddy, he comes over and he tells me that he's seen something in the sky because he fired a laser up there, and all of a sudden something lit up, and he couldn't explain it right, and he was like, "Let's try this out." So the next couple of nights, we sat in the backyard and did that. Every time we'd see something weird like a light that seemed to disappear or whatever, we'd fire our little hand. You know, it was just a little laser pointer. We'd fire it up there, and then like the third night, we were sitting out there, and we had been out there for like 2 hours. And all of a sudden, we got a response. All of a sudden, something that was seeming to be there disappeared. We hit it with the laser, and then it lit up. And I swear to you, it looked like a light on an invisible object that turned and faced towards us. It was really weird, like a flashlight in the sky. It's like you could see it change shape, like it was pointing, and then it flickered right at us, like literally, not like a beam, but just like you could tell that it pointed in our direction, and it scared me because it was way up there, right? And I'm thinking, and it just stopped up there, and then it disappeared, like all the lights disappeared, and we were trying to find it, and then it reappeared again, and then it looked at us again, and I'm sitting there, and I was terrified. I actually went in the house. It scared the shit out of me. Now, I didn't have my phone on because I was so dumbfounded by it. I didn't even think to grab my phone, dude. But we were both just standing there with our mouths hanging open. And we told the story about it. I call it a story, but I don't mean a story because I saw it, but I can't explain it. But it's like something looked at me, and I was afraid to fire a laser at it again. I don't know what it was, but it just like stopped in the sky and looked at us. It was crazy, bro.
Funny enough, that we used to do that, me and my brother and friends, and we used to use like very bright flashlights and lasers. That the toy lasers that you could buy, but there's also big flashlights, and I swear, like there'll be like some type of light responses that will get. Yeah,
Well, I
we
also
all
noticed that big moths and things will fly around if you fire a really bright light up for a long period of time. You'll get circling like insects because they see the light that you can't really see. The reflection, the refracting off of all the little particles in the air.
Yeah.
And then they get attracted to it. So that's another thing that can happen where you'll see shadows. And I've had like some kind of bat or something swoop.
You see those lights really high up there, like up above. It's not just an insect flying above you.
No,
you see these lights that definitely
this is way different. Yeah,
very definite.
And another time we saw like a regular like sea, like like the big cargo planes. Well, there's an airport nearby here that's a military, right? It's not far. It's maybe 20 miles away. But this cargo plane flew over and it had all its back end. You know how the bottom of it lights up? You know what I'm saying? You can light up the cargo bay. Whenever they open the cargo bay, they light it up. Well, all the lights came on at a really far distance away, and it flew right over us. And there was 3 of us standing in the backyard, and it flew over the top of us, and 4 lights came out of the bottom of it. It opened up, and you saw 4 lights fly out of it. And then after about 3 seconds of them flying out, the lights went out, and we didn't see anything land. We didn't see any shadows. The airplane it closed up. It turned off its lights, and it flew away. And we never heard or saw anything after that. And we thought to ourselves, what in the hell did we just see? Like, what was that? And we all looked at each other like completely dumbfounded. All of our mouths were hanging open. And we were like, are we supposed to, like, what? Like, do they really do exercises like that over like a town of people? Like, do they really just drop parachute people out like that? Or is that, or were we hallucinating like all 3 of us? It doesn't make sense to me, like if it was just me, I'd just think, all right, well, I was seeing shit, right? But when 2 other people look at you and you can tell by the look on their face, they just saw what you saw, and you're like, I know damn well the military ain't gonna just drop 4 parachute people out over a city like that, and at that time of day, at that time of the day, and just I don't know, it just doesn't make sense to me. You know what I'm saying? And not see them land somewhere, or there be some kind of advertisement about where why they were there. It just doesn't make any sense.
Some type of report.
But and every time I call and ask the police station or wherever the local, the local authority that you would think would be the authority, they always tell me, well, we don't have a helicopter. I'll be like, I realize that, but why is there a helicopter that's black? It's just like it's a private owned helicopter, you can tell, but it flies over my buddy's house every day, like constantly. It like does this little like routine circle around the neighborhood, and it's weird. It's like, what are they doing up there? Are they training people or something? Like, what the hell's going on up there? And why are they doing it over his house, like over a residential area? It doesn't make sense. It's like there's all kinds of weird stuff going on. It just seems odd. And no one else looks up, so they all go, I don't know what you're talking about. I never seen nothing. It's like, well, do you ever actually go outside and look up at the sky and look at it? Like, no, I don't have time to. And I think, well, then maybe that's your problem. Right? There's something going on. Weird stuff, man. And I'm not saying it means anything. It might just be, goofy ass people that have some kind of airplane or their parachute or whatever. I don't know. Maybe that's all it is. But there's got to be a way to explain it sometimes. Anyway, back to
the light phenomena is very interesting. I remember seeing some old footage, and it kind of looked like there's some type of highway up there, but really high above.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of stuff, and I'm not sure. Like I said, I was talking about last night. I was saying, I don't think NASA's completely lying about everything. I think there's something going on up there. I just don't know what it is. They're obviously keeping it secret, but why would they keep firing stuff up there like that if there wasn't something going on?
They definitely shoot stuff up there because I know here people argue, oh, the rockets go like in an arc, like they go up and go down, but they definitely send stuff up there that doesn't come down like we normally see in the like the rockets that we
We
see
usually
that do
say
on
they're accidents,
down.
right?
That
Almost
there's
like we
other
see when
stuff
they
that
make a mistake. Sorry.
Wait, is this an actual Illuminati card? I know some people make them up. Have you seen this one? Energy crisis.
Yep, they had one about the truckers too, the trucker strike.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't have the actual edition that has those paintings in there.
Someone shared this. Supposedly, this is a model, and she was in TV in the hospital that exploded with pregnant woman, supposedly, and she's like a model for Instagram. Something like that.
Yeah, haven't you seen the video of the president or whatever they call him of Ukraine?
There's definitely when these people decide to throw bombs and kill people, they definitely do so. But obviously, the propaganda machine can work in many ways. They probably just seize in the region and just taking out portions of the population, most likely. It's sad.
So I wonder. Let's see. 1.2 million people have fled Ukraine into Poland, Germany, France, UK. Do they just like let a couple of bombs go off and everybody gets in the train and fucks off to Western Europe? Or...
Considering they can print money anywhere, couldn't they just pay the people to move? Like, think about it. Am I stupid for saying that?
I don't know. Are you? I have no idea. So, like, there's buildings that are completely and utterly blown up to shit. Like, if you were in the building at the time, you're dead. You're dead. That's it. End of. But this is, you can see it in Ukraine. Is that also fake?
Maybe the countries that people are going to, maybe those countries, they need workers, and this is how you get them.
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
Well, at least they're white.
That's funny though.
You know how many open positions McDonald's has right now?
455,000.
A lot.
Am I close?
Damn, if only I could fill all those jobs. Just me,
Hey.
I could make lots of money. Right?
Can we change the topic now for a little bit and be a little bit more lighthearted? Do you want to hear my McDonald's saga from the other night? This is a true story. Do you want to hear it?
Sure, why not?
All right, here we go. I was going to my work, so I woke up 10 minutes earlier. I thought that would be enough time. You know what? Because I fancy a McDonald's, because advertising works. I've seen it somewhere, and I was fucking hankering for McDonald's. So I woke up 10 minutes early, and I got my car, and I went, and I stopped at McDonald's. And the line was taking a little bit of a long time, right? It was very long. I mean, 10:30 at night. I work nights, so 10:30 at night. There's like 6 cars in front of me. I said, who the fuck's buying all this McDonald's this time of night, for fuck's sake? I thought I'd just drive in, you know. So I stop at the little voice thing where the little guy says, what would you like? What's your order? And I said, I'd like give me one of them double Big Macs that you got going there with a coffee. He was like, what? Huh? I was like, coffee? I went, yes, coffee. Double Big Mac with coffee. If I had said Coke, it would be fine, right? Very, very confused, and the line took a long time to get there, and I paid for it. I got up to the window where I'm supposed to get the food, right? And it also took a long time, and I heard somebody say to her at the till, ask him. She goes, excuse me, sir, did you order a double Big Mac with a coffee? And I went, yes. Okay, hold on. And then another minute or two passed, and I heard another little voice say, ask him again. Would you mind just pulling up over there and waiting? I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I just want a double Big Mac and coffee. It's supposed to be, this is fast food, right? So I had to pull up, I had to wait. They gave me my coffee, by the way. So I'm sitting outside the McDonald's waiting for my fucking double Big Mac and fries. She comes out with a packet. She hands it to me. She goes, there you go. I open it. I thought, I bet you there's no fries in it. I open it. There's no fucking fries in it. I call her back. I say, hey, come here. Whoa. Where's the fries? She says, oh, did you order fries with that? How big was it? I says, well, how big is a double Big Mac and a regular coffee? That's how big my fries are. She goes, oh, okay, I'll be out with them now. Another fucking couple of, this is taking me fucking 20 minutes. I'm nearly late for work, right? So she comes out with the fucking fries, and I've got the tomato pot sitting there in the cubby of the fucking car, because I like to dip the hot fries as I'm eating on my way to work. And I took before I put my hand in, I said, I bet you these fries are cold. And I put my hand in, and these fries were fucking freezing. I said, what a waste of fucking time, right? But that's not the end of the story. Because when you get out, there's a traffic circle. Or I don't know how you guys explain that in the UK and in the US. It's a big circle. A roundabout. Nothing coming one way. So I'm going to go, and I see another car that's coming the other way. I think, well, they're going to stop. She doesn't stop. She goes right in front of me. My foot is on the fucking floor on the brakes. My hand is on the horn. And she just looks at me like, and she's doing 30 mile an hour in the roundabout. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I missed her by, I'm saying maybe a foot and a half I missed her by. It was pure accident, right? And I remember this little old face with glasses looking at me going, and just carried on, right? Where did my burger cold fries end up? In the fucking footwell. Get to the work. And I tell him that eating my cold fucking double Big Mac, drinking my semi-hot coffee and cold fries. What a waste of time. Jesus Christ, that was fucking £10 I should never have fucking spent. Unless, they laugh, bro. I mean, at the end of the story, where the cold fries and the hamburger and ends up in the footwell. I had to pick it up and eat it like I was starving. So close to an accident too, and I just put insurance in the bastard.
You had an accident after you ate the Big Mac? Like you needed a toilet?
If you eat a Big Mac, there's always a chance you're going to have an accident.
Or you might give you a good kick for the day. You might have a lot of energy.
Yeah, their coffee is great. In actual fact, right? I've done Costco's, Starbucks, all them fucking good coffee places. The best coffee is actually McDonald's coffee. And it's cheaper. And when you finish a McDonald's coffee, you could almost feel like you could fly to the moon, sir. You're that fucking high. Gives you a right kick, that does. So that was my McDonald's saga. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. We'll be coming back after these ads.
Sure, a few messages from McDonald's.
McDonald's, they're round and flat.
I'd like to tease the world to sing perfect harmony. Do you want to cope with that?
Sure. No ice. I'm on a diet. No ice.
No ice, because they fucking give you half a Coke and the rest.
Are we 80s babies or what? Did you grow up in the 80s?
Well, yeah, more or less.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah, more or less.
Well, yeah.
Do you know all the commercials, all the good ones, like the Nestle? Do you remember the Nestle commercials?
Is that the Milky Bar kid?
Well, the American ones.
Oh, no, sorry, I didn't
There was some really good commercials. Like Gillette even had some good commercials, like with music. Like some of the good music, man. When I was a kid, I used to sing along with all the commercials. So my mom used to laugh that whenever the TV was on, I would actually wander around the room and play. But then when the commercials would come on, I'd go right in front of the TV and I'd start dancing around and playing around.
Yeah, but commercials
singing
used
along to the commercials.
Well, they used to be entertaining.
Think about it.
There
was the
is
early years.
There's one on YouTube about a bar of soap. It's actually brilliant. It's very rare I watch YouTube commercials to the end, but this is a recent one with a guy. It's just brilliant, man.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
What's going on?
Yeah, we're thinking nothing.
Oh, that sounds about right. That sounds just about right out here in Zombieland. Report from the field. They're all robot zombies. We're now living in The Walking Dead. I never saw that show, but I know enough about it to know I'm living it.
I want to eat your brains.
Yeah, they do. You show you have a brain, you're going to get a bunch of arrows slung at you
Is this
left and
recording?
why I make the mistake of trying to talk to people who appear as human beings is beyond me. You just let them all stay in their slumber.
Okay. I'm
Sorry,
just.
guys, it's not aimed at you. That's aimed at the people at the shopping place I just went to.
Was it that bad?
Oh, it was. It really was. Yes, it really was. Yes, but the sun is shining. That's the good news. I got to get out there. I'm going to go for a walk.
Notice how they don't even wake up from their sleep. They just keep walking.
That's very bizarre. I should just be entertained by it, right? That is what I should do. Just accept it. It's never going to change, or maybe it's going to take a really long time, but it's not going to change anytime soon. So I'll just accept it. I can just do whatever I want, right? Because they're not allowed to react. They're not allowed to have opinions. They're not allowed to think. So we can just go around and, like, do whatever we want. I mean, they're basically just holodeck characters, right? So, like, yeah, just do
Now that
whatever you want. Nobody even notices. They're like, oh, does not compute. Person not acting program does not compute. It's like you're
now
not even
that scene
there.
in
Am I
Fight
the
Club
only one
makes
that has
sense, right?
experience?
Mommy
Here's a
bought
soap
her
commercial,
little
bro.
man.
It's
Is that
funny
what
as
you
fuck.
want?
It's
Smell like
really good.
Mama's little man.
Hi, Dandelion.
You're either, but I heard you. Is that Master Chief?
Yeah.
Also, spilling their beer.
I opened the pickle
You won't
jar in the
just smell
first
good
try.
either. Your skin will be healthy.
I accidentally hit the exit button.
Yeah,
Oh.
he messaged me about his pickles. So, am I not coming through? I'm in the car, so I don't know if I'm coming through.
No, you're coming through. I just accidentally left the chat, but I accidentally pressed the exit button on my tablet.
I totally know how that is. When I first came to the server, the old server, back in 2019, when I wanted to leave the chat, I pressed the leave server button. And, yep, unfortunately, I figured out how to get back. Yeah. I'm just teasing.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yep, I knew that was coming. I was waiting for the whistle. I'm just kidding.
It's not like I was doing it on purpose, Mail.
Are you really not doing it on purpose?
Yo, did someone do that to you?
What? No,
Someone
It doesn't happen all the time, Mail. I don't do it all the time. I try not to.
I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I liked it. At least it's better than no reaction at all, like I just told you. These zombies out here aren't whistling.
At least,
Everything's
yeah,
good with
right.
Mail.
At least I'm not a zombie.
Confirmed. I whistle besides myself in a really long time.
Whoa, wait a minute. You're not a
You know,
zombie?
whistling like a tune, you know. People used to whistle a lot more.
Okay.
You know, like you see somebody walking down the street, they be whistling. I don't know if people just don't
Right?
even bother to learn how to whistle, or they just don't feel like whistling, or, you know, they're afraid they're going to offend someone if they whistle the wrong tune. You know, gosh forbid, you just keep your head down, mouth shut, mouth covered, and nobody will bother you until you die. And then maybe they'll come to your funeral if you're lucky. I'm sorry, guys. I'm in a mood. I better mute myself.
You in the mood too?
Nice.
Am I not? I'm not the only one that feels like, yeah.
Damn.
Maybe it is something that's going around. Sorry.
Mail and Dandelion in the mood here. What can we do about this, people?
A mood. Are we all in the same mood or different ones?
Well, I'm going to
I
be in
think
the
maybe
same.
we all are. It's just some of us are dealing with it differently.
It's that mood. It's that mood. Frustration is what I would call it. The simple
I think
frustration.
you're right. Yes. Is that PMAC? Is that PMAC talking?
It is.
Yeah. The wisdom of PMAC. Absolutely. Yeah, I was annoyed with people. I was going to say, that was Friday with after ladies' night when everybody was going on about the Mandela effect. But then I thought about it. I'm like, well, at least they're talking about something. Probably Discord loves it if you sit there for hours and debate whether it was Shazam or Kazam. I'm sure that's approved speech, right? If you're debating about the finer points of the Matrix and which one was broadcast, which year, I'm sure they love that talk. We should have that every Friday. Mandela effect all day long. Won't get shut down for sure then.
I know, right?
Building community and coalition, and I think
Excuse me, what? Could you repeat that, but in English?
I detected some sarcasm
It seems to
in
be a
that last
thing, right?
statement with Dandelion.
We're
I just rumpus somebody. Sorry. Hello, mic check.
Dave.
Yep, you're.
I just jumped on here to say I agree with Dandelion's assessment of the social situation. I'm involved in it every day. I see these zombies walking around, still wearing masks. Nobody's telling them to. It's crazy.
Hey. Yeah, I noticed that, Dave. Hey, I walked into well, it's like cost cutters here, right? And okay, listen, like 3 months ago, 80% of people were wearing masks, and today there's like 10% of people, and you're just like, you love your mask, bro. You love your mask.
It's become part of their normal attire. You know, they just assume, got my pants, underwear, mask. Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Yeah. Pants, underwear.
Anyway, have y'all tried to talk to Nutritional Alchemist? Is VC verified in here?
Yeah, he was making sense earlier on. I don't know if he's going to make it now, but he was.
Okay. Does he want to talk now, Nutritional Alchemist? Guess that would be a no. Y'all continue.
He'll talk when he's good and ready, bro. No, he's good. He's good. We were talking about Mary Jane. Or marijuana. Natural remedies and all that good shit.
As usual, Dandelion made a good point, though. That's exactly what whoever's controlling us want, is us talking about meaningless bullshit hours on end. But anyway, I'll shut up.
No, you're right. You're right. Of course.
No, don't shut up, because I've been waiting for what I said earlier to actually start to sink in.
Yeah, I mean, one of the guys with the deepest voices on the internet shouldn't shut up, bro. Oh, she's back. Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, I accidentally cut myself off. See, I'm just like Master Chief now. I did the same thing. I accidentally left. Can you
It's
still
okay,
hear me?
Dandelion. We make the mistake.
Oh yeah, thank you. Thank you for being forgiving.
Welcome back.
We hear you, Dandelion. What's up?
Oh, good. Thank you.
We're glad you're here.
Okay, thank you. No, my point was supposed to be that I should forgive people for wanting to talk about meaningless stuff, even if I don't want to. Like, at least they're talking about something. It's like, you know what I mean. That we at least try to keep the audience entertained here.
Weren't you saying something earlier about how people just talk about stuff?
No, it's frustrating sometimes when we're doing it. It's like, well, at least we're talking about something. At least we're still here.
Well, maybe you should clarify that we're talking about something positive or not necessarily negative or lowering the grade level of all of us, right? You know, we're not embarrassing anyone, right? By talking about rational stuff. That's
Well,
what
you
I
could,
thought.
yeah. I mean, it could be said that you're embarrassing the flat Earth movement. Yeah, when we talk about stuff that can't be verified, you know, and we're actually going against the mission of the server. But I mean, that could be said. But then it requires people moderating it, which in my case, like, how many times do I have to come in and be the bad guy and stop people from having their conversation that they seem to be really enjoying having? And my answer is not very many times. I'm pretty much tired of doing it. So, you know, there you go. Kinder, gentler, more tolerant. Can't you tell?
Oh yeah, easy. Yeah.
I hear you, Dandelion. I've had the same impulses to try to jump into conversations, but if they're enjoying it, as long as they're saying they're speculating most of the time, then go with it. You know, whatever.
Exactly. At least it's not like a forbidden topic. That was supposed to be what I was saying, even though I know that I can be sarcastic. I'm working on it. Don't worry.
Well, nothing should be forbidden unless you're on Facebook, right?
Well, PMAC, many things are forbidden. Did you not hear? I mean, I saw you guys had the 1984 audiobook on earlier. What do you mean nothing's forbidden? Lots of stuff's forbidden.
You're forbidden.
Right, exactly. Oh, I am forbidden. They just let me keep running around because they'd be in more trouble if they tried to stop me, for sure.
I was actually enjoying that. It was crazy. I was like playing poker and I was listening, and I came on and I heard a couple of sentences and I thought, that's 1984. And I said, is that 1984? And I went, yeah, that's 1984. And then next thing I knew, I was listening for about an hour, just listening to your man talk. It's really well done now. I was enjoying it.
Playing, so it was a good version of it. I didn't listen to it. I mean, I've read it like long ago. I haven't read it in recent times.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I'm about 20, 25 years ago when I read it. Yeah, and I seen the movie about 10 years ago, and I watched it again about 5 years ago.
Yeah, it was required reading for me in high school for some reason. I don't know anybody else said that. I had to read it in high school.
Yeah, we had to read it, write essays on it, all that kind of stuff. I wonder if they still read it in high school. I don't know. I don't know if my daughter read it or not. I have to ask her. I feel like maybe she did. I'm not sure.
Yeah. 200 flat Earth proofs should be fucking required reading in high school today, but it's not.
Yeah, there was this little boy playing with my son yesterday at this party we went to that had the NASA shirt on. And like every time I looked at him, like all I could think is not a space agent, not a space agent.
Not a space agency.
Isn't there a shirt that actually does have NASA and it says not a space agency? I'm pretty sure I've seen that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're not a space agency. Yep.
Yeah, I should get one of those. If I was going to wear some kind of shirt, that would be what I would wear. And see if anybody actually notices and asks me about it. That would be fun.
That's a great idea. Space Force.
Yeah, I noticed there was a young guy here last night. I can't remember his name. I was listening, and he was saying he joined the server when Flat Earth was trending. Those were his words. When Flat Earth was trending. So I wanted to come in and ask him, but he left before I got to come and talk to him to ask him, like, when was Flat Earth trending? I remember when it was trending, like, on Twitter, like, years ago. That was, like, 5 or 6 years ago when the rappers were really into it, and I guess it was, trendy, I guess you would say. I don't know if he was talking about then or, like, I don't know what he means by trending. Does that just mean, like, he was hearing about it from his friends? Or I wanted to ask him, but I missed him. Maybe he'll come back.
Well, generally speaking, the peak of the trend, at least numbers wise, was like late 2015 and early 2016. But I don't know if he was talking about that or not.
See, I think he was because he sounded really young. Like, if I had to guess, I would say he sounded like 14 or 15. But so I doubt if he was paying attention to trends when he was 10, right? So that's why I wanted to ask him. I got to just last night see if I can remember what his name was.
Because after 2016, you notice the trends of the shadow banning and us getting ghosted in different places, and a lot of channels or sub counts suddenly started not even growing, stuff like that.
Yeah, I think is what happened is it did like officially trend, whatever that that means in the world, and that in that time frame, 2015, 2016, when B.O.B. was talking about it, Tequila, all those people, and then like they must have thought that was going to go one way because they tried to make that into a ridicule thing, and it did. It probably did work, good enough at least for their purposes. Obviously, they're still marching toward tyranny quite robustly, today. So it probably did work, and then now it doesn't officially trend. But this young person, but we've heard anecdotal on the field reports from many young people, especially pre-2020, who said that in their school everyone was talking about it. It was a very popular topic, word of mouth. So that's what I wondered if this person was talking about word of mouth. Because you remember, I've talked to Indio about this before, before the internet, children, especially young people, were able to make things trend in the real world, like playground chants and so on, that would be universal across the country. They weren't writing letters about the playground chants. We didn't have the internet. They weren't calling each other on the landlines about the playground chants, like, mine eyes have seen the glory of the burning of the school. We have tortured every teacher. We have broken every rule. You guys doing that one?
No.
That's a
It's been suppressed, I bet, by the one. Now you got the internet, but you guys don't know the playground chant. Everyone knew. Indio knew it when I sang that for him. He sang it wherever he was, which was far away from where I was.
Some of us didn't grow up in America.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, you're hitting a key point, though, Mary Mom, that the children are our future. It sounds corny, but they can make changes happen if they start thinking correctly,
I believe the children are
The children are our future.
There you go. Absolutely. Yeah, oh, for sure. Yeah, they can do it, and they are, and they will. Yeah.
Show them all the beauty that's inside.
That
Give
song,
them
we
a
sang that in choir when I
chance.
was in keep going. Sorry, P-Mac, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Yeah, we were not, when I was in choir, we sang that song, The Greatest Love of All, and these Christian girls were not allowed to sing it, because it said learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. And so they
You're
had
not
to sit
allowed
out
to do that.
Yeah, which I was actually impressed at the time, because it's very rare, for anyone to stand up for anything, and actually, especially a young person, to actually like stand out from the crowd and sit down during the song, because they believed that learning to love yourself wasn't the greatest love, that God or Jesus was the greatest love, or however you want to say it. So anyway, it still makes an impression on me today. Look at that. I remember these people sitting out during the greatest love of all. Whether I agree with them or not. I mean, I think you can love yourself. I mean, I'm not supposed to talk about religion. I'll just put a little side note here, God forbid, that, you're supposed to be made in the image and likeness of God. So, and it says there, love your neighbor as yourself, implying that you're also supposed to love yourself. But I can understand that we don't want to be obsessed with self-love to the exclusion of everything else, obviously. But it's got to be part of the picture, right? You can't hate yourself. That's a bad way to be.
We got to love ourselves before it becomes illegal, eh?
Absolutely, P-Mac. Cheers to that.
It's just like childhood. Enjoy it while it lasts, kid. Because life's going to come to you in a moment, and you're going to hate it. And you're going to realize how it's not what you thought it was.
I believe I can fly.
I remember when I was in my 20s and I'd get really drunk and feel sorry for myself. That's what I'd listen to. I'd listen to that album, the Bodyguard album, and some other, because it would make me cry every time thinking about how profound that is and how, like it really is true. Like, and you start to think about that when you're drinking or you're on some kick or you're depressed or whatever. That's when you really start to think about what's important.
Oh, see, when I used to get really depressed, I would watch the killing fields about the Pol Pot and the Cambodian killing fields, the deer hunter about the Vietnam War, because then you realize, I guess I didn't have it so bad. To be a soldier in the Vietnam War, brought to you by a lie admitted in the Gulf of Tonkin, so on.
Oh, Pol Pot, that's years ago, bro. Pol Pot and the Killing Fields. That's taking me back.
Because I was telling my children about that just yesterday. I said thousands, but it's probably millions, right? If you include all countries.
Well, that's what Russia did to Ukraine, right? And when Stalin was doing his thing, it must be like millions of Ukrainians. Kill a few people, you're a murderer. Kill a few million, you're a fucking conqueror, huh?
Yeah, I was talking about the Gulf of Tonkin, as it relates to NASA being liars and them lying about the shape of the Earth, because all these people come in here and can't understand that the government lies when you have declassified instances like the Gulf of Tonkin admitted false flag by the U.S. government.
Yep.
I would contend you could document government lies all the way back to the previous century, at least late previous century. So there's no reason people should not believe the government wouldn't be telling you the whole truth about anything anyway.
In 1978, estimated 1,353,000 total deaths in North and South Vietnam during the period 1965 to 1974. So I don't know. I guess you could say millions, over a million. You could say that killed by the lie by the American government. Yeah. I mean, just couldn't even begin to estimate how many have been killed by the American government lies. Total, all lies. I'll just put the article up for anybody who hasn't seen it yet.
Well, if you add it all up, more people have been killed by their own governments than world wars. So that's a fact.
Yeah, PMAC, a little over 100 years ago, was one of their biggest lies when they got together and put the Federal Reserve together over here in America. So it's about time for that con job to come to an end. 100 years enough, right? 110 years now.
Nothing fucking federal about that.
Yeah, I gotta show them that Admiral Byrd video. I think I'll just pull it up on YouTube and show it on the TV because I'll put that one up here in the chat too if anybody hasn't seen it. I was just telling them about it, but I think it's way more
something more to it than what
way more convincing when you actually hear Admiral Byrd in his own words on this news channel say when he and his team went down there that they saw a continent. Did they say approximately the size of the United States or bigger than the United States?
Bigger.
What was it that he said?
He said larger or bigger. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I got to show that to them because I was asking them because I talked to them about the flat Earth and
listen.
I don't know why, but anyway, I was just telling them how what's more likely that the Earth is just the way it seems, flat and stationary. The land keeps going. This guy who was high up in the military, an admiral, admiral who died shortly after this interview, who said there was land out on Antarctica, which is completely reasonable within the natural law as we know it. Is nothing extraordinary or unusual about it. More land beyond ice. Or just this crazy fantasy spaceball thing you've never seen, and that there's this thing called the vacuum of outer space that can't possibly exist next to the atmosphere of the Earth because, both Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity have been debunked and have no demonstration on Earth that breaks all natural laws. It's a complete fantasy. Does that exist? Or is it just a bunch more land that this military guy admitted that they want to keep from us? I mean, which is like a more reasonable, rational, logical story, guys? Which one?
So here you go, Mary.
I would go with the spinning spaceball fantasy. No, I'm just kidding.
Gonna have to have a little talk with you then, Dave. You're gonna have to go sit in the corner with the dunce cap.
Now, maybe he was just going to die anyway after he gave the interview, but maybe a Freemason or somebody as an admiral that high up, it tells you that there's more space beyond the Antarctic that's bigger than the United States, bigger than Russia. Maybe that's a fucking cover story, because there isn't. I've been thinking about this recently. It's one of the things that have captured my attention recently. Is this Admiral Byrd guy, right? Why? Okay, maybe that's a Fugazi. Maybe he's trying to tell people that hey, listen, we discovered other things. We sent planes up and there was shit out there that we've never seen before. Man, this goes on, it goes on, it goes on. Maybe that's because it doesn't. Maybe because he didn't get past it. He couldn't get past the Antarctic. And they told him, just tell them there's fucking more land out there, bro. Just tell them it goes on forever, all right? I know you've seen it. I know there's a barrier there. You can't get past it. I know you've seen it, right? And okay, you've sent telegraphs to your people and you've put them in envelopes and fucking safe boxes and shit. If you suicide yourself, just tell them that, there's a possibility that is a pile of shit.
You are impressing me. I'm going to give you the original thinker role, PMAC. I don't, unless you already have it, which I don't.
In trouble.
That was really good. Yes, because because I'm not saying Admiral Byrd was definitely telling the truth. It's just interesting food for thought that's gotten pushed down the memory hole. But truly, that could have been cover story number 1, and then cover story number 2 is like, oh no,
Mary Mom.
There, we'll tell them this whole space thing. We can do it, guys, right? Yeah, we can, and they did. Good job.
Clue number 1 that is not true is it's on mainstream TV being disseminated to the masses. That's clue number 1 that is not true.
Well, clue number 2 is the literal subject. Like, how do you see the size of a continent? Like, how'd you do that?
That's really, really big.
In an airplane, maybe?
I mean, can you see any continent, a whole continent from an airplane?
I guess it depends on how high you go.
Nope.
Well, that's where he didn't really go.
Well, in 2022, it shouldn't be depends. It should be, here's the marker for how high they've been and how much they've seen. So if you have to say it depends, that means that what I'm asking about doesn't exist yet because you don't know. I definitely don't know.
Well, he didn't specify, like he said, a continent bigger than America. They could have mapped that out 100 or 200 miles at a time, right? He didn't say he saw it all in one time, did he? Right? I could be wrong. I'll shut up.
I mean, that's what everybody else is quoted as saying. He saw a continent the size of America. Well, what is the definition of sea? I mean,
somebody play exactly what he said, and then we can evaluate. Maybe. But I see both sides of this, but anyway, I'll shut up.
That's like people saying, "I've seen the globe." Well, did you see the globe? Like, how high do you have to go to see the globe? Well, this is the same question. Well, how high do you have to go to see a continent? If not, then what are the deets? Are there details? I don't hear anybody ever talking about them. They just talk about the surface level. What we've all seen in that small clip.
Yeah, I think it's good to. I mean, I still am going to share it with the globe
Devil's in the
believers just
details.
because I think it's good for them to like expand their mind to think, oh, could there be something else? But I'm not like wed to the story. I'm not saying like, yeah, we haven't seen any verification. We can't verify it. So yeah, I'm not like thinking, oh, yep, Admiral Byrd, definitely truth teller, admiral, government, military dude. Yeah, I'm not like married to that story, but I still like it just to give people other ways to think about the world, because isn't that the thing, like, you guys remember when you first came off the Fantasy Globe model, like, just to even get your mind thinking in the direction of, oh yeah, it's just a bunch of flat stationary land expanding out, just to even think about that, like, takes some time to just kind of wrap your mind around. So I don't know. But yeah, I'm not like thinking he's definitely was telling the truth. I mean, it's possible that he was, but yeah, we can't know.
I think it's all interesting, like from the perspective of these were different missions. Okay, you've called this mission Dominic, which is like another word for somebody should know, but it's like having something to do with damn, I wish I could remember. I don't know. But Operation Fishbowl.
Of the Lord.
All of these
Dominic
different
means
names
of
of
the
the
Lord.
Lord.
Yes.
There you go. Fishbowl. Like, why are these things named these things? At the very least, that's interesting. What were they doing though? Like, forget about what he said. He still saw something. If I mean, he didn't. I don't know, man. There's something there. I wish I knew what it was.
There's a lot of fishy circumstances surrounding all of this. Like, look at the death of James Forrestal. He was the Secretary of Defense, and all of a sudden he was told he was going to be replaced. He jumps out of a window out of the Bethesda Naval Hospital. This is all right after Admiral Byrd's trip, and right around the same time that NASA was created, that the Antarctic Treaty was created. Amazing stuff.
Sonny, people jump out of hospital windows every day. What's the big deal?
Yeah.
Actually, they bolted them all shut quite a long time ago, but just saying.
And then you got the Jim Morrison's father was a admiral during the Gulf of Tonkin. I mean, all these are little unverifiable loose ends.
Yep, and then there's that guy that was in the CIA. What is that book called? A Terrible Mistake, I think it's called. I'll look for the link. It was a really good book. I read it a while back. Anyway, that guy was part of their original mind control MK Ultra LSD experiments, and he was obviously pushed out of the window, by the other goons because he wasn't going along with the program. And I think his family had to work, the usual thing to find justice for him because his sons were sure he was murdered, even though they claimed, he jumped out the window because he was on LSD. Right. Yeah, and so anyway, they're the ones who gave it to him, because that was when they dosed the little village in France with LSD. They secretly dosed their well to see what the effects would be on the population.
Yeah.
So I didn't mind that book. It is such a good book. It is very well footnoted. It has pages and pages and pages of footnote. Amazing book for anybody who's interested in that particular kind of thing. The obvious mind control program that has been, refined over the years to what you see today.
Yeah, there was aerosol spraying LSD over a couple of major cities. San Francisco was one of them.
That's interesting. I really, really, really wonder what the effect of that was.
Yeah, we may never know.
If that's a thing that.
Let me find out what year that was.
Could you imagine?
So that was his name, Frank Olson.
Really? You have to ask that question?
Yeah,
Don't
they
you
could.
remember that big old thing that happened in the 60s and 70s? Sexual revolution? Think about it.
The LSD program. Yep. All of that stuff. The hippie movement was all part of it. all of this stuff is all connected. People want to think that it's disconnected. It's not. It's all connected.
There's this song that I just heard today. I can't remember exactly how I came across it. Oh, Jared. On the end of Jaredism's one of his he had a conversation with some guy. I don't know his name right now. And at the end of it, he plays a song by the name. The song title is called Sheeple. And as I'm listening to it, it's hitting so hard because, like, the content, what he's saying really is like, most people are sheeple, and the reason is because they don't want to be responsible for what's going on. They don't want to actually have to do anything because they're actually terrified. And I said, well, shit, if that's the case, let me stop beating up on Globers, because we're all scared. Right? Like, I haven't even been able to process how scared I should be because I'm gobsmacked by the amount of people who don't even believe. Like the step one, oh shit, look at what this book says. Look at what it looks like in reality. It's not the same. You're a liar. You just don't understand. Like, that has distracted me from how scared I should really be for the fight that I should be preparing for.
Exactly
That's
what
how
I've
I
been
feel.
trying to say all morning. I know, in a way I have been anyway. Thank you for speaking up and saying that. I appreciate it.
That's dope, man. But I think it's true. Why else would people lash out? Like, say there's like a predator in the town. There are people that lash out, but then there are some people that come out in support. Why? Because they probably fear the predator more than they fear the ones trying to save them. Because they think there'll be some consequences for going against the one with more power that'll ultimately win. I psychologically that has to be what's going on. Oh, what are you gonna do? Confront the
I wish it
government?
was
Then
that
what?
easy, but right?
Then what? Are you gonna learn how to pump your own water, hunt your own food? What are you gonna do after that? And it's like, yeah, fuck you, government, but I still don't know how to survive on my own. So could you, I get it.
Give us a crash course in survival there, bro.
The thing about food supply and all that stuff doesn't technically rely on the government. If anything, the government is a hindrance to it, right? There's always people that are providing some sort of product to another person. The government doesn't necessarily have to get involved in that, right? So when we think of the supply chains and all that stuff, yeah, it's only because those companies choose to be entangled with government. If they acted as individuals, they could certainly provide everything they're currently providing outside of the purview of this authority.
There's no need for government. It's a centralized gang. That's all it is. It takes taxes off you. It takes taxes for the food you buy, the drink you buy, the gas you stick into your car, tax in the car, roads, everything. It taxes everything. It's a lot of fucking money. Where's all that money going? There's still potholes. There's still bridges collapsing. It's an absolute. It's mob. It's like the mafia, but legalized. That's basically what it is. It's a feudal. It's a modern day feudal system. If you haven't noticed already, I'm an anarchist, and I believe that anarchy is the road to freedom. I absolutely abhor and hate royalty, governments, and any form of authority, any form of centralized government is an aberration. It needs to be wiped out. And the system that will emerge from that is not something that humans have ever seen before, because I believe that's coming. I believe that when enough people realize those facts, it will naturally develop through fucking evolution, or, I suppose there's another name for it. I hate it. And, this is like Mayo was saying earlier, you want to solve the world's problems. I used to say that when I was fucking 14 years of age. I could not understand why people were living in this system. This system to me is insane. It's insanity. And people just bow down to it and cow down to it like it's fucking God. It's an absolute aberration. We need to get rid of it. And the only way that the human race is going to progress is if we get rid of the system. We destroy this system and build something else from the ashes.
Yeah, to me,
I'll just get off my podium now here. Thank you very much. Cheers. Goodbye.
yeah. No, I don't disagree with anything you just said. I think it's a fundamental flaw in people's thinking when it comes to the idea that another man has authority over you, and that gets instilled with you within the school system, right? You get taught to trust and obey authority from a very young age. And then there's even flaws in thinking when it comes to things like politics, right? Most people look at politics as a left-right linear type system, and it's not. It's more like a circle, right? And at the top of the circle, you have the diamond, which is totalitarianism. And the political system, whether you go to the left side of that circle or the right side of that circle or the ring, you're ultimately just moving further up towards totalitarianism. That's why there's very little difference between fascism and communism. Some will say, "Oh, well, it's right or it's left." Yeah, they're still just on the border of that big diamond at the top. But the problem is people don't realize that the bottom of that ring is total freedom, individual sovereignty, and people don't seem to like freedom because we've been taught that we can't survive being free people. But we certainly can, because 90%, 99% of your interactions on a daily basis are voluntary exchange between willing participants. Why somebody needs to be a third party interloper in that is beside me.
Yep. Yep. That's the truth. That's one of the truths.
The problem is we've just let the cancer grow so large for so long. People can't imagine the world without the cancer.
Well, if you have everything in place, you have the indoctrination system in place, you have everything in place, that when somebody who is 3 years of age goes through and come out at 16, that's all they fucking see. You've got it down pat. You've got it. That's it. And it's just to break away from that conditioning. You make them believe that anybody says the word anarchy, that just means chaos. Well, that doesn't actually. That means self-rule. That means nothing. But people just don't realize it. They tax your gas, they tax your oil, they tax your electricity, they tax your food, they tax everything, and they tax your savings. Like they take 10%, say 20% of what you've earned, you put it away, and after a year they tax 10%. Well, hang on a minute, you just taxed that before I put it in the bank, and now you're telling me you need another 10%, and then you die, and you have to pay another 10% on top of that. You have to pay for the privilege of dying. It doesn't fucking compute in my mind. I don't understand why this is a thing.
Well, they get people to buy into the system, right? Under the pretenses that the system is going to take care of the people in need. And I understand that people have this desire to take care of people in need. But the problem is they go about it all the wrong way, right? We get a portion of our money taken from us to allegedly take care of people in need. And it certainly doesn't provide enough for the people in need, and it's a horrible system to try to provide for people in need. Now, if there was no such system to provide for people in need, guess what? people's natural intuition and their desire to help people in need, they would do so directly themselves. And they would know how much they are or are not helping people within their community that need their help.
Well, I mean,
The
is it
problem,
any, sorry, Nate, I'm really sorry, but before this fucking escapes my mind, is it any wonder why you sit and you wonder why people believe that Biden, Pelosi, Harris, who laughs at things at questions like refugees, a friend in need is a friend in need, ha 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 ha. I mean, this woman is totally detached from reality. Is it any wonder that people are starting to realize what the fuck have he's been? Biden proven to be talking shit on TV. Top third in my class, 2 degrees, blah blah blah. No, you finished third from the bottom. You got 1 fucking degree, and you're a fucking asshole. And this is the guy. And by the way, your son's a crack addict. Put a baby in a fucking prostitute. Slept with his bar's wife. Bang! Now you're president. And you're like, is it worth even trying to tell these people how fucking stupid they are and how dumb the people in charge are? How far from reality is removed? Is it even worth it?
I would say probably not, because most people are blinded by the either red shade on their glasses or the blue shade on their glasses, and they'll never be able to see through that until they realize that kind of the whole left-right paradigm is a scheme. And if they can't see that, or if they even see it just a little bit, the problem is people haven't had to deal with
Proper
these
leadership.
things. Go ahead.
Proper leadership. People haven't had proper leadership. They're too busy looking through their rose-tinted glasses.
Yeah, and I think we look at leadership in kind of the wrong way. I mean, you can have leaders that aren't rulers, right? There's a difference between these two. The problem is we call our rulers leaders, as if they're leading us in some way, shape, or form based on, how the group as a whole would like to go, like in a direction we would like to go. It's an illusion. They give us the ideas that we think we need to get behind, which are just to help further their agenda. They're a ruler who's controlling the minds of the people, and have us stuck in such.
A proper ruler is never going to ask you for 1 red cent. Not 1 red cent. You keep that money to yourself, bro. That's a proper ruler.
Right. Well, I would say a proper leader. Yes.
Oh, leader. Yeah. I'm not going to tax you. I don't want your fucking money. Let me tell you, this is how we're going to do it. This is how and everybody's going to be happier and far better off than you were before. Keep your money. I don't want it.
Yep. Because a leader, I look at a leader as, any small group of people who have a specified goal, they're always going to have a leader within that group to help them reach that goal, right?
A leader would give himself for the cause, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I mean, a leader is
He'd
right
give
there.
up all his possessions in order to make other people comfortable. Then, right?
Right. A
We have one
leader
of those
is
around here.
a leader is right there with you in the group, helping to move towards that goal. A ruler is not. A ruler sits above and dictates everything, takes money from. It's a totally different thing in my mind. The difference between a leader and a ruler. Ruler tells you what you can and can't do. A leader leads by example on what you should or should not do.
He's not going to ask you to go stand in the front line and fucking load your AK-47 and fight Russia. He's actually going to do it himself.
Yep. That's why in the military you have squad leaders, right? You have these commanders that are on the ground with you, but then you have the generals who aren't there. Maybe they've been there before. But the general ultimately is controlled by a ruler, not a leader. President is the commander in chief, right?
So interesting little tidbit. I've been trying to connect these dots with Forrestal and Bird and all these characters. there's some really strange shit going on with this whole story. But just a couple little things. Forrestal apparently is the one that sent the task force down there with Admiral Byrd and high jump. And yeah, so Forrestal, then they sent, after whatever happened there, that's a that's a yarn and a half of what happened down there. But after they're steaming back, and all of a sudden, Forrestal is told he's to be replaced. Some sources are saying he retired, but if you look into the story more carefully, you find out about a meeting with different characters that basically came to Forrestal and said, we're not really that happy with your performance, and Truman isn't happy either, and you need to retire. He became depressed after that. Right after that, he was treated for depression, and then in that trip to the hospital, jumps out of a 16-story window. Very interesting. Just sort of dropped that little tidbit there. So Forrestal, they're all connected. And then Forrestal is later in all this really crazy shit where he's listed as one of the people on the what is that top secret program that having to do with UFOs and all this weird stuff? It's such a crazy yarn, man.
Blue Book?
What's that?
Blue Book.
No, not Blue Book. It's a document. I don't know, man. What is that called? It's a ultra. Not MK.
Monarch.
No. I'll find the name of it. I can't remember.
Fishbowl.
No, it's more about the UFOs. Like he's on some kind of document that he was a co-signer of. Gee whiz! It's surrounding Blue Book. There was a document that was supposedly found. I don't know. A lot of this is unverifiable. Very strange. The whole UFO thing it's written like a script. They blended it in with the history. It's so bizarre. Like all this stuff is happening at the same time. Think about that. Fishbowl, high jump, Roswell. Roswell jumps. Fuck, what the hell? Like, there's some weird shit, man. It's too crazy to even believe when you start connecting these things with the people, because we're not told these people had any relationship with each other. That's that's information you have to dig for. And when you start finding the relationship connections between these different things, or the accounts of where they actually were at different times, you just put these things together. You could kind of sift out the things that we actually know and what we can't verify. And you start getting a picture. The strangest thing I've ever. It's more bizarre than any book you've ever read, what we're living in.
Yeah. You start to think you have a grasp on things, and you realize you don't.
So for us to be able to know what's really going on, we might never know. It's nothing like what any of us think, even us that are like trying to step out and further our knowledge about what is possibly going on by doing these kind of like connecting dots like I'm talking about. But what's really going on, where we really are, and what's really happening behind the scenes, what the things that people maybe per se at the top might know, we have no idea.
I agree.
There's no way to tell.
I agree.
What they know, what they don't know, and what they're doing, because they're making all these steps. All we see are pieces on the chessboard moving. We only see the result of these actions. We don't know what's causing them, what's motivating them at all.
I agree. The truth is probably more far out than we even imagine. We can't even imagine. I agree.
So you got to ask yourself, who's doing all this? Because it's not anybody that we see anywhere in public or on any media. If we see them, then they clearly are not the ones in charge.
So what's the next step after that? Who knows, right? It's not the one in charge. They don't know. Blah blah blah. Lots of power. They can change history. They can change the future. They can change a lot of things. So what is actually going on? What's the next step? What do you think?
Yeah.
Is it a fake alien invasion, or like people say, like atheists and agnostics and shit? They say like, oh, there's this wasp. It takes a larva into it, and it injects it in the brain, and it spouts
Mhm.
inside out. And how can any god ever think of this? Well, right, fair enough. Okay, how can any god think of this? Right, how benign God could think of this? Right, let me finish. So, right, so it's really, really cruel, and it's really fucked up. Right. So, what's the next logical step? Is this a benign God's creation? Like, not taken away from people who believe in God. I believe in God myself. I believe there is a benign being. I believe there is something higher than us. But what is this creation that we are stuck in? That is so cruel. That is so crazy. So what's the next logical answer? Who made this? Not a benign being, right? What are we stuck in then? Why are they lying to us? Why are they using magic? Why are they hypnotizing us? Why are they getting away with all this cosmic shit? Why?
Or because of the way the natural laws are there, that actually there's something within us that is able to
Maybe we're being delivered to someone.
surpass these things. See, that's what I'm starting to become more aware of.
Good. That's
in myself, and the connection with you all, because it's more than just talking with somebody on the internet. And I can't explain that.
It's exchange of ideas and
yes,
suppositions and prepositions and
yeah, and it like sparks the imagination. Then someone else starts talking about their experience with their imagination being sparked, and then someone else gets sparked in a different way because we're all different. And so we,
you know,
I don't know.
That's fascinating, bro. That's fascinating.
See, I didn't even have to say it, and you knew what I meant, like, right?
Yes, I've been there.
So how is that I could think that at the end of my statement, and PMAC picked up on it? What did you think of it at that time? As far as
I did too, but I just didn't want to like interrupt you
being
guys keep doing that.
Oh, I know Mayo knows. Hey, Mayo is a country in Ireland.
Okay, so check it out. Was it like? Does it seem to be that we are us, whatever we are, these thinking beings that we are, that we're like together, we're like a single organism?
Dude, stop blowing my mind.
Does that really make any sense?
I thought that.
It does if we're connected by if we're connected by intrinsic means that are not
spiritually, yeah, I
not
agree.
To us,
or whatever you want to call it, yeah, beyond what we can conceive, right? Connection,
not just beyond what we can perceive with our senses, with our physical senses. That it doesn't mean we have other senses, because I think we have spiritual senses also.
I do agree.
And those probably all cover a whole range as well. They're in that realm.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if there's somebody or something out there that can monitor that, us, in other words, as far as that energy and that information exchange and the expansion of that information. Is there some way that they go, oh, they're starting to wake up at this rate now?
Aren't they starting to figure out that everything is information?
Well, we are figuring it out, that's for sure.
I think it has to be that way, because in order for you to actually have free will, you have to have choices, right? So they have to present all kinds of different angles. So that way, when you get to the end, you can't say, oh, well, it's not fair, they tricked me.
Mm-hmm.
So, is there a possibility that some of us or something might be a program becoming sentient?
A program to what? To be what?
Becoming sentient.
Sentient. Mm-hmm.
And the program is programmed to do what it's supposed to do, but while it's doing that, it becomes aware of its
aware of itself and an individual actor. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so now it makes aberrations that they cannot compute, and they try to. I don't know, bro.
Well, maybe so. Maybe so. I mean, they've obviously what they spend most of their time on, these people and higher ups, is studying us and the way we think and work and act.
Fascinating.
Yep.
Yeah, check out that song, Sonny.
I'll be right back.
Sheeple.
The only
Does
thing he
anybody
didn't say
have?
was
Does anybody have the Oculus
They're replacing
for
us.
the game for the gaming system? Does anybody have that?
Repeat it, Fraud, because you were roboting a little bit.
That's it. Does anyone have the Oculus for a gaming system?
Yes. No, that's a lie. I've played it at my best friend's house.
Did you know that you can't operate that without having a Facebook account?
Without having a what?
A Facebook account.
Really?
Yeah, they can. That's how they track. They can still track you with that. Some fucking shit, ain't it, dude?
That's weird. Like,
weird, but not weird at the same time. They go like, "Holy shit, that's weird!" But wait a minute, how weird is it?
I mean, I guess you could just create a Facebook account and not necessarily, be on it. I don't know. But of course, most people are just going to link the accounts that they use because it's easier to just click the, log in with Facebook button or log in with Google button. Now, boom, everything is connected. We know everything.
I wish I could play some of the Cos Mobile and stuff you guys are talking about. But
Man, stop crying and start logging in. You can play right now.
I know. Listen, I have Steam. I have Steam, so I'm learning how to use it. I haven't been on there very much because it took forever to
What's
load
Steam?
one game.
Oh, you mean on the computer and play like with the emulator?
Exactly. That's the only.
See now, a game that I have been playing that you wait. You have a PlayStation or something like this?
No, I have a PC I run Linux, but I can run these sandbox programs like Steam is one of them. But in Steam, the programs available, like the games available, they're not every single one, and a lot of them do cost. Like probably your whatever Call of Duty or whatever that one is like a subscription, right? Like I can get.
I don't know. The one I play is free.
Because you have the game already. Is that how?
Well, the download is free.
I see what you mean. Okay.
Yeah.
Figure out how to do this.
But I also now play Brawlhalla. I'm trying to get the guys to try it, and I know they will, because we've been playing together for a minute. So they'll probably try it. They'll probably be just like me. I knew I liked the game because I played it on my son's PlayStation. But then what happened was, when he told me it was mobile, I was like, all right, I'll play it. It took me like 2 weeks because I'm not a do everything kind of guy. Meaning, like, for example, I can't watch a show and then watch like some other series with it. Like watch a couple of episodes of this, watch a couple of that. No, I'm just going to watch that one show. So that's what it's like with the games too. Like I'll play just COD Mobile. But now that I forced myself to play Brawlhalla, that's the only the game I play, and I was super mad because Truth tricked me into playing Call of Duty yesterday. Because I was like, "Yo, come on, get on Brawlhalla." He's like, "All right, I'm downloading it now." He's like, "All right, I got it downloaded, but meet me in the COD Mobile lobby." And I'm thinking, why does he want to do that? And then MJ is like, "Yeah, he definitely tricking you." And then as soon as I get there, he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna learn all that stuff. We can play it later, but let's play some COD now." It's like, motherfucker.
Kind of lure you.
But anyway, it would be nice to get you on there.
Yeah, it's just like a little bit a higher learning curve, and it's the time I would spend doing that. I don't know if I'd be able to spend enough time, but if I could get it working so it's not that difficult, eventually I probably will be able to get it to work. I might have connection speed might be a problem.
Which one are you downloading, Sonny?
I don't know. I can't even get this thing to start right now. I probably have too much going on already. It's like it takes so much resources apparently that I have to have everything shut off. Anything that's using a bunch of resources on the computer will start locking up, especially with these games. They're very like memory, take a lot of memory and stuff. But we'll see.
Have you ever tried just playing on your phone?
No, I have an old phone, and most apps don't. I can't even load on it.
All right, I
It's
feel
really
you. I feel you.
it's bad, and I can't afford that. I mean, I probably could get a new free phone. It'd probably work, but it's just not a priority because honestly, I go out riding most of the time. I just leave the freaking phone sitting on my table at home. I don't even take it with me. The only time I take it with me is if I know I want to take pictures, like take some sun pictures or something. I wish I had a better one that I could zoom into the moon. Like it's been astonishing. Yesterday, I think it was like 3:30 in the afternoon. That moon was like straight to the east, like directly at about 45 degrees up, just right there in the blue sky.
Hey, Chocolate, you play you ever fuck with Aliens Fire Team? Elite.
How could you call me
Hey,
chocolate?
fucking Elijah, yeah.
Which one?
You never fucking Aliens Fire Team? That shit's fucking badass, dude. You should fuck with that.
Nah.
I know you play Call of Duty.
Send it in the chat.
Send it in the chat. What, video of it or what?
Yeah, they got like something called Apex Legends, I think that's like Call of Duty too. And it's like I'll never play it unless, you know, Truth and all the guys decide we're playing this now. We don't want to, because I'm just gonna play that.
With Gears of War, it's similar to that type of game.
Yeah, that's a good game.
Yeah.
Fraud, where'd all your tags go, bro?
I got fucking banned by douchebag a while back, and then I had to come back, and so I'm like, hey, you know what? Fuck it, I don't even want any tags.
Yeah.
So I prefer it like this. I like being no name. I prefer it.
Anonymous.
Yeah, but I'll send you a video, Elijah. That shit's fucking fun as fuck. It's a fun ass game. It's just fun as hell, dude. I mean, because I haven't fucked with a system in years, so I got bored and I decided because it's cold as fuck up here, so you can't do anything. So I was like, hey, let me get a system. Yeah, let's see what happens. So I've been on this shit like when I'm not working, man. Like, bro, like for like the first week, dude, I got maybe 4 hours of sleep. It's just sad.
You know, I probably could do it on my phone if I just turn my Wi-Fi on. Turn it on only when I'm playing. Might be able to do it. Let's see if that. Which one would you suggest, Elijah, that I should try first? Would it be for mobile? Call of Duty. He's probably not on.
I think he's
I
doing
don't
something.
blame people not.
Pac-Man.
Yeah. Anyway, I could look around. Let's see. Yeah, I wish I had the ability to ride around and be on Discord while I'm riding outside, talking with you guys too. That's the missing piece.
What, driving around and talking? Fuck that. You don't
No,
want
riding around on my bicycle, because I'm either sitting here on my ass, which I don't like doing for hours and hours, but I
get a
either do that.
Get a treadmill and just walk. You know.
No, that's stupid.
I know it sounds stupid, but
I want
it's doing something.
But I don't have room for anything else.
Yeah, you're right, because I have a treadmill. I don't even use it.
I have no fucking room. Floor space is at a premium. So that's it. I'm at the limit right now. I got everything. I can't afford any other pieces of anything unless it can fit underneath my bed.
I need a bigger TV. That's what I realized.
You don't want to move more shit when you're like at my age. You like shit that it's heavy and you have to lug around with you. You want to start limiting that. I don't know. I'm thinking I'd rather start traveling around, man. Just get a little RV or something. Freaking go travel around. Go all over the U.S. I'd love to do that. Maybe even overseas.
Like there's like chicks that do that shit. Like if you're on YouTube, right, you'll come across chicks doing that shit cross country. I'm like, how dangerous is that?
Oh, that's
They're
nothing. There's this chick that's like 22 years old sailing a 30-foot sloop by herself.
And posting where she is. You know, I'm like, what father would let their daughter do some dumb shit like that?
Across the Pacific.
And you're by yourself? Like, are you fucking crazy?
Yeah, can you imagine?
And you're giving your
though?
locations, men, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, but think about it. Someone that knows how to take care of themselves at that level is very high. That's very high level.
Yeah, but it's a woman. Once a man gets wind, I want to rape her. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I mean, come on, dude. I mean, like, there's much crazy people out there right now, dude. There's no way I'd let my daughter do that.
Exactly.
There's no way I'd let my daughter do that.
I think this particular one ended up because she had a large following of people watching her across the Pacific. So she had friends that she would sail with, different other sailors that are sailing,
Well, yeah, that's fine. But like, there's this.
She hooked
there's
up.
girls that do.
She hooked up with one of them, and then they started sailing together as a pair of boats. And
Yeah,
then
that's fine.
Then I think she just went on his boat, and then they just kept going.
But there's a lot of women that do this cross country shit in a. There's one that does it in a Prius, and there's one that does it. They do it in these vans or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm like, are you guys fucking out of your mind? It's like what would possess a woman to think that that's safe?
Yeah, no, I met a girl like that. I was on a boat. She came on her boat. She ended up staying with me in my cabin with me. But I was nice. And but the problem is she eventually got kicked off the boat because of a conflict with another female.
Of course.
Yeah, the two females and two guys on the boat. The girls, yeah,
She gave the wrong guy a blowjob.
I was fucking heartbroken.
Yeah, but no, just the world is crazy now, and certain choices that people make, I just like I was dating this girl, and she does like that DoorDash crap, and I'm like, are you out of your mind?
I would fuck that unless you're carrying a sidearm or something. They don't
But you're
allow
still a woman. You're not gonna whip it out in time. Fuck out of
Mhm.
here. Especially if a guy. All it takes is one guy to say she's cute, and I have to keep coming back. You
I
know.
know that's. I don't know why I'm laughing. It's kind of funny.
No, because I've watched those. Like chicks they like to watch that forensic file shit. And I was watching this one episode, and it was a pizza delivery girl, really gorgeous girl. Of course, she ended up dead because the guy he liked her. So he made her go to a fake address, and there it was. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
Oh man.
you see shit like that, and it's just like, mm-mm.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. You can't even comprehend that much human misery that goes on out there, man. It's too much. Can't focus on that for too long. So
Yeah, but I mean, we need to make this world safer. It's just too crazy, dude.
yeah, like listen, I was talking to this guy in the store, this old guy in a wheelchair, like on his own little scooter. His feet were all wrapped up. He had like special shoes on. He had a veteran's hat on. So I said, "Hi, thank you for your service." And we started talking. He was on a fucking B-52 flying fortress during Vietnam. We started having this very spiritually based conversation. It was amazing. He ended up saying there was no accident, that you and I met. He told me that. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, with those
And
the
see,
Vietnam era, they're almost all gone though.
I guess what I'm trying to say about that chance meeting of somebody is seeing in an earlier part of my life or time in my life, I wouldn't have been able to have that conversation. I was just too erratic. I couldn't sit still long enough to focus and like really be. I don't know how to explain it. Need to vacuum my dusty rug. I'll tell you that much. I look at the floor and I see it needs sweeping.
Shit, we're still in a drought because this lake is still low. I thought it would be a little bit higher now, but fuck, it's still low. Shit.
Do you got snow around there?
Yeah, we did, but I guess not enough because this lake is way lower than it should be. Like, dude, it's fucking low as fuck. Like this boat
There's
that is usually underwater is fucking not.
There's a couple of girls walking around the hotel last night, with the plastic surgery with the big lips everybody's into.
Oh yeah, that's really weird. Oh shit.
That's funny as hell. It's
So
probably a
it's-
man. It's probably a man, dude. It's not even a chick.
And,
It's probably a
and
man.
the ass too, the big old, like they got the lips and
Yeah,
the
all
big
right. So,
ass is all fake too.
check this out. All right, so
How do they make-
hold on, check this out though. So I move people for a living, right? So one of my clients was that, right? So I get to the job site, and I'm like, so where's the chick? And she was in the office, so she comes out of the office, and she has to run to the to the actual it was a storage unit, right? So she opens the gate and she decides I'm gonna run to the unit. So I'm watching this dude with these double D titties and a double D ass. You can tell it's a dude, trying to wants to be a chick and just running and you see the tits and the ass and it was too much. I had to laugh, bro. It was just too much. I was like, why would you do that? But go ahead. I just had to throw that in there, though.
Yeah, but
It was just over the top.
Here's the thing: me and my buddy working in the hotel on Friday night, right? I mean, a lot of girls come in with these big lip things and big asses. I don't know how they get their big lips, but they still got big asses, right? So I turned around, okay, and I said to him, "Bro, do you like Pink Floyd?" He goes, "Yeah, yeah, Pink Floyd's good, yeah." The distant shell ships on the horizon. Your lips look like two balloons.
Oh shit!
You did that for real, you motherfucker.
For real, bro. While I was mopping, your lips look like two balloons.
What is somebody gonna say to that in response? No
Well,
one-
you know, they
no
were
one-
way up on the lift. They were going. You were only coming through in lips. Your lips move, but I can't hear what they say. Oh my god, it was funny. He was just pressing himself. He's just laughing. So where the fuck do you come up with that?
Your butt's so big I can't see to the horizon.
My butt's so big, I'm about to make my lips even bigger. Mental, sir. Mental asylum. I told them when they walked in the morning, the day staff came in, I says, tell you what, I'm going to go work in Grancha. Grancha is a mental hospital.
Oh, that's gross.
I'm going to go work in Grancha, which is a mental hospital.
Scroll
Because
away.
there's crazy people
Scroll
down there.
away.
Your lips look like two balloons.
Stop it, Paul.
No, I know, but you know, and I thought to myself, you know, if I could edit shit, if I could find the Pink Floyd song and do that there and edit all that shit, your lips look like two balloons. It would be a good parody, right? It'd be a brilliant parody, man. I'd probably get 150,000 views in 1 week. Go and do it, Sammy. Yeah, anybody can edit shit. Do two balloons. Your lips look like two balloons. Parody.
There's already a parody, actually. Someone sent me the words.
God damn it!
Uh-oh.
Why is everything I do, there's somebody before me? Just just like a week before me.
That sounded like Helio. Was that Helio or was that you?
That was me. Yeah, I was trying to be thingy from what do you call it?
You sounded just like Helio there. Exactly. I thought Helio came in. What?
God damn it!
Okay, stop. Stop it. Stop.
Fuck you guys! I'm going home. Aliens. Pitter.
I looked to see, but it was gone.
The distant lips on the horizon. So you think you can
Comfortably. No longer comfortably. Wait a minute.
You just pause that till I get back after.
Comfortably dumb.
Comfortably dumb.
That's the name of the song. Hold on, let me get the words.
I'm a clubber.
Hello. Is there anybody in there? Just not if you can hear. Is there anyone? One second.
Don't stop now, Sonny. You're on a fucking roll.
Well, now I gotta get a pick.
You gotta roll with it.
Where is my mail?
Use your fucking nails, bro.
Where you at?
Talking to your pick like it was human.
New Perspective sent me these
Right,
words.
that's it. You're fired. Fuck off.
Shit.
Be right back.
Outer Ponder. Wait a second. Here we go. I wish I could get this. I got to get this on one sheet of paper because I can't read this all.
Do you know when I was a child, I caught a fleeting glimpse out of the corner of my eye of the horizon?
Yeah, this is a flat Earth tune. It's really good words.
I couldn't find it since, bro. We don't have time for meeting a flat Earth society. My God, those lips are fucking freaking me out. Cut the shit. Holy shit.
I have to scroll away from that crap. I can't look at
God,
it.
that's painful, bro. Yeah, it looks in my asshole when I'm taking a shit after 2 curries.
2 curries. You maniac. Anyway, from one thing to another. Takes one to know one.
From one segue to another segue.
Okay, here we go. These words. Copy that.
Took you long enough. Took you long enough.
Copy it. Okay.
Attack the lips.
Okay.
Say.
Right, here we go.
Right now?
Come on.
Sonny, I don't believe you.
Maybe too much coffee on an empty stomach.
Can we get somebody else, please? Sonny, could you just go have a lie down, bro?
I just woke up. Shut up.
No, go back to lying down. Fuck's sake.
Select all.
Select all. It's in slow motion.
Reduce the text font size.
I
got almost all of it. Okay, hold on.
You almost sound English, sir.
Radio.
Here we go.
1 moment, please.
I don't believe it.
I'll be right with you.
Oh, anybody go watch that new Batman movie? Anybody watch that shit?
Yeah, Sonny, you go take a little nap. We'll see you in a couple hours.
I got all the British accents in me all rolled into one, yo.
Did anybody see the new Batman?
Not yet. Any good?
Oh, damn.
What do you call the guy who does that? The guy from what the vampire thing was?
Oh man, sun's coming in my window.
Sonny. Now you took the wrong Sonny. Somebody else wants to take over, man. Go away.
Anybody can feel free.
3 hours and 40 minutes later, Sonny find the players to play how to play the guitar.
50 years later.
What hell?
Hello, hello, is there anybody in there? Just not if you can hear me. Is a spinning ball at home? Come on now, you think you're really spinning round, but I think that's insane.
What's a party?
Can't you see it's a plane?
Oh, nice.
Relax. You'll need some information first. Just the basic facts. Can you show me what occurs? We're on the plane, we're not spinning. Distant ships are zooming on the horizon. It never disappeared beyond the waves. thought that was proof it's a ball, 'cause that's what they're saying. When I was a child, I was a believer. Used to think man walked on the moon. But now I know it never really happened. I can't explain it if you want to understand. This is now who I am. And no longer comfortably dumb.
Thank you, Sonny. That was a brave attempt.
Short preview. Kind of messed up there. No, comfortably dumb. Sorry about starts and stops. Sorry. There's another verse.
Universe.
Can you stand up? I don't believe the globe is good. It's just a stupid gimmick for the show. Come on, it's time to go. We're on a plane and we're not spinning. A distant ship's zoomed in on the horizon.
Only coming through the way.
You thought that was proof it's a bomb, but now what are you saying?
Let my butt.
When I was a child, it seems. But now I know it is a lie. I learned it's flat and it's more fun. I can't believe I ever thought we spun it all. But the child is grown, the globe is done.
Can I just have become
comfortably dumb.
Just a little pimper. You might feel a little sick. On your feet again. That's only showing off. Sorry, we can't help that. He shows off all the time. Wish you were here, Sonny. I wish you were here, man.
That'd be good if we could get it all done at one time.
So you think you can tell heaven from hell, blue skies from pain, but can you tell how game filled from a cold steel rail, a smile from a veil? Do you think you can tell? Probably the best song in history ever written, ever. Amen. Wish you were here, Pink Floyd. Prove me wrong.
That is one of my favorites, actually. I've always loved that.
I like music, bro. I know basically most tunes, the most songs, the most everything, but Wish You Were Here is definitely the best song ever written, ever. Right next to the Redemption song. And for those of you who don't like Bob Marley, go fuck yourself.
Fuck off.
just
you have no proof. Fuck off. Hold on.
I got 2 words for you. Get lost.
Nobody can mimic like notable flat earthers better than I can.
Fuck off.
Fuck off.
Hey, hockey. You want a hockey? You want a
You're
puck?
a liar.
Fuck off.
You liar. Fuck off. Okay, let's play Dell's song. Have you heard it, P-Mac?
Probably.
P-Mac.
Hello?
Fuck off.
Hey, Farry, do us a favor. Fuck off. Hey, do you hear this one? This is really good. Like, do you hear this story, right? It starts off like this. Once upon a time, fuck off.
Yeah, so if you haven't gone to Beyond the Imaginary Curve, if you haven't seen that yet, fuck off. Dell
Jesus,
doesn't care.
How should we fuck off, my lord?
P-Mac don't care.
I will give you 2 shits.
3.
4. I raised it. I see you 4. I raised you 5. I'm going to shut up now.
Shit.
My money is spending cash that I don't have, bro.
All right, where am I at here?
I mean, judging by the way how long it took you to play that last song, you got Jesus, we got 5 minutes, bro.
What a world. What a world we live in. Hey, folks, what a world. I'm looking through hundreds of
thousands of
channels, YouTube channels, over 200. Here's Lou
There's
Nate.
more than that, you know. It's about 200,000.
You probably never find these unless one of us gives you these links, because I can't even find my own fucking channel on YouTube.
see what I'm doing? Hey, whoa. You know what I'm going to say, right?
Why is that so freaking funny?
I've been looking at my own ass.
All right, here's Lunatic. Nobody's ever heard of him. Who the hell is Lunatic? Here's Lunatic. He's got some good music on his channel. Yeah, there's Lunatic's channel.
I know that guy.
Yeah, I know. It's like you've never seen it because you can't find any of these people's channels. Let's see who else got here's Helio Skeptics channel. Nobody's ever heard of him. Who the hell is that? What's
Helio?
a Helio Skeptic?
What's a Helio? Helio Skeptic? That's
There's
fucking.
probably a place where all these are listed here on the server somewhere, but nobody gets to see it all at the same time, though. But
He definitely got
here's. I don't know if some of these people might not want me to, but here's Chocolate's channel. We got tons more, man.
I go on. This is fucking brilliant, bro. Wait to hear this.
Whoa.
Well, honestly.
Well, what's that? That sounded good. Under No Pressure. Whose channel is
this?
Who's Under No Pressure's channel? I think we know him, right? Under No Pressure.
Just for fun.
Sounds pretty good.
North Korea.
Are you playing it through a stereo? Is that through a stereo, PMAC?
Yeah, I gotta find a way. Check the button. Listen.
You probably have to go to your settings because it's like cutting off probably. Let's see. Who the hell channel is Bite Me? What? I don't approve of that. Why do I have that on there? The hell? Get off there. Unsubscribe.
Wait, Sonny, could you do me a favor?
What's that?
That link that I just put there, Earth Music, look what you've done, and put it in the main chat and play it. Because you get.
Wait a second. Earth. Oh, that's ISIS, man. Oh, and play it in the bot. Okay.
Could you please?
I'll play it. Sure. 1 second.
I love that too, man.
I'm getting to it right now.
Thank you very much, bro. Let's do it. Do it.
Oh, it loaded 69 tracks. Hold on. What if I play the whole playlist? I don't know if I can. Wait a second.
Right after that, we'll play.
It's queued at the first position, but hold on. Will it play?
Opinions. He would betray him instantly to the thought police.
Uh-oh.
So would anybody else, for that matter.
Hold on. That's the
Sin,
1984 George Orwell.
Zeal was not enough. Orthodoxy.
Fucking buttons, bro.
Okay. Hold on. Where's the song? Let me just go here.
East from Alaska, that's his best tune, man. I love that guy, man. He is brilliant.
I might have
To
gone
me-
to the wrong. 1 second. Excuse me.
Excuse me?
Here we go. Wait a sec. Here we go. This is it. I don't know why Chrome is so stupid.
We'll play Alex right after this. We'll play Alex acoustic cover, talk about Revolution right after this one. Right after these advertisements. Thank you. Go to McDonald's, buy a burger.
Hold on. Here's Isa.
Hey.
United States went to the moon just for fun. North Korea landed on the sun. I said, ooh, look what you've done. I said, look what you've done. Richard Nixon, telephone the moon. So why don't you trust Kim Jong-un? I said, ooh, look what you've done. Oh, yeah. I said, ooh, look what you've done. United States went to the moon just for fun. And North Korea landed on the sun. I said, ooh, look what you've done. I said, ooh, look what you've done. I said, ooh, look what you've done. I said, ooh, look what you've done.
Thanks, Sonny. Appreciate it, bro.
Don't you know, talking about a revolution sounds like a whisper. Don't you know, talking about the revolution sounds like a whisper while they're standing in the welfare lines, crying at the doorsteps of those armies of salvation, wasting time in the unemployment lines, sitting around waiting for a promotion. Don't you know? Talking about a revolution sounds like a whisper. Poor people gonna rise up and get what's theirs. Poor people gonna rise up and take their share. What was saying about a run, 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 run. Don't you know you better run, 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 run. 'Cause finally the tables are starting to turn. Talking about a revolution, oh no. 'Cause finally the tables are starting to turn. Talking about a revolution, oh, while they're standing in the welfare lines, crying at the doorsteps of those armies of salvation, wasting time in the unemployment line, sitting around waiting for a promotion. Don't you know? Talking about a revolution sounds like a whisper. Poor people gonna rise up, get what's theirs. Poor people gonna rise up, take their share. Don't you know you better run, 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 run. What we say, you better run, 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 run. 'Cause finally the tables are starting to turn. Talking about a revolution, oh no. 'Cause finally the tables are starting to turn. Talking about a revolution, oh no. 'Cause finally the tables are starting to turn. Talking about a revolution, oh no. Talking about a revolution, oh no. Talking about a revolution, oh no.
You want to be unanswered.
Hello? Anyone home? Testing?
Hello.
Say everything.
Hey, how's everybody doing today? Happy Sunday.
Good, man. You okay?
Yeah, I'm good. What are we doing today?
Sonny's been playing us a little bit of music. P-Mac's been serenading us with his amazing voice.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to go do karaoke tonight. That sounds cool.
You put a spell on yourself to make yourself sing better.
Put a spell on yourself? Like a music spell? I can do that.
Well, if you have proof for love, it'd be better than music, but if you don't have, you will listen to music.
Okay.
Well, we will not listen to music. I'm joking.
What? I can't really understand you very well. Is that just me?
Yeah, you're a little low there, Sasha.
Oh,
It sounds-
I'm waiting the sun to come out.
You're coming out tonight? Me too. I came out last night.
I'm out. This is my coming out. This is my
Who are you
place.
coming out as?
These guys, look. There is Central Baker, Colonel, Sunny, Miguel. We are together listening to music.
Don't
You're
come out as a
coming out.
Glober. Whatever
You're
you do.
coming- I came out last night as Lucifer.
With Lucifer,
Yeah.
real one.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't know what is Lucifer.
Yeah, I don't really know myself very well.
You need to
Ask
get
him about
more
his
shit in
girlfriend,
life.
Sasha. Ask him about his girlfriend. He's deep dating some hot goddess on you.
Yeah. Lilith.
I will ask him about girl or Lucifer, but is it this food server?
Hmm?
I thought this is food server. Why we speak about Lucifer?
This is a flat Earth server. Yeah, Lucifer lives on a
Oh
flat
shit!
Earth.
Oh, fuck! I understood. I'm on the wrong. I'm on the wrong fucking server. I thought that it's food server. That we speak about food.
Why are you talking
Because
about behind my back?
I'm baker. I know. I want to know how to mix flour and water and salt and.
Oh, you're baking. That's what you're coming out as, a baker. Cool.
Oh, I was a baker. Now I'm making pictures canvas. I'm changing jobs. I don't know why I'm working here.
Oh, you're going back. You don't like baking?
No, I like baking, but it's too hard now for me to work that. I'm working that at home. I'm making bread at home.
Well, that sucks, man.
Oh, finally we are on point. Ooh,
Well,
man.
I mean, do whatever you love, man. That's the law.
What do you
Love is
think
the law.
about that?
Love is the law. Just follow your love. Whatever that
What do you
is.
think about it? What do you think about Earth?
The Earth?
Look,
I love it. I made it.
what?
Hmm?
What do you think about Earth?
Her or the Earth? I can't understand.
Earth.
Earth.
Yeah.
I love Earth. What do you think about Earth?
No. I think it's not spherical.
I don't think it's spherical either. Yeah. We're on the same page. I know it's not spherical, actually.
How do you know that?
I have a model.
You have a model, and because of that, Earth is not spherical.
Yes, it led me to that conclusion. Yeah.
That sucks somehow.
I molded it. You know. I molded the model.
I have a model, and Earth is not a cube.
A model. Hold on 1 sec. You have a model of what?
I have a model that Earth is not a cube.
Is not a cube? Or it
So
is
I
a
have
cube?
I have a model that is not a cube.
Oh, okay. Me too. Yeah. So what are you getting at?
Well, nothing. I'm still watching Earth, you know.
Your what? Your mic is really fuzzy. Like
I'm still watching Earth. I'm not watching
it's
models.
very difficult.
I don't know.
Very difficult.
How could you make model if you did you make model of entire Earth?
Yeah, you can make models of anything. It's
Oh,
just
how
like
did you do that?
I made
Did you
several models. So
you was on every place on the Earth?
How's everybody doing? We're all right.
Yeah,
You
doing
was on
good.
Oh, cool.
you
Man.
was on, you was on every place on the Earth, and then you know where is what.